Chapter 1 HUO YUHAO returns from cultivating immortality. Chapter 1 HUO YUHAO returns from cultivating immortality. Douluo continent, Star Luo Empire, and the mountains surrounding the White Tiger Duke's mansion. In a cave, a child in sackcloth is sitting cross-legged on a strange rock. What is amazing is that as the boy meditates, some golden halos quietly emanate from his body, making the child, although the clothes are worn out, they don't look half down. In half a quarter of an hour, the golden light on the child's body gradually subsided. HUO YUHAO also opened his eyes at this moment. After taking good care of my body, which was full of holes, for 3 days, I finally managed to achieve the golden light. HUO YUHAO raised his hand, and the golden light that had just appeared lit up again. This time, it no longer covered his whole body, but was concentrated in HUO YUHAO's hand, so it looked much thicker. At this level, there seemed to be lightning flashing in HUO YUHAO's eyes, and in the next moment, streaks of lightning rolled and roared in HUO YUHAO's palm. Squeak squeak! Countless silver lightnings intertwined, but in HUO YUHAO's hands, they gradually condensed into a lifelike thunderbird. There was no flaw in every feather of the thunderbird, and there was even a trace of aura in the pupils of the thunderbird. Rubbed HUO YUHAO's fingers. The lightning that was originally violent in nature did not leak out at all in HUO YUHAO's hands. From the outside, a light bird appeared in HUO YUHAO's hand, but HUO YUHAO raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the movement of the thunderbird in his hand. A spiritual intelligence is actually born? According to the laws of this world, if thunder gathers and blends like mine, will a thunderbird incarnate as thunder be produced? As soon as HUO YUHAO stretched out his hand, the little thunderbird uttered a loud cry, and then quickly rushed out of the cave and went straight into the sky. HUO YUHAO walked out of the cave, only to see the thunder light fluttering in the sky. Not long after, the bigger thunderbird flew back again. It reached HUO YUHAO's arm. The aura seems to be gradually solidifying. Does this mean that it has become a soul beast? HUO YUHAO lightly stroked the wings made of thunder, and then stretched out his hand to let it fly again. Since you have become a living being, you can support yourself. Don't stay by my side, go to your world. Thunderbird nodded humanly, and took a last look at HUO YUHAO with nostalgia, before disappearing into a flash of lightning. And just like the soul beast is going back to the natural world, he should go back to the White Tiger Duke's mansion. HUO YUHAO looked at the thunderbird who was leaving, and his eyes were also looking into the distance, where there were his relatives, and his enemies. HUO YUHAO was born in the White Tiger Duke's palace, but he was not the legitimate son. He was just the child of the White Tiger Duke and a maid, with a low status. Since the White Tiger Duke was busy with the war, the Duke's palace was under the sole control of the White Tiger Lady. Faced with the concubine who had an affair and gave birth to a child, the Duchess naturally became furious and ostracized HUO YUHAO and his son everywhere in the Duke Palace. For a long time, HUO YUHAO's mother and son endured the humiliation, but even so, the White Tiger Duchess became even worse. In this situation, the Wuhan that HUO YUHAO awakened when he was 6 years old was not a white tiger, and his innate spirit power was only 1 level and was determined to be a waste. The Duchess's bullying became even more unscrupulous. People laughed at HUO YUHAO's mother as a shameless guy, because HUO YUHAO's martial soul was not the White Tiger martial soul in the Dai family inheritance, so there were rumors that the HUO YUHAO born by HUO YUHAO's mother HUO YUNER was actually another man's. It's just that HUO YUNER has the cheek to forcefully say that HUO YUHAO is a child of the Dai family. One must know what kind of genius the Duke is. None of his children is a waste with only 1 level of innate soul power. HUO YUHAO still remembered that when he was 6 years old, the martial soul was not awakened by the White Tiger, and the hope that was originally contained in his mother's pupils suddenly collapsed. HUO YUHAO only remembered that his mother hugged him tightly, with tears streaming down her face, and she kept saying words like "I'm sorry." Even so, she was strong and did not leave the Duke's palace. No matter how humiliated she was, no matter how hard or tiring she was, she never complained. Even with the dirtiest job and the lowest pay, she worked hard to bring HUO YUHAO up. Perhaps, she knew that after leaving the White Tiger Duke's mansion, the fate of the helpless mother and son would be even more ugly. Unfortunately, this move angered the Duchess even more. And when YUHAO was 10 years old, 3 days ago, the White Tiger Duke's mansion suddenly asked YUHAO in a carriage to go to the market to buy clothes. As a result, before reaching the market, the carriage suddenly overturned and fell into the canyon. YUHAO thought he was dead at that time, but when he woke up, he found that he had been taken in by a group of Taoist priests. At that time, YUHAO learned that he had arrived in a different world, a world called the World of Immortality. Afterwards, YUHAO naturally joined the Taoist sect Zhengtian Master's mansion. After experiencing some things, he became a direct disciple of the Heavenly Master. YUHAO naturally cherished his rebirth, practiced hard for 100 years, and finally reached the stage of crossing the catastrophe realm, ready to ascend to the fairy world with senior brother. But what YUHAO didn't expect was that after passing through Tianmen, he did not meet his master and senior brother who had already ascended, nor did he come to the fairy world, but returned to his original world called Douluo continent. Climbing up from the valley, I returned to the time when I was 10 years old. But everything he experienced in the world of cultivating immortals was not fake. YUHAO could clearly feel that his half-level immortal spirit was lurking in his 10-year-old body. To put it simply, this feeling is like stuffing a planet into a fragile little balloon, but the small balloon can perfectly accommodate it, and even suppress the planet itself to the normal size of the balloon. This is extremely unreasonable, but it happened. In his last life, YUHAO specialized in cultivating Yuan Shen, and his spiritual power was hailed as the best in the world by the world of immortal cultivators. Now that he has returned to Douluo continent, in fact, YUHAO can completely abandon his physical body and use his true spirit to immortalize the Yuan Shen that can be embodied. Form travels the world. But, now that he was reborn, YUHAO had a clear understanding. He didn't abandon his physical body, but restrained his soul, and prepared to embark on the life practice that he didn't study too much in the world of cultivating immortals in this life. Life practice. It refers to the practice of focusing on the integration of body and mind to achieve the highest perfection. The golden light glowing from YUHAO's body just now is the method of life cultivation in Tianxi Mansion, the golden light curse. This method is extremely simple, and everyone can practice it. However, the so-called simplicity of the Dao, the golden light mantra, is the foundation of a large number of methods. It is easy to get started, but it is extremely difficult to cultivate to a high level. As for the unique technique of the Tianxi Mansion 5 Thunders Zhenfa, if you want to use this powerful method, you must have a strong golden light body protection. In the Tianxi Mansion, except for YUHAO, a spiritual monk with special talents, almost most of the ascended seniors have mastered the golden light spell in the unfathomable realm. Now that he has been reborn, YUHAO is ready to walk in the path that his senior brothers have walked. This road. At the same time, YUHAO looked into the distance. YUHAO instantly thought of his mother who had worked so hard to raise him until he was 10 years old, and how she had faced humiliation and even accepted the hot rice porridge with her hands, and how she wanted to eat even if she was burned. A scene where you have to be insulted while protecting a pancake, and even have to keep admitting your mistake. Bah! Thinking of the beatings, scoldings and humiliations of those in the house, YUHAO couldn't help but let out a deep breath. Thunder flashed between his fingers, and even his state of mind, which had been practiced for hundreds of years, could not help but fluctuate uncontrollably at this moment. This is a mindless mind. I didn't expect that my 100 years of Taoism would still be affected by my mind, and my emotions would interfere with me abnormally. YUHAO snuffed out the flash of lightning in his hand, and remembered the words of his former master. The 5 Thunders rectification method is called the 5 Thunders, but it is actually the 5 Qi. Once a person is born, the innate Qi exists in the body. If you distinguish it carefully, you can divide it into 5 elements. Pure Yang governs fire and is called Heart Qi, Shui yin and yang governs metal and is called lung qi, pure yin governs water and is called kidney qi, shao yang and yin and governs wood is called liver qi, harmonious yin and yang governs earth and is called spleen qi, and the 5 qi are gathered into one. The method followed is the 5 thunder method. Huo Yuhao looked at his palm, which was as tender as white jade, since he had taken off his old shell because he stepped into cultivation practice. The thunder method that my brothers have just started practicing is half of the 5 thunder methods, which is commonly known as the Yang 5 thunder methods. Although I say that I know the complete 5 thunder methods, it is the tradition of the Tianqi mansion to practice the Yang 5 thunder methods first. So now I am embarking on the same cultivation steps as my senior brothers, and I am practicing Yang Wu Lei. Because it is half of the thunder method. Yang Wu Lei is actually the Zhonggong thunder generated by using the heart fire to draw the qi of the golden lungs, making the thunder open and close, strong and unyielding. But the result of the practice seems to be a bit tough. It's too much. To put it simply, I am very angry now, and the anger comes from my heart. The anger of the half-immortal spirit is like a divine help to Xinhuo. Huo Yuhao reflected on his anomaly just now. According to what Master said, this situation should be the bottleneck that Yang Wulei will encounter after he has cultivated to a high level, the state of mind and ape, but because my soul is extremely powerful, so it is said that the heart ape was born very quickly just after starting the cultivation of life. Now when I think of my enemies who tortured me and my mother, I wish I could leave my body and slap them into ashes. But this is exactly what Xinyuan wants. Huo Yuhao experienced for the first time what it means to separate lines like mountains. In his previous life, Huo Yuhao specialized in cultivating the soul and could do whatever he wanted. He was his own mental ape. But now, as he embarks on the path of life cultivation and before the soul and body have fully merged, Huo Yuhao has to face the influence of the mental ape. The soul left the body and killed those people. This was the idea of the monkey, but the monkey was actually born from the original body. The heart controls fire. This irritable fire monkey is the most irritable thought in my heart. If I really kill those people directly and Xinyuan gains the upper hand, the power of Yang Wulei will definitely reach its peak. It will be fierce and unparalleled, but it will be as difficult to send and receive as freely as monkey causing trouble in the heavenly palace. From this, the cultivation of life will be then it may be difficult to make progress. Huo Yuhao has been practicing for 100 years anyway. Although it does not involve life cultivation, Huo Yuhao is naturally familiar with theoretical knowledge. What senior brothers used to do was to travel and experience, become a practitioner and gain enlightenment. But empty words, for me, how difficult it is. Huo Yuhao sighed. He had a hunch that his heart ape was not at the same level as the heart ape that his seniors met for the first time. If it wasn't for the quiet and restrained soul, this monkey would probably be able to be in his ear right now, crying to destroy the whole family of Duke Beihu's mansion. No wonder there has never been a person in our sect who has cultivated both his soul and his life. After all, the stronger the soul, the stronger the mental ape, and the stronger the mental ape. If the two are involved, it will be more difficult to progress in cultivation. When the primordial spirit reaches the peak, if you want to start cultivating your life, you no longer have a body that can accommodate your own cultivation, and when your life reaches the peak, when the soul and blood are integrated, it will be even more difficult to cultivate the primordial spirit. But I'm a special case. The primordial spirit has been cultivated to the realm of the immortal, but suddenly returned to the time of a 10-year-old child. For some reason, the primordial spirit cultivated in another world was able to calm down in his body in this life. That is to say, theoretically, I can embark on the path of life cultivation now. And since God let me live a new life and then come back, maybe it is guiding me to walk on a path that no one has ever done before, and no one will come after. God allows me to live another life, then I will definitely end all regrets in this life. The cause and effect of this life must be understood in this life. Huo Yuhao stepped boldly towards the Duke's mansion. P.S. Newbies and new books, please collect them, End of this chapter. Chapter 2 White Tiger Duke's Mansion. Chapter 2 Return to the White Tiger Duke's Mansion. YUHAO was walking in the mountains. When he was hungry, he grabbed some plump hairs and cooked them into barbecue. Normally, a 10-year-old child would not be able to finish eating so much food, but YUHAO's current life cultivation, coupled with the strength of his soul, YUHAO can precisely control the body to quickly digest food and absorb all the nutrients in it to feed back to himself. Because of this method, YUHAO has transformed from a skinny and malnourished little boy in just 3 days after he came back. Now YUHAO has a flushed complexion, white skin like jade, and a plump and healthy body. If it weren't for the old sackcloth on his body, anyone would think that YUHAO is a child of a noble family. YUHAO walked quickly, walking on the country lane, and took the shortest road, so that he could return to the White Tiger Duke's mansion in about half an hour, but when he passed a forest, YUHAO stopped slightly. It was too quiet in the forest. This means that this may be the territory of a certain soul beast, and the creatures on Douluo continent seem to be uniquely endowed with sufficient aura in their bodies. The practitioners in this world, that is, soul masters, also need to hunt and absorb soul beasts. The soul ring condensed after death is used to make breakthroughs. Judging from YUHAO's half-immortal perspective, this is a relatively fragile symbiotic relationship, but it is also a strange part of this world. However, YUHAO is not interested in soul power cultivation, so he has no interest in hunting soul beasts. But when YUHAO walked through the center of the forest, a low growl sounded, and a huge black shadow suddenly rushed towards YUHAO. In an instant, an extremely violent lightning flashed in YUHAO's eyes. The golden light flickered, and YUHAO saw clearly what it was. A black bear with minimal cultivation. In the world of immortal cultivation, YUHAO would only be surprised if a black bear whose spiritual intelligence had not yet been developed dared to attack him. He might even give the black bear a ray of immortality when he was in a good mood. But now? Bad beast. Normally, Master Dao may not argue with you, but Master Dao, I am in a state of wandering thoughts and mood swings right now. If you bump into Master Dao, I will suffer the consequences. YUHAO snorted coldly, and with a flash of golden light, he dodged the black bear's sneak attack and grabbed its head with his hand. The next moment, the violent lightning made the black bear's brain boil, and the hair on the top of the giant bear's head turned into the toner exudes bursts of paste fragrance. A circle of yellow soul rings condensed out, releasing a burst of Zhonggong thunder. YUHAO's inner fire subsided, and then he looked at the huge bear in front of him. YUHAO didn't pay attention to the condensed yellow soul ring. At this moment, YUHAO was just observing the quality of the bear's meat. It is rich in nutrition, sweet and warm in taste, and has the effect of tonifying deficiency and strengthening muscles and bones. If it is used as the main ingredient, it has the effects of nourishing qi and blood, strengthening the body, and enhancing cold resistance. Bringing it home is enough to eat for a few days. I have not heard from him for a few days. My mother is probably much more haggard, and the body needs to be replenished. This 100-year-old soul beast is just right. Hence, YUHAO cast the golden light curse, put his palm on the blind bear's forehead, and dragged it towards the White Tiger Duke's mansion. And doing so made the rest of the journey a lot easier. The smell from Xiangxiazi was enough to make most wild animals dare not come to find fault with him, a 10-year-old child. The closer you get to the White Tiger Duke's mansion, the calmer it becomes. YUHAO looked at the buildings in the distance, and Yuan Shen caught a lot of prying eyes. Those are probably the secret guards of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. After all, the White Tiger Duke was once the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, and his abdication later made his reputation even higher. This made the White Tiger Duke's mansion have a transcendent existence in the entire Star Luo Empire. Having a large number of people is naturally a very normal thing. For the sight of these people, YUHAO chose to ignore them for the time being. He is nominally a member of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, so he has no problem returning to the mansion. It's just that the guards looked at HUO YUHAO's expression. They could recognize him, but seeing HUO YUHAO, who was full of blood and full of energy, and even dragged a heavy century-old blind man with one hand, they couldn't help it. Connect the person in front of him with the skinny child who was targeted by his wife for being naked. What's going on? Why can that little bitch come back? The breath is full, walking like flying, what happened to make him reborn? The guards looked at the nurse in front of them, and each had their own thoughts. At this moment, HUO YUHAO dragged Xia Zixiang to the side door, which was where the servants entered and exited. There is still a detour around the main entrance, but HUO YUHAO, as the child of the Duke of White Tiger, has never walked through the main entrance. HUO YUHAO took a deep breath, and at this moment his heart began to agitate again. The gate of the Duke's mansion was kicked open and then all the gates of him were destroyed. Is it that extreme to be irritable? HUO YUHAO subconsciously reflected on himself, and walked into the White Tiger Duke's mansion with one hand holding Xiang Ziazi. There were already some people who knew HUO YUHAO in this place, and when they saw HUO YUHAO for the first time, some of them didn't dare trust your eyes. Is it because I am dazzled? Xiao YUHAO is actually holding the blind bear's forehead in his hand, but at the age of 10, he can easily drag the giant bear that these 2 or 3 people can barely hug. Etc. What's that next to the giant bear? Yellow soul ring. This is actually a century-old spirit beast. This scene was so terrifying that when the gatekeeper looked at HUO YUHAO, his face turned pale for an instant. The brush he was holding in his hand couldn't help but slip off. He only felt a shiver all over his body. It was obviously broad daylight, but he felt the cold air rushing straight up from his feet towards Tianling Gai. At this moment, HUO YUHAO's eyes met with his. This sight made the door official's body become even more rigid, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. HUO YUHAO glanced at him lightly. He had arranged for him to go to the market to buy supplies. This guy probably knew that the carriage would turn over. As expected, was it someone from the White Tiger Duke's mansion who did it to him, kill a 10-year-old child with such means? HUO YUHAO took a deep breath. There seemed to be a thunderstorm flashing in his eyes, and his heart was restless. But in the end, HUO YUHAO suppressed his murderous intention towards these ordinary people, and threw the blind bear everywhere in the open space at the door, and then he looked at the gate officer in front of him with cold eyes. Xiang Gu is good. Or I'll break your leg. P.S. At least 6,000 words per day, please collect it, please ask for anything, new book data is very important, end of this chapter. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. White Tiger Duke's Mansion. In a narrow house, a woman is weaving a piece of clothing. The woman's hands are full of calluses, but she is dexterous between the thread and the rope. She is not very old, but the corners of her eyes are full of wrinkles like the folds of bark, and her beautiful hair has become dry like withered yellow branches and leaves, and a large number of pale hair and whiskers, indicate that the woman's vitality has been overdrawn. Her complexion is pale, her lips are chapped, and her bones are very good looking. If she takes care of herself, she can be regarded as a delicate beauty, but her good looks have been crushed by life. Their faces were full of sorrow, and the 2 of them were like a section of a tree that was about to die, hanging only by its breath. And that breath is her child. She knows that her status is low, but she doesn't care what she does. HUO YUHAO doesn't want to hurt her child, that child is everything in her life, and the child's father is that adult, so she shouldn't follow her. This servant endured hardships, but because he was too weak, the child did not get the Dai family's martial soul. In the past 4 years, HUO YUHAO has aged a lot. She has been stuck in deep self-blame, and now, she can feel that her body has run out of oil, but she can't stop. YUHAO will starve, and the children who stopped will suffer more. Winter is coming soon, so we need to knit a sweater quickly. HUO YUHAO moved a little faster. It seems that such labor can temporarily free her from thinking. But in such a state of trance and concentration, HUO YUHAO suddenly heard a familiar voice, but it seemed that it had passed through 100 years and became a little suffocated. It was no longer ignorant, but a much more mature voice. But no matter how much it changed, she could still recognize that it was her child's voice. Mom. Huo Yuhao never imagined that after 100 years of cultivation, such a sentence could come out of his mouth so naturally. Ugh! Huo Yuner stopped the needle and thread in her hand, and looked towards the door. After seeing Huo Yuhao's white, tender, healthy face, and his body that seemed to have suddenly grown an inch taller, Huo Yuner immediately both a little dazed. The next moment, for some reason, tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes completely unconsciously. Of course he could recognize that this was his child, but how could she not know about the changes happening to Huo Yuhao at this moment? It's like being reborn. In an instant, he changed from a child of a servant to a child of a nobleman. He must have eaten very well recently, and his lips are all shiny. I should be happy for Yuhao, but why? Why do you feel so sad? The woman stretched out her hand in a daze, as if she wanted to touch Huo Yuhao, and saw her hand full of scars and calluses, looking at Huo Yuhao's tender and fair face. A sense of inferiority inadvertently pierced through the depths of her heart spontaneously. She only feels that her child is emitting light, but she has stayed in a dark place for too long, and if she can't touch it, your child will dim the light on him. Thinking of the small, malnourished, and scrawny Yuhao in her hands, and the healthy Yuhao in front of the comparison, Huo Yuner felt like a knife was piercing her heart. His own child. Yuhao was supposed to be like this, he was supposed to be like this, but he suffered for so many years because of his own reasons. Grow taller, grow better, well. Huo Yuner's body trembled slightly, a string in her heart that had been supporting her body suddenly broke. Her body suddenly fell backwards. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao hurriedly stepped forward, held his mother's hand, and quickly used a golden light spell to penetrate his mother's body to regulate and warm her body. The golden light spell of Zhengtian Master's mansion was so profound that it almost instantly gave Huo Yuner a natural blush on her face, and a tenacious vitality surged through her body. Huo Yuhao gently placed his mother on the wooden bed, and held his mother's rough hand. The golden light in his hand kept on adjusting her losses over the years, but the more he adjusted, the more Huo Yuhao could feel the pain his mother suffered. How severe the trauma was! She was too tired, almost all her internal organs were in a state of complete depletion. Normally speaking, ordinary people would have died long ago. Looking at his mother's face that looked like she was in her 60s because she was less than tired, Huo Yuhao fell silent, and almost all the golden light in his body poured into his mother, forming a circle around the sky, allowing his mother to temporarily enter suspended animation state, and then let the golden light nourish and repair her body. After doing this, Huo Yuhao stood up from the bed silently. As soon as this happened, Huo Yuhao felt a teardrop fall from the corner of his eye. And unspeakable emotions were brewing in Huo Yuhao's chest. At this moment, even the most violent heart ape fell silent. Huo Yuhao gently touched the tear stains on his face, and then made a magic seal, condensing a white spot of light and blending into his mother's forehead, completely relaxing his slightly furrowed brows. This is the mantra of nourishing the gods. Have a good night's sleep, mother. When you wake up, everything will be different. Just treat the previous 10 years as a nightmare. Huo Yuhao gently stroked the wrinkles at the corners of his mother's eyes. His eyes gradually softened. It has been 100 years in the realm of cultivation, but even after 100 years, when Huo Yuhao saw his mother again, the moment when the memory surged in his heart and the bloody connection appeared, that momentary touch, made Huo Yuhao understand that what to do next. Ever since, Huo Yuhao once again threw out a spot of light that merged into his mother's forehead. This is no longer the Anshan curse, but the Huangchuan curse. In the world of immortality, after death, people have to pass through the gate of hell and pass through the road of hell. The boundary between Huangchuan Road and Hades is the Huangchuan River. Drinking the Huangchuan water can forget this life and go to the next life. And the effect of this Huangchuan curse is, to forget a person. A man who has made himself and his mother suffer for 10 years, but has always been indifferent to his mother. YUHAO, Duke of the White Tiger. When you wake up this time, mother, you will forget Duke White Tiger and everything about that man. You will start a new life, a happy life. YUHAO looked at the unfinished sweater, picked it up and put it aside, then strode towards the door. At this moment, in the Crimson Palace, that is, the heart ape at the heart position is a little ready to move. It is YUHAO, so it knows what YUHAO is going to do next. Why is there such a smelly blind bear here? And it's a century-old spirit beast? Come on, come on. Someone send this thing to the kitchen for them to deal with. The young master just happened to be back. Hurry up and get rid of this bear. Cut off the bear's paw and arrange to make some soup for the young master to try. A manager who didn't know the situation wandered to the side door, and seeing the xiangxiazi who had been thrown there, the yellow soul ring gradually dissipating, he thought it was the food that some master soulmaster in the house killed, and threw it on the ground. It's never been dealt with here. But after he finished saying this, the guard in charge of the gate was a little sweaty on his face. He remembered YUHAO who had changed his appearance before, and remembered what he said before, and immediately stepped forward to obstruct him. Brother Gu, Brother Gu. You can't do it. There's a reason for this blind bear. You see, there's been a rat plague recently. I'm afraid of the impact, and it's miserable, so some adults killed a soul beast and put it here. Why didn't I know about the recent rat plague? The steward surnamed Gu frowned. How dare you come to stop me? I think the meat of this bear is fresh and tender. It must have died not long ago, and there is no too much trauma. The meat is of excellent quality and the year is suitable. The young master cooks a dish. Why is it that the young master told you to put this bear here? The gate officer was dumbfounded at this moment, and the young master was naturally talking about the second son of the White Tiger Duke. Compared with the eldest son, this young master's talent is even more outstanding, and he has always been praised as a jewel in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. It can be said that as long as he is Madame Behu will not stop any requests that are not excessive. Normally, when these words come out, the guards naturally dare not stop them. But just now, he thought of YUHAO who made his hair stand on end, and recalled the words about breaking his leg, and instinctively felt that those words were not scaring him, so he did this. An excited man stepped forward to stop him. But now. Then send it to the kitchen. An immature-sounding but inexplicably mature voice sounded, and the door officer was relieved immediately, but Guanxi was also puzzled when he heard this voice. This kind of calm but confident voice is indeed reserved for high-ranking people. But the voice sounds immature. Could it be the young master's friend? Gu Guanxi guessed and turned around quickly, but the person who appeared in front of him, seeing the changes in this person, Gu Guanxi only felt that the world was a little unreal. The concubine of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, YUHAO. Of course, Guanxi knew the child they had discussed secretly, the bastard son of Duke Behu and a maid. If the Duke of Behu has been sitting at home, even if this child is not a legitimate son, according to the Duke's character of emphasizing love and righteousness, he will definitely be valued and can cultivate that kind of nobility, but the Duke of Behu is away all the year round, and there is Mrs. Behu at home. Take control, and Mrs. White Tiger. Under normal circumstances, the Duchess Behu's natal family is powerful and she has 2 gifted children. Logically speaking, as a big wife, she doesn't need to care about a bastard at all. But, the Duke was away from home for many years because of the war, and the Duchess had to vent her resentment on the family's concubine and maid YUHAO. She bullied her openly and secretly for 10 years, and even arranged the carriage before. Something is wrong. That carriage didn't make this kid fall, but it felt like it made him reborn. But at this place, at this time, before Gu Guanxi's heart could turn upside down, YUHAO's eyes were on everything. Guardian! Boom! A loud noise resounded, and the nearby hidden guards were all shocked. Looking at them, they were surprised to find that the young YUHAO took a step forward at this moment. The loud noise just now seemed to be caused by this step, because YUHAO's feet at this moment, the blue bricks on the ground exploded outwards, centering on YUHAO's feet, forming terrifying gaps like spider webs. It's hard to imagine how powerful this fall was. At least in front of YUHAO, Gu Guanxi felt his world turned upside down. His body was uncontrollable and he sat on the ground in a panic. You tell the back kitchen to make soup with bear meat and send it to where I live. If not. YUHAO looked down at Guanxi Gu, who was lying on the ground. With a flick of his hand, YUHAO threw out a simple-looking dagger, and easily pierced into the green brick in front of Guanxi Gu. At this moment, Gu Guanxi's face was pale after all, and there was no trace of blood. The cold sweat on his back had already wet his clothes, and he looked at YUHAO in front of him with constricted pupils. Although he was young and YUHAO was not as tall as an adult, but Gu Guanxi could clearly feel that YUHAO was exuding an indescribably terrifying murderous aura. It was like scraping his body piece by piece with a blunt knife, making him go through hell, and next, YUHAO's words made him tremble even more. When I come back this time, every injustice has its owner. Tell me, where is Daihui Bin? YUHAO said coldly. End of this chapter. Chapter 4: The Change of Attitude of the White Tiger Guards. Chapter 4: The Change of Attitude of the White Tiger Guards. Tell me where Daihui Bin is. Gu Guanxi told YUHAO tremblingly that Daihui Bin might be practicing in the martial arts arena now, so YUHAO didn't continue to frighten him and walked towards the martial arts arena, while Gu Guanxi also scrambled to escape. Everyone didn't dare to stay at this moment, and left in a hurry. Only a simple dagger stood quietly on the ground. Just now YUHAO actually threw it casually without any effort, but even so, the knife thrown on the ground still pierced the hard green brick with ease, just like it was inserted into tofu. It's not an ordinary weapon. It has strange lines carved on it, which seem to be able to enhance the energy called soul power in this world. Soul guidance. This thing is similar to the method of a weapon refiner in the world of immortality. They use some special materials and pattern formations to create some tools with special effects. Some soul tools may have some effect, but this knife really can't catch YUHAO's eyes. Just throw it away, nothing to worry about. However, after YUHAO threw the knife, YUHAO suddenly felt some white tiger guards hiding in the dark around him, and his aura became chaotic for a moment. What's happening here? YUHAO didn't know, but there was another reason for YUHAO to throw away this knife, that is, YUHAO found this knife in the box that his mother had been taking care of all the time, and it was probably related to the White Tiger Duke. And now that YUHAO had made his mother forget the Duke of White Tiger, it would be useless to keep this thing. After getting information about Daihui Bin's location, YUHAO left this place. However, after YUHAO left, the atmosphere in this area became more and more dignified. A figure teleported in front of the ancient dagger in a trance, and solemnly pulled out the dagger. 7 soul rings flashed on his body. He was a soul sage, and this soul sage only appeared at this moment because of the dagger that YUHAO threw on the ground. Picking it up, soul sage narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. After observing some fine dark lines on the blade, he solemnly said to the surroundings, "There is a secret message left by the Duke. This is the White Tiger dagger." In an instant, figures appeared one by one. All of them were surrounded by at least 5 spirit rings, and there was even an old man who already had 8 spirit rings and was in the realm of Contra. The old man stretched out his hand silently, and let the knife known as the White Tiger dagger fly into his hand. He didn't need to look at it, but his soul power surged. After feeling the special light of this soul guide, he had already recognized it. The identity of this knife. This is indeed the White Tiger dagger that the Duke used as a token in his early years. The old man's tone was a little low, and black air was rolling around his body. Once someone takes out this knife and tells the White Tiger's personal guards where to fight, even the guards will not hesitate at all, but now when this knife appears in front of their eyes, HUO YUHAO treats it like throwing garbage, throwing it out like throwing it away. The Duke had never met HUO YUHAO, so it was impossible for him to give HUO YUHAO this dagger. There is only one possibility: this dagger was given to Mrs. HUO, and YUHAO deliberately left them to guard at home this time, not just for defense. Another point may be to let them become Mrs. HUO's help, let Madame be able to gain a foothold in Duke Beihu's house. But because of Mrs. HUO's strict management and tenacious temperament, the White Tiger dagger has never been exposed for so many years. As a result, they did not know that the White Tiger dagger was in Mrs. HUO's hands. For all these years, the White Tiger Duchess has coldly watched Mrs. HUO's exclusion. Originally they thought that HUO YUNER was just an unnamed maid who was lucky enough to get into the Duke's bed and was pregnant with a child. Whether the child in her womb was the Duke's child would depend on the awakening of the martial soul at the age of 6. At the age of 6, HUO YUHAO not awakening the White Tiger martial soul made them believe in some rumors even more, and they were even more indifferent and even disgusted with HUO YUHAO's mother and son. The Duke never mentioned HUO YUNER as a woman, which made the guards feel that HUO YUNER was irrelevant. But I didn't expect that Duke White Tiger would pay so much attention to Mrs. HUO, even gave her the White Tiger dagger, and they, who were supposed to support Mrs. HUO in the past 10 years, were actually watching with cold eyes. They failed in their duty, and he has been derelict of his duties for 10 years. This thought made them pale instantly, and the other White Tiger guards also moved instantly. They quickly divided into 3 groups. One group went to Mrs. HUO's residence, one group went to the back kitchen, and the other group followed quickly. HUO YUHAO was on his way to the practice room. Why are these guys following me? They didn't get together just now. It seemed that the leader was yelling at him, but now they are following me. Could it be that they are going to kill themselves directly in the mansion? HUO YUHAO's soul had already sensed their approach. HUO YUHAO had actually known for a long time that the carriage crashed because someone in the Duke's mansion wanted to kill him, but now that a group of people were approaching, HUO YUHAO couldn't help but guess whether they were planning to kill him directly in the mansion. With a drop of lightning flashing in his hand calmly, he now openly told everyone that he was going to trouble Dai Huabin. If they dared to attack and kill him while he was teaching Dai Huabin a lesson, HUO YUHAO's face also turned cold. Then don't fucking live. I came to this world to kill, kill, kill. Why are there so many shit relationships? Just kill, kill. Vigorous. Come 1, I'll kill 1. Come 10, I'll kill 1. 100. Come 100 and I will kill 1 million. Let the blood flow like a river. Sacrifice the cranium with the skull. Sacrifice the blood god. The monkey roared at this moment. Shut up, heart ape. HUO YUHAO rubbed his temples with a headache. His heart was too violent, like a devil. But perhaps it is also due to HUO YUHAO himself. In HUO YUHAO's subconscious mind, if it wasn't for the fact that he was able to cultivate his life, he would probably have dealt with the entire Duke's mansion with a slap after saving his mother. It's really too extreme. It's probably the mind of the ape again. HUO YUHAO shook his head, but if he really dared to bully the small with the big, HUO YUHAO would tell him what it means to bully the small with the big. After the primordial spirit came out of the body, HUO YUHAO's semi-immortal level primordial spirit could use whatever methods he wanted. Later, I will seal myself and stuff it back into my body. Although it may delay my practice for a few years, I have just started to practice, so it doesn't matter. HUO YUHAO was not in a hurry and walked slowly, but soon HUO YUHAO discovered that these people who followed him didn't seem to be here to kill him. They even came to help him and started moving quickly. Before HUO YUHAO arrived, they were solving many obstacles so that HUO YUHAO could approach the martial arts arena unimpeded. This can't help but make HUO YUHAO a little surprised. Could it be that these White Tiger's personal guards have seen that they have suddenly become very strong, so they admit their identity as the son of the White Tiger Duke? Maybe so. HUO YUHAO doesn't care, as long as no one messes with him. He has murderous intentions now, and his heart is haunted, and he is very angry. If anyone dares to hit his muzzle at this time, the consequences will be very serious. It's better to let him go safely. Go to Yanwu Hall. At this moment, in the martial arts hall, a beautiful pink fox cub was pitifully locked and unable to move on the ground. It let out a heartwarming cry of a cub. A blonde child was squatting next to it and stretched out his hand slightly, but he didn't mean to. Instead of saving it, he pulled out the knife and stabbed the fox cub in the neck. Is this what carnage feels like? Dai Huabin licked the fresh blood splattered on his mouth. He was very precocious. He knew that people have to be ruthless since he was a child. Only when you are ruthless will others respect you. Dai Huabin knows that killing small animals is not a skill, but killing people is a skill. I'm going to try killing a few people. Dai Huabin was talking to himself. It was hard to imagine that such words could be said by a child under 10 years old, and YUHAO, who had just entered the martial arts arena, naturally heard such words. Kill, do you dare? YUHAO said so, and at this moment Dai Huabin looked at YUHAO and frowned. He had never seen YUHAO in his memory. After a quick observation, Dai Huabin found that the clothes on YUHAO's body were very poor, similar to the clothes worn by his servants. His brows were even more frowning, and he even became angry. Are you mocking me, you bastard? I'm going to kill you right now. Dai Huabin pulled out the bloody knife, and a trace of a tiger appeared on his body. A king character appeared on his forehead, and a yellow soul ring appeared, making his face look even colder and sinister as he walked towards YUHAO. How have ordinary people of the same age seen this kind of scene? When Dai Huabin twisted off a bird's head and let blood spurt out, a child 2 years older than him was so frightened that he cried. But now, since he was still carrying a knife, most of his peers would probably be too frightened to move. However, Dai Huabin found that YUHAO in front of him had no such emotions at all, but his expression became more and more flat, and he raised a finger. Kill me? Humph! You are a born evil kid from the Beihude family. I will destroy you with my own hands. YUHAO suddenly reached out to grab Dai Huabin. At this moment, Dai Huabin's eyes suddenly burst into cold murderous intent. He saw blood just now, and he had a sharp weapon in his hand to strengthen his courage. The knife in Dai Huabin's hand almost went straight to YUHAO's neck. Without holding anything back at all, Dai Huabin's move was a killer move. And at this moment, YUHAO seemed to be reaching out to grab Dai Huabin's head like a clumsy child. This also made Dai Huabin laugh quietly in his heart. How stupid! But even so, he did not stop, but the strength in his hand was even stronger. When the dagger was about to touch YUHAO's neck, morbid excitement began to appear on Dai Huabin's face. He was precocious since he was a child, and he knew that his family's achievements would be made on the battlefield, where people would kill, and he was about to be beheaded like everyone else in the barracks. Although it is just the head of a peer, but this is the first step of his maturity, Dai Huabin thought so. But unfortunately, the surging blood that was imagined did not appear. A golden light blocked the dagger, which made Dai Huabin stunned for a moment, and the next moment, YUHAO had grabbed Dai Huabin's head. A burst of strange force broke out. YUHAO ruthlessly pulled Dai Huabin's hair and smashed his face to the ground. Boom! The bridge of the nose touches the ground first. The child's nose bone was relatively fragile, and it fractured in an instant. Immediately afterwards, YUHAO stepped hard on the back of Dai Huabin's head, reached out and grabbed the hand holding the dagger of Dai Huabin, and forcefully broke it back. Kaka! There was a tragic cry like a pig being slaughtered in the martial arts arena. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 There is a way to kill. Chapter 5 There is a way to kill. After breaking an arm, YUHAO didn't stop. He stepped on Dai Huabin's other hand, crushed his phalanx bit by bit with precise force under his foot. When my mother was walking on the road carrying a large basin of clothes, the White Tiger Duchess ordered her son Dai Huabin to go up and bump into her mother on purpose. The mother has been working hard for many years, and her body is not as good as before. The child's impact also caused her body to fall to the ground in an instant, and she couldn't even get up for a while. But for the situation in front of her, the young Daihuabin showed extraordinarily indifferent. "Since you are indifferent, prepare me to suffer the consequences." Daihuabin was so painful that he was on the verge of fainting, but YUHAO threw out a heart-cleaning spell, which made him wake up immediately and began to savor the indescribable pain all over his body at this moment. There is an injustice in a debtor. YUHAO kicked Daihuabin hard in the kidneys, causing him to foam at the mouth in an instant. Zhang Gongqi penetrated into his body, and the inner anger of Yang Xiang disturbed Daihuabin in an instant. Pure yin balances the kidney energy. Seeing that you are still young, and you are arrogant and domineering because of someone's connivance, I will only deprive you of 50 years of inhumane status. As for the White Tiger Duchess who indulged you, I will come to collect the debt on her in 5 years. YUHAO kicked Daihuabin hard between his legs again. In an instant, Daihuabin's eyes almost burst out of their sockets. Bloodshot eyes were covered with blood for a while, and his whole eyes seemed to be dyed red. Average. The pain had made him unable to hear what YUHAO was saying at all. He only felt pain all over his body, but his consciousness was extremely clear at this moment. But the next moment, YUHAO kicked 2 of Daihuabin's thigh bones, and then punched him hard on the head, which made Daihuabin completely faint. In fact, this is also a kind of relief. Looking around, YUHAO's primordial spirit discovered that the White Tiger guards actually knew that he was torturing Daihuabin inside, but they didn't choose to jump out to stop him, but instead surrounded the place to prevent anyone from entering. This is also the reason why Daihuabin's miserable pig-killing cry did not attract the Soul Kings and Soul Emperors in the mansion. Could it be that these White Tiger guards saw the changes in me and were ready to bet on themselves? What a pity! Even if you change your attitude towards me now, I will definitely not stay in the Duke's mansion. 5 years later, when he went to the Duke's mansion again, YUHAO was going to settle all entanglements with the Duchess at that time. This is YUHAO's choice to get along with Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan is like a grandson monkey, extremely ferocious, restless, always wanting to turn back on his master, trying to release all the evil thoughts in YUHAO's body. It's okay to face Daihuabin, this guy just bullied his former self and his mother under the instigation and hint of his mother. Abandoning him for 50 years can only be regarded as karma. And 5 years later, when his life practice is strong enough, YUHAO will formally break through the gate of the Duke's mansion, drag out the White Tiger Duchess and ask her to repay all the karma. This is the right approach. What Xin Yuan thought before was too extreme. YUHAO exhaled a piece of fresh air. After deposing Daihuabin, he felt much better for a while, and even the golden light curse, which he practiced with his life, improved a little. It seemed that he had taken the first step in honing his heart ape. YUHAO looked at the monkey head in his current heart, shrunk in the Crimson Palace with satisfaction. The monkey now is obviously not as manic as before. Was tempered a bit, hugged into a ball and remained motionless. With such practice, within a year, I should be able to completely subdue Xin Yuan. Looking at the mental ape inside, YUHAO thought like this. But, the facts are hard to predict. YUHAO seemed to have sensed something, and his body became stiff for a moment. At this moment, Yuan Shen keenly grasped a strange thing, that is, suddenly, a force descended from the sky, and now it actually wanted to take his mother's soul away. What's the point? Could it be that there is also a hell in this world, and when the lifespan is approaching, you have to be seduced and leave? It's just that his mother was just sealed by him with a golden light spell and fell into a state of suspended animation to recuperate. How could it be that her life was approaching? Is someone targeting his mother's soul? After figuring this out, the monkey that was curled up in YUHAO's Crimson Palace opened its eyes in an instant, and its whole body began to blaze with flames. YUHAO sat down cross-legged almost instantly, and a little man rushed out from between YUHAO's eyebrows. At this moment, the entire world began to flash thunderstorms crazily. The little person who flew out from the center of YUHAO's eyebrows expanded rapidly from the moment he came out, and then changed into the appearance of YUHAO when he grew up. The primordial spirit is out of the body. The primordial spirit at the half-immortal level really came to this world at this moment. In a daze, the entire Duke's mansion fell into a kind of silence. At this moment, everyone found that they could no longer move. It was as if the surrounding space had frozen, and the existences in the Duke's mansion who thought they were powerful were terrified. At this moment, they found that the cultivation they were originally proud of was powerless, and they were as weak as ants that could not move on the ground. What a horrifying scene this was, being dominated by someone who had no ability to resist. This was a crushing, abyss-like gap, and this gap did not even allow them to resist. What's happening here? Could it be that a limit Douluo came to the Duke's mansion? But in fact, the existence that caused all of this is much nobler than the ultimate Douluo they knew. In the White Tiger Duke's mansion, at the center of the thunderstorm, YUHAO was surrounded by colorful lightning at this moment. That is actually not thunder, but the rules of the collapse of this world. After the tribulation period, the ordinary world can no longer bear the existence of immortals, so it is said to enter the gate of heaven and go to the fairy world, but in YUHAO's opinion, the Douluo continent is simply too weak compared to the world of cultivating immortals. YUHAO, who was in the state of soul, was no longer bound by the mental ape at this moment. Looking at the light that led his mother away, YUHAO snorted coldly and took action instantly, blocking the secrets of this world, and then removed his mother's soul from then go to the brilliance to save it, and then send it back to the body. With a slight flick of his hand, YUHAO put his own body and his mother's body together with a defensive method, and then YUHAO's entire soul rushed into the guiding glow, taking the place of his mother. As soon as he entered this glow, YUHAO felt a kind of power from the upper realm. Of course, this feeling is that compared to Douluo continent, the power to take away his mother comes from another more powerful world. That world seems to be in a subordinate relationship with this world, just like the world of cultivating immortals and the world of immortals. After realizing this, YUHAO couldn't help but laughed angrily. You must know that in the previous world, the iron law of the immortal world was, immortals are not allowed to interfere with the world of cultivation. As a result, the upper realm beings in the world of Douluo continent are able to capture their souls in the Douluo continent at will. YUHAO, who is in the semi-immortal realm, can be said to be invincible in this world, but YUHAO is not prepared to interfere in this world. He is just prepared to live in this world and quietly carry out his own life cultivation. But in the end, he was just a bigger ant in a land of ignorance. He dared to interfere in the lower world like this. Maybe he already regarded this world as his own plaything. Deist, I want to see what kind of bastard you are. How dare you dare to attack a mortal in this world? With a cold face, YUHAO rushed out of the planet following this soul-drawing ray, and headed towards a world that is connected to Douluo continent and gathered by a kind of pure energy. But at this moment, in the upper world of Douluo continent, a place called God Realm, a man suddenly opened his eyes. See God, Tang-san. A bright purple flashed in his pupils. Looking into the distance, there was a ray of light flying towards him. It was the backhand he arranged earlier, but he didn't expect it to be triggered directly today. Are there any variables? YUHAO's mother should have 11 years to live after giving birth to YUHAO, the new son of destiny. This was already calculated by me, but why did she fall into a near-death state a year earlier? And letting YUHAO live alone may affect his follow-up plans. He is the son of destiny in the Douluo continent for 1 year. He has a high chance of becoming a god, but he needs to be controlled by himself. Growing up independently, it is estimated that the personality will reverse and change, and it is not easy to control. It's better to send his mother's soul back, treat her for a while, and wait for a year before picking it up. After YUHAO successfully becomes a god, then everything will come to an end, and mother and son will be able to meet again. In this way, plus some other methods of his own, YUHAO will only be grateful to himself in the end, because he not only helped him become a god, but also let him become a god. After the mother and son meet each other, such a great kindness can be guaranteed it will become its own side to help. Thinking in this way in his heart, Tang San shot out a ray of light, ready to send back the spirit that came. But at this moment, a figure suddenly separated from the distant glow, and rushed to Tang San in an instant. A hand grabbed his face brazenly. The speed was so fast that Tang San didn't even fully react. He only had time to suddenly use his Tang clan's unique purple extreme magic pupil, and after raising his mental power and divine power, he saw a fluttering Taoist robe in a daze. Looking at the shapes of yin-yang fish and bagua, a word suddenly exploded in Tang San's mind. There is an intruder. Is it a fairy? The immortal was a legendary figure he knew in his previous life, but now Tang San had become a god king in the god realm, and he no longer had much respect or admiration for the immortal. Purple light flashed in his pupils, and he was about to use his powerful mental power to see who was trying to attack him, at the same time control all the situation at the moment. Raising his head, spiritual power spewed out from his eyes. This trick was tried and tested for Tang San. Almost all enemies would feel headaches when facing Tang San with his purple magic pupil. But today, he encountered a Mount Tai. The fierce purple light rushing out of the pupils was completely absorbed by a pair of Tai Chi pupils. The Ziji demon eye practiced by Tang San can absorb the purple ons at the dawn of the world, thereby sharpening his spiritual power. Through practicing day after day, Tang San's spiritual power is very powerful, among the gods. Can even be regarded as one of the best. But at this moment, all the light in Tang San's eyes was suppressed. Humph! Even the light of the early morning dares to fight for the glory of the bright sun. In an instant, Tang San saw a majestic and endless divine sword slamming down towards him. Poof! In an instant, Tang San's eyes seemed to be split open, blood spurted out, and the five senses also burst out with blood at this moment. As soon as HUO YUHAO grabbed it, the 9 long swords with spiritual power gathered beside HUO YUHAO. There are 3 great secrets in Zhengtian Master's mansion: Golden Light Mantra, 5 Thunder Methods, and Swordsmanship. How representative are the first 2, the Golden Light Curse that points directly at the Dao, the 5 Thunders that can be invincible with half of the Thunder Method, but the last Swordsmanship seems ordinary, but yes, no one dares to underestimate it. How many immortals are there in the world? There are countless people who use swords, but the swordsmanship of Tian Shifu can still be called a unique skill with the Golden Light Curse. It is naturally unpredictable, and there are not many people in Tian Shifu who can practice swordsmanship to a high level. But very little doesn't mean none. The second generation direct disciple of Tianchi Mansion No. 40, HUO YUHAO, a Yuan Shen monk, entered Taoism with the Tianchi Mansion heart sword. The knife cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. As a half-immortal cultivator in the comprehension world, how could he not have the means to attack? The heart sword is one of the best swordsmanship in the Tianchi Mansion, and HUO YUHAO has mastered this technique even more. He used this sword to leapfrog and kill the immortals in the sky during the tribulation period. This sword specializes in the soul, and wounds cannot be healed. Under normal circumstances, HUO YUHAO would not use this spell lightly unless he was facing some magic cultivator. But now this man in front of him actually dared to cross borders and snatch his soul, and even used his mother's head. There is a way to kill. HUO YUHAO's revenge is the last thing I can't hold back, and HUO YUHAO's mother is still in the god realm, so it's clear that HUO YUHAO's life has been arranged clearly. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Day O Lord, I understand. Chapter 6 Day O Lord, I understand. 5 flying swords spread out and pierced the ground in a sword array posture. The other 4 followed HUO YUHAO, and took one casually. HUO YUHAO grabbed the head of the man in front of him again, and with the sword light slashing, one arm of the opponent was pierced by the heart sword. It fell down easily. Tang San's body, which was struck by the heart sword, did not change much on the surface, but there was only one arm whose soul was ripped out by the heart sword. Then it turned into a ball and was put into HUO YUHAO's robe. But at the moment when the severe pain hit, Tang San's face became ferocious, trying to dodge, and at the same time he said loudly, Senior, wait, there may be a misunderstanding between us. What misunderstanding can there be? Just because you are stronger than the people in the lower world, you dare to act recklessly and wantonly steal people's souls. How dare you claim to be a god in a being like you? Let me tell you, you are a bitch, you are hitting the Tao Master with my gun. Got it? Forcibly searching for the soul. Senior misunderstood. I just feel that there is a lucky person in the lower realm. I want to form a good relationship with him and protect his mother's soul. Do you want to be tough when this guy is about to die? Make a good relationship with him to protect his mother's soul? Then why didn't you make a good relationship with him earlier? Die for me. After hearing this guy's words, YUHAO's eyes flashed even more ferocious murderous intent. At this moment, Tang San didn't know that the man of great luck he was talking about was right in front of him, so the words he said were telling YUHAO that someone had been plotting against him since he was born. In the final analysis, it's for you to better control that person. After all, if a person's life is already very happy, if you help him, the help will be irrelevant. But if you make him live a very difficult life, then give it to him. A little bit of rescue is like a great gift. You guy is calculating people's hearts. Why do you want to make such a stupid reason to make yourself as pure as ice and jade? YUHAO grabbed Tang San's hair, punched him fiercely in the face, then raised his sword, ready to chop off his other arm. And at this time, after discovering that words could no longer solve the problem, Tang San, who was suddenly attacked, frantically mobilized a thing hidden in his body due to his strong desire to survive. That's a key. The key to controlling the center of the divine world. This key can mobilize all the power contained in the God realm. Tang San was teleported to the core of the God realm in an instant, and YUHAO frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Unexpectedly, he could actually mobilize the power of the whole world to break free from his own hands, and YUHAO realized that he had been marked, and in an instant, countless malice came to his face. These malice emanated from every plant and tree in the whole world. In other words, all the power of the entire God realm, including the rules, began to be mobilized, suppress and target YUHAO as an intruder. At this moment, YUHAO felt a bit of pressure. The half-immortal's cultivation began to be suppressed desperately, and chains of different laws wrapped around YUHAO's body. After breaking free with a little force, in addition to exploding with a burst of colorful divine light, these chains quickly wrapped around YUHAO, relying on the power of this world. Apart from destroying this world or consuming all the power of this world, otherwise this kind of suppression it will always exist in your body. But, so what? YUHAO suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, his pupils flashing with lightning. Countless figures had just begun to appear on the clouds in the sky. They had more or less achieved a certain law. In other words, the sky, all the figures among them are the so-called gods in this world. Weak or strong, but numerous. The first thing Tang San did when he returned to the center of the God realm was to notify all the gods in the God realm. There was an invader surrendering, and the gods were extremely surprised, but at the same time they came to the sky in front of YUHAO without stopping, one after another, figures more and more. A burst of war drums sounded, and the army of the God realm gathered and appeared above the clouds in front of YUHAO at this moment. How did I see this posture in the book? YUHAO instantly recalled an allusion from a book he saw in the Tianqi mansion called Journey to the West that was related to training the mental ape. It tells the story of a monkey-headed man who was destined to be immortal. He had an angular body and was unstoppable. He went to heaven and caused havoc in the heaven. He was named the Monkey King, the Monkey King. He had one man and one stick. He fought alone against hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers. He was so arrogant that he was suppressed in the aftermath. At the foot of Wuzi Mountain 500 years ago, forced to escort a monk to the west, he went through 9 tribulations and obtained the true scripture. And now, how is my situation similar to that in the book when the monkey grandson made a big disturbance in the heavenly palace? All the gods in this world are gathering, and the whole world is full of malice and oppression towards him. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals. YUHAO looked at the sky and couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. The hard ape is one. He didn't expect that he had to polish the hard ape before, but he didn't expect that he would face the same situation as the monkey. Even if he was able to retreat completely, in order to study his life and practice, wouldn't he have to self-appoint himself as a cultivator and return to his physical body? How is this different from Monkey Son, who was crushed under the Five Elements mountain? YUHAO sensed the assembled heavenly soldiers and generals, and the killing intent in his heart slowly gathered. Especially when I learned that I might become a monkey next. YUHAO even felt next to his ears. There was a voice clamoring for YUHAO to leave the physical body in the room alone. Wouldn't it be unscrupulous to act in this world directly in the state of primordial spirit? Isn't it? There is a voice in my soul hinting at me. Hard ape. YUHAO's face changed slightly, and he instantly looked inside and saw a majestic figure in the center of his soul. He was holding a golden hoop, wearing a purple gold crown with phoenix wings, wearing chain-locked gold armor, and walking on lotus root silk. Walking on the clouds, waving the Ruyi golden cudgel, the Monkey King is preparing to cause havoc in the heavenly palace. The hard ape has never disappeared. As long as YUHAO's physical body exists for a moment, it will not disappear. At this moment, the monkey looked into YUHAO's eyes, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, intense white electric light sprayed out from YUHAO's side. This is Yang Wu Lei, Zhang Gong Lei, half-immortal level Zhang Gong Lei. This was originally a power that Yuan Shen monks could not master. This is the power of Zenyuan, and Zenyuan is YUHAO himself, but now Zenyuan has taken out his own power and lent it to YUHAO. His purpose is naturally to let YUHAO use Zhang Gong Lei and the original half-immortal heart sword to turn this god realm upside down, tell YUHAO not to care about his life and practice, and tempt YUHAO to kill all the gods in this god realm, and then take it as his own, just like the monkey head who only wanted to be the Jade Emperor. It is true. YUHAO can also feel that this world has a little bit of wonder. It connects many worlds and carries a kind of power to create the world. If it can be refined, it must be a top-level cave. If you understand the mystery, it will be easy to become an immortal. With this power, you can travel through the turbulent flow of time and space, and then return to the world of cultivating immortals with the help of the Celestial Master's method. This is completely worth it. Even if you care about your mother, you can take her into this blessed land of cave heaven and bring her back to the world of immortality to enjoy the blessings. Xin Yuan said even more earnestly, is it possible that you will continue to proclaim yourself a cultivator and return to that tattered body? Don't be kidding me. Sun Hao was forcibly suppressed under Wuzi Mountain for 500 years. How can I press myself for 500 years? Think about your senior brother, think about your junior brother, think about your master. Aren't they worried if you can't survive the disaster? Yup. Taking life to practice can only be said to be a whim of my own. Now that I have discovered this god realm, I can refine it into a cave of heaven and earth, help myself become an immortal and bring my mother back to the world of cultivating immortals. I can see my brothers and sisters. And master. And many more. A light flashed in YUHAO's eyes, and the wanton Zhang Gonglei on his body was instantly put away. Under the bewildered expression, YUHAO seemed to have figured out something for a moment, and then suddenly burst out laughing. So that's it. That's it. Ha ha ha. Deist, I've realized it. Deist, I've realized it. There was no concealment in the sound of the laughter. YUHAO laughed loudly under the eyes of hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals. Listening to his words, all the gods in the god realm seemed a little strangely silent at this moment. 100,000 heavenly soldiers have already laid a dragnet, but right here, in a place where they think there is nowhere to escape, there is a madman who is laughing loudly. What did you realize? Zenyuan blankly asked the question that appeared in the minds of everyone present at the moment. It's very simple. Because of your reminder, I suddenly remembered a sentence from my master, the great is simple. YUHAO looked at the heavenly soldiers and generals in the sky with some amusement. Our practice in the world of immortality is to point to the Dao, and what is the Dao? It is the soul and the body. It is the great God Pangu who created the world. Because of you, when you used my primordial body to use Zhonggong Lei just now, something was wrong with me. My body was transformed into a soul. In fact, there is no real flesh and blood entity, let alone Zhonggong, but you can freely use Zhonggong Lei at the half-immortal level. Do you know what that means? YUHAO looked at the bewildered face of Sun Hao in his Yuan Shen, and couldn't help but laugh loudly again. It means that the cultivation of life and the cultivation of Yuan Shen are actually for the common purpose of pointing to the Great Road. There is no difference between them at all. But the focus is different. If one's life is cultivated to a high level, isn't the primordial spirit powerful? You can also rely on the method to burn mountains and boil the sea. If the primordial spirit has been cultivated to a high level, it can also carry mountains. Even with the help of you, a hard ape, I in the state of primordial spirit, you can directly use the Crimson Palace thunder that can only be cultivated by cultivating your life. I realized that the reason for the divergence of the two roads is that people have limited energy and can only go one way first, but when this road reaches a high level, it is impossible to turn back if you want to take the other road. But now I do it all over again. I was able to walk both paths at the same time. Didn't I realize what this is? YUHAO stretched out his hand with joy and patted the dazed monkey in his primordial spirit. Also, you're wrong, it's not me who will be suppressed for the next 500 years, but you, the monkey grandson. But in order to step onto the road, I have to work harder for you. YUHAO said with a smile. Sun Haozi was panicked at this moment. He could feel his power is declining level by level. From the incomparable Monkey King, he immediately fell back to the ordinary stubborn monkey, and this decline in body strength immediately made him anxious all over. You can't take away my power. Without me, you wouldn't be able to use the half-immortal level Zhonggong Lei. Who said I can't use it? YUHAO raised his hand and looked at the thunder that was overflowing from his hand. Do you think that I just realized a truth? I have memorized all the process of your energy movement just now, and then let me, with my soul body, Mesogenesis has a solid heart and lungs, but Yang Wulei just uses the heart fire to receive the golden lung energy. YUHAO grabbed his palm and condensed a Dao sword completely composed of thunderstorms in his hand, then looked at the sky full of gods. Going back with only this celestial method is a shame for my chance to live again. Well, monkey, you will be suppressed soon, and now is the time to finally be able to act recklessly and make trouble in the heavenly palace. Newcomers and new books ask for support. Please support, Omega. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 The 5 Pure Elemental Gods, Take It Directly as a Sword Spirit. Chapter 7 The 5 Pure Elemental Gods, Take It Directly as a Sword Spirit. At this moment, YUHAO's whole body was filled with lightning, and he rushed towards the gods in the sky. The terrifying and monstrous aura, with its strong murderous aura, gives people the feeling of being almost indestructible. At this moment, the gods and soldiers holding the battle in the sky could not help but show a hint of fear on their faces. No, this outsider is able to maintain this kind of combat power that almost exceeds the level of the main god even when he is strongly repelled, suppressed, or even sealed by the god realm center. His true strength may even be more difficult than the dragon god back then. The third-class gods are almost useless here. Quickly, let the third-class gods take all the soldiers to set up an enchantment around them. Limit the battle site here, and don't let the intruders escape at the same time. The other gods will meet the enemy with me. A man in a purple robe with a scepter in his hand stared coldly at YUHAO, who was rushing towards them while braving thunder. He quickly issued an order. It indicates that he is at the level of a god king in this world. His body exudes an almost conceptual aura of destruction, and he is the god of destruction, one of the 5 members of the God Realm Committee who is in charge of the God Realm and maintains rules and order. He is created by the purest destructive energy in the universe. Condensed, one of the oldest existences in the God realm. His existence is already the peak combat power in the entire God realm, so he is naturally qualified to command other gods. And in the distance, there is a woman in green clothes, standing on the ground quietly watching that peerless battle. It seems that he does not seem to have any intention of participating in it, but the 9 halos shining behind her indicate her it's not as simple as it looks. Yes. The other gods quickly followed the orders of the god of destruction and began to act. Now that foreign enemies were invading, they naturally had to obey the arrangements of the strongest. After this order, the god of destruction was also the first to rush out to confront YUHAO, who was rioting with thunder at this moment. The two clashed in an instant, and YUHAO could clearly feel that the Yang Wu Lei Dao sword in his hand was completely disintegrated and annihilated the moment it touched the energy of the god of destruction. The aura contained in the opponent's body seems to be the most quintessential destructive force in this universe. Relatively speaking, it is still a little bit tricky, so YUHAO didn't continue to confront him head-on, and flew towards the ground with the help of his strength, and then seemed to be preparing to fly to the ground with the help of low-altitude flight. Flee away. Humph. Want to escape? The god of destruction naturally snorted and chased after him without hesitation. He could feel that the whole world was extremely uncomfortable for YUHAO because this world would not help him, an intruder, or even completely suppress him. But for himself, all the endless power in the god realm gathered on him desperately. This was the method of Tang San, the sea god sitting in the center of the god realm. Although the god of destruction was at odds with him, facing foreign enemies at this moment, the two are obviously still standing on the same front. Give me death and turn it into a nutrient for the god realm. The god of destruction roared, and he did not think that YUHAO in front of him was his opponent at all. While chasing, YUHAO suddenly stopped, then turned around and looked at him calmly. With a wave of YUHAO's hand, the god of destruction felt his hairs explode in an instant, and an indescribable sense of crisis descended. In the next moment, it was too late to dodge and 5 light spots lit up around him, and the light spots formed a line. Formed a 5-element killing sword array in an instant. The god of destruction at this moment is right at the center of this sword formation. The extremely terrifying elemental sword lights came from all directions, and the god of destruction had no choice but to prop up the sword lights blocked by the barrier of pure destructive power at this moment. But the next moment, he encountered violent thunder, which blew a hole in his barrier. YUHAO's body was wrapped with lightning, and another heart sword fiercely stabbed out from his hand. YUHAO's heart sword is such a simple and unpretentious sword. His master once said that his temperament and nature are suitable for chasing the so-called extreme, so YUHAO's real strongest attack, the only method available, is this sword. But it was just one sword, fast enough. The pupils of the god of destruction shrank, and a sword stabbed towards his brow, giving him the feeling that his body was almost frozen, and he was generally unable to escape. But at this moment, YUHAO's sword was the source of his creeps. If you get stabbed by this sword, you may actually die. At this moment of god of destruction, the power of destruction in his body almost gushed out, and Tang San coughed up blood to punch out an order in the center of the god realm. The surging force of the god realm blesses the god of destruction in an instant, making him instantly increase in speed. Break free from this imprisonment, and dodge the fatal blow in a very dangerous manner, and this also made YUHAO frowned. But with the sword in his hand flipping and the sword light flying, he cut off a palm of the god of destruction in an instant. A spirit body flew out, was captured by YUHAO with a smiling forehead, turned into a ball and flew like a sleeve, and at this moment the destruction barrier was rebuilt. The god of destruction looked a little unnaturally pale. From today on, this hand of yours is useless. My heart sword can cut off people's souls. After this hand is cut off by me, the flesh and blood in this area will have nothing to do with your soul. YUHAO didn't mind explaining his abilities to the person in front of him, but the next moment, YUHAO saw a surprising scene. The severed palm of the god of destruction in front of him actually raised it again, and then pinched a ball in his hand. The violent ball of destruction. His strength began to become restrained, and he was no longer arrogant and unrestrained. He looked at HUO YUHAO with incomparable fear, and was no longer as violent as before. He quickly looked around, and then turned into a spherical shape, rushing towards the boundary. The god of destruction tried to rush out of the sword formation, but the moment the destructive power that roared on his body came into contact with the surrounding area of the barrier, the land of destruction sprayed on his body did not break the magic circle, but only made the boundary blurred. It became a little more transparent, and then HUO YUHAO's sword glow struck again. During the attack, HUO YUHAO was a little surprised. "Your hand can still move. Does that mean that hand is not a body? I just cut off a little of the soul that controls the arm you control. Are you actually a god born from pure energy?" HUO YUHAO raised his brows and looked at the god of destruction in front of him. Combining his experience in the world of cultivation, he could almost judge what kind of existence the other party was at a glance. "Why is your breath restrained a lot? You could release it at will, but now you need to carefully control the power in your body. It seems that the effect of my sword is still very significant." HUO YUHAO sneered, and at this moment, the god of destruction's face became even uglier, and finally there was a trace of fear and regret that didn't suit his temperament. "It's a pity that there is only a body of energy but a shallow cultivation base. It's like only a Mahayana monk's chi, but there is a treasure mountain in the sky, and he can't really use it all. It's a pity to practice." HUO YUHAO looked at the god of destruction in front of him, his pupils slightly changed into a non-rotating Tai Chi appearance, and at this moment, Tang San, who was at the center of the god realm, felt his hair stand on end. In an instant, a powerful divine force protected the spirit of the god of destruction. Immediately afterwards, the god of destruction only felt as if a needle had been pierced fiercely between his eyebrows just now, and was blocked by a huge energy, but it made the god of destruction feel as if he had narrowly escaped death. "Does the world protect you from allowing me to attack your soul? What a pity." HUO YUHAO narrowed his eyes. It is rare even in the world of immortality to cultivate to the level of the god of destruction. But for Yuan Shen monks, such a life is actually extremely fragile, because most energy body true spirits have no entity, they can only rely on energy, and having no entity means that their true spirit is very vulnerable to spiritual attacks. When encountering this kind of pure energy true spirit in the world of cultivating immortals, most of the monks' methods are surprisingly consistent, that is, to capture his soul, obliterate his consciousness, and then seal it into an object to act as a tool spirit. That's why HUO YUHAO said it was a pity, because just now HUO YUHAO wanted to use violent means to directly capture the soul of the person in front of him who seemed to be the strongest person in this place, and then HUO YUHAO could directly use this god of destruction as a material to sacrifice. A flying sword. In this world, as a sword cultivator, HUO YUHAO still doesn't have a physical flying sword. Although he is said to be cultivating the Yuanchengzhen sword method, the physical sword still has some other magical functions. But during this period of time when HUO YUHAO felt it was a pity, the god of destruction had been extremely vigilant and confronted HUO YUHAO. Relying on the support of this world and its suppression of HUO YUHAO, the god of destruction reluctantly fought against HUO YUHAO. Able to fight. But even so, he was pressed and beaten. He dodged around and didn't dare to let HUO YUHAO attack him again. But in this short period of time, the lives of the outside world had gathered around the sword formation, and the gods still had a little insight, and they could see at a glance that this sword formation was condensed based on the power of the 5 elements. Each point is an elemental eye. The 5 elemental powers are mutually reinforcing each other, and reincarnation is endless. This makes it difficult for the god of destruction to break through for a while. After realizing this, there are 5 people whose power is second to the god of destruction. A god with 7 circles of divine light stood up. "Let's do it. We can form a 5-element array on the periphery for restraint." The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. We can break this seemingly unbreakable barrier almost easily. A violent god with hair that spewed upward burning flames stood up. He was the god of fire, an elemental god like the god of destruction, born a little later than him, but he was also an ancient god, and by his side, 4 elemental gods like him also nodded in approval of his words. The gods of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the 5 elements quickly found their corresponding restrained attributes. They have a very good relationship with each other, and with the characteristics of mutual support and restraint, they naturally also practice combination formations. Now, this reverse formation is used unfold. In an instant, YUHAO's 5 elements sword formation was shattered into pieces. This is a doomed thing. The 5 elements are restrained, and the 5 gods who shot are all first-class gods, so they collapse naturally and quickly. Be careful getting close, his blade can cut straight to the soul. The god of destruction roared, and some gods who were not good at close combat immediately stopped, and then took out their long-range attack methods to bombard YUHAO indiscriminately. YUHAO used Zhonggonglei to block the attack. At this moment, the sword formation collapsed, which also made YUHAO's attention break away from the god of destruction, and then put it on the 5 elemental gods who formed the new formation. Seeing the powerful aura emitted by their combination, and realizing that all 5 of them were energy bodies, YUHAO felt his eyes light up. The god of destruction is a bit hard to crack. But what about these inferior elemental gods? YUHAO changed his target almost instantly. When the other gods rushed up to help other gods besiege YUHAO, all of a sudden, the 5 elemental gods who formed the magic circle felt a slight chill in their chests. A flying sword pierced through their bodies as easily as teleportation, and after being pierced by the flying sword, they only felt that their bodies were completely out of control, and their spirits were firmly pinned. Tang San in the God Realm Center instantly felt that things were getting bad. In the original 5-star sword formation they destroyed, the spirit flying sword as the eye of the formation has not disappeared, and the fact that these 5 elemental gods have found Fijian also means that Fijian has found them. Come! YUHAO's eyes instantly turned into the color of Taiji. Zhonggonglei exploded completely at this moment, blocking the attacks of various gods, but even in this situation, YUHAO's mental power could still be distracted in that 5 on the body of an elemental god. Come soon! Air, the primordial spirit power of the semi-immortal level almost won by an overwhelming advantage against these elemental gods. The god of destruction has the protection of the world, but these 5 elemental gods do not have such treatment. In an instant, the eyes of these 5 elemental gods turned into pure white, and their spirits were instantly dominated, and then instantly merged into the flying sword that stabbed them. YUHAO also had a big hand at this moment, and these 5 flying swords, which were all fused with a god, flew towards him quickly, and were quickly sealed by him, and then turned into spots of light, trapped between his eyebrows. It seems that coming up this time is not a waste of time. YUHAO laughed, and at this moment, several gods fell into an extremely crazy state after seeing the 5 elemental gods being taken away by YUHAO. But YUHAO didn't care about them, and even had the energy to communicate with Xianyuan at this moment. You seem to have something to say all the time. Heart Ape swallowed his saliva. YUHAO's hand just now always felt a bit of a demonstration in the eyes of Heart Ape, since Heart beheading souls, since he can behead others, he can also behead himself. If the main body kills himself with the heart sword. Xianyuan only felt that he had suffered another heavy blow, so he fell silent, not daring to ask too much. And only wanted YUHAO to wear a more handsome outfit when he went out. Ask for a recommendation ticket and collect it, all kinds of requests. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Havoc in Heaven, 5-year appointment. Chapter 8, Havoc in Heaven, 5-year agreement. A more handsome outfit. This is easy to handle. After YUHAO heard Xianyuan's request, he agreed without hesitation. At this time, a meteorite happened to hit YUHAO. Huo Yuhao crushed it with one hand, but his pieces didn't just fall to the ground. Instead, they turned as red as gold in an instant, and pieces of armor flew out of it, forming a pair of black and red armor. A purple gold crown with phoenix wings appeared on Huo Yuhao's head. The next moment, Huo Yuhao waved his hand, and behind the black-red armor, a surging flame instantly ignited. The next moment, the flame turned into a slender bright red cloak. In the turbulent god realm, this cloak was extremely conspicuous, and Huo Yuhao spit out a blazing wave in an instant. After doing this, Xin Yuan also had clear thoughts and sat in the Zhang Palace of Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao could feel that his body seemed to be several times lighter in an instant, and Yang Wulei became extremely powerful and easy to control. Although this is not the method of the primordial spirit cultivator, but experiencing it will also help my next practice. Huo Yuhao looked at the gods of the god realm. Come on! Fight against the sky! Huo Yuhao let out a long roar, and grabbed a long stick condensed with thunder in his hand for a moment. With the movement of the method, countless clones rushed out of Huo Yuhao's body, and in the blink of an eye, the advantage in the number of people in the god realm disappeared instantly. Each clone found a god, and all kinds of methods flashed across the entire god world in an instant. Although most of them were extremely stupid means, Huo Yuhao still saw some interesting things on the battlefield. For example, there are 7 gods, they actually control the 7 original sins respectively, and they can even form an original sin circle to fight against themselves, but in the end, Huo Yuhao Zhang Gonglei's flash instantly broke their magic circle, and then grabbed one of them. Tore off his head. There is also a person surrounded by 7 elemental knives, fighting his own clone with murderous intent, and the method he uses is to control the power of emotions, but he did not expect that this is the heart of the monkey. With his help, he becomes more powerful. Was finally punched away, vomited blood and fell to the ground. There are also 2 people, one black and one white, who appear to be God King level beings in this world. They are in charge of the forces of good and evil respectively. During the fierce battle, Huo Yuhao also saw some of the ways of these gods in this world. Although they have not gone very far on the road of cultivation, the power they have in this universe is very pure. This kind of purity is a rare thing. During the confrontation, Huo Yuhao also saw a pagoda and an extremely powerful 2-winged white tiger, but they were all far away, and he didn't dare to really have a head-to-head contest with him. This reminded Huo Yuhao of the legends his mother once told him. There were people on the Douluo continent who ascended to godhood, including people from the 9 treasure-glazed sect, the Dai family, and the Zhu family. Speaking of which, the martial soul in this world is actually a kind of talent that everyone carries, otherwise this martial soul would not be able to function after being brought into the god realm by those 2 people. While thinking about it, Huo Yuhao once again rained swords all over the sky. All the gods in the god realm had played their cards right, but without exception, none of them could stop Huo Yuhao. They watched Huo Yuhao fight from one end of the god realm to the other end of the god realm, and then fight back from the other end of the god realm. In situ. During this period, countless beautiful buildings were destroyed, the land was upturned, the lake water was evaporated, and all kinds of creatures in the god realm died suddenly. However, Huo Yuhao, with the power of the gods, laughed 3 times in the fight. Voice. Listen up, you chickens, tiles, and dogs. When I return to this world, all the traitors will die. Huo Yuhao let out a long roar, holding the long stick in his hand and brazenly breaking the barrier of the god realm, and then rushed into the universe. Some gods were unable to control their emotions. Their partners or friends had been unfortunately killed, so they wanted to rush out and continue fighting with Huo Yuhao, but they were instantly stopped by the god of destruction. Do you want to die? The god of destruction's aura has dropped a lot. He is still the strongest in the god realm, but at the same time, he is also the one who bears the most pressure from Huo Yuhao, so he is more aware of what kind of monster they just faced. Don't you know how strong that man is? In the god realm, he is still bound by the rules of the God realm, but in the universe there are no restrictions. If you rush out, you will only die. The god of destruction roared with a pale face at this moment. And the destructive force on his body violently blocked the breach. At this moment, the scarred gods seemed to be a little bit red-eyed, and some old friends of the gods for many years were killed. Killing, if there were not some gods nearby to stop them, they might definitely rush out and fight YUHAO to the death. The god of destruction said coldly, "The next period is an extraordinary period. We must search for the power of the god realm to shrink the god realm, and then reselect the heirs of the gods who died in the battle to enhance the power of the god realm. Everyone, the god war has begun. Please remember that this is a more serious situation than the dragon god back then." Tang San in the center of the god realm, listening to the words of the god of destruction, also fell silent, stretched out his hand to touch the other arm that was already unconscious. The soul of this hand has been cut off, and it will take a long time to recover. At the same time, both eyes have been stabbed blind, and they can no longer see anything in this world. Of course, the spiritual power can still perceive, but after all, they can no longer see any color in this world. I have laid out 10,000 years on the Douluo continent, unexpectedly caused such consequences. Puff. A mouthful of rich divine blood spat out from his mouth. He took out the key and threw it to the god of destruction. He fainted and began to recover with the help of the central power of the god realm. And the god of destruction who received the key to the center of the god realm also quickly began to issue orders. At this moment, the entire god realm shrank, and in the universe, YUHAO just sneered when he saw this scene. It seems that even if they are causing trouble in the heavenly palace, they still have some rational beings in the god realm. After all, if they come to the universe, these gods are simply wiped out existences in YUHAO's eyes. However, it may be a good thing to beat them into tortoise shells, so that they may not be able to interfere with the operation of the lower realm in the recent period, and they can practice their lives with peace of mind. YUHAO dispelled the armor on his body, then cast a spell and disappeared from the universe in an instant. In an instant, YUHAO returned to his physical body. But at this moment, only half a minute had passed in the Douluo continent under YUHAO's control, and everyone was still in a state of being unable to move. At this moment, YUHAO looked up at the sky, and he sensed the kind that came from the god realm shrouded in Douluo. Douluo's connection has disappeared. At this moment, YUHAO could sense that the golden light spell originally cultivated in his body was now extremely weak. This was the consequence of the soul leaving the body just now. However, compared with the regression of cultivation, this harvest is still very gratifying. YUHAO looked inside the sea of consciousness, and many clusters of souls were mixed into groups and started to be smelted by YUHAO's method. In the sea of consciousness, there were still five elements flying swords shaking slightly. YUHAO also happened to use them to restrain his primordial spirit, and by the way, use the power of his primordial spirit to build a method to obliterate the spiritual consciousness of those elemental gods bound in the flying sword. Follow up to wipe out their souls, and after completion, there will be 5 real flying swords. Master used to show off one fire sword as a treasure, but now he has 5. Moreover, the attributes of the 5 elements are gathered together, and if these 5 swords are used to build a sword array, the power will inevitably increase exponentially. Then, looking at the physical body in front of him, YUHAO thought, anyway, the soul has left the body now, so it is better to make more follow-up preparations. With a wave of his hand, YUHAO swept away his body and that of his mother, YUNER, and used his half-immortal level immortal power to free his mother's body from pain and fatigue in an instant, nourishing the body with immortal power. If even the half-immortal realm can't do this, then this immortal's cultivation is really in vain. YUHAO had some concerns before, worrying that his body would not be able to accept it if his soul left his body. But now that his soul has left his body and he has to bear the consequences, he might as well do more things. Huo Yuhao directly mobilized his mana to make up for his mother's losses over the years. After casually grabbing a huge amount of pure life force from this world and sealing it into his mother's body, Huo Yuhao put away the coercion that enveloped the Duke's mansion. The coercion disappeared, and everyone was able to move again. At this moment, the White Tiger guards looked at each other, and they all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. But then, when they discovered that Dai Yuhao and Mrs. Huo had disappeared, everyone's eyes flashed with panic. But at the next moment, they suddenly felt a huge thunder composed of the figure suddenly stood outside the White Tiger Duke's mansion. The huge figure was so huge that it almost seemed to stand tall against the sky, but it just glanced at the Duke's palace, and its huge spiritual consciousness suppressed everyone in the Duke's palace towards the pair Dai Yuhao and Huo Yuner. There was a layer of fog in the cognition and memory of mother and son. At this moment, everyone only remembered that there was a mother and child who were targeted in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. But they couldn't remember their faces. They only knew that they had suffered so much humiliation in the mansion. In 5 years, I will come again and kill the White Tiger Duchess with my own hands. Huo Yuhao's indifferent voice reached everyone's ears. Madame Beihu lost her footing and fell to the ground in a hurry, knocking over a beautiful vase worth thousands of gold. Then everything returned to normal, but in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, there was only one more black bear that had just died, and 2 figures were missing. It was those 2 missing figures that caused a huge disturbance in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. What did you say? That young master named, that Dai Yu, disappeared. And after disappearing, the senior just told everyone that young Master Dai made a 5-year agreement. Come to the door after 5 years killed the White Tiger Duchess with your own hands. No wonder it's like this. No wonder it's like this. No wonder the young master has undergone such a huge change since he came back. Could it be because of the senior just now? It's not good this time. 10 years of torture seemed to have created an unimaginable hatred between the young master and the Duchess. It's over. God knows that in 5 years, the young master will kill the White Tiger Duchess with his own hands. This is for revenge. I can't imagine the consequences of this matter. Hurry up. You must notify the Duke of this matter. The matter has reached such a point, it is too late for that woman to try to cover the sky with one hand. Countless figures began to move rapidly throughout the mansion. This day is destined to be remembered by everyone, whether it is the thunder and lightning figure as high as the sky, or the reborn boy who caught a bear. They all feel that there will be a catastrophe in the White Tiger Duke's mansion 5 years from now. In the sea of primordial spirit consciousness. Why didn't you just kill her before? Heart Ape asked. A wuzzy mountain began to pile up on his body, and at this moment Huo Yuhao calmly looked at the grandson who was pushed into the wuzzy mountain in front of him. I used to be a half-immortal monk, and I have spent more than 100 years cultivating myself. How could I kill a woman? Only an angry monkey like you can figure it out. This is the cause and effect of this life, and this debt must be settled. When you come back, you must have this lifetime to understand the cause and effect. This is a level of life cultivation. Huo Yuhao looked at the monkey in front of him and smiled at him. It can be regarded as supervising my diligent cultivation in the past 5 years in disguise. Ask for collection and support. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 1 year later, meeting the ice silkworm. Chapter 9 1 year later, meeting the ice silkworm. After leaving the White Tiger Duke's mansion with his mother, Huo Yuhao first found a very prosperous place called Shrek City. Among them, the cognition is reversed through the power of the immortal level. Get the status of a resident, and then allow yourself and your mother to have a shop and a small yard in the inner city. There is a huge difference in the ideological level between the methods of immortals and mortals. For example, when it comes to things like money, the material of gold soul coins is used as precious metals as hard currency in the world. But for Huo Yuhao, a simple method can turn a stone into gold. With just one thought, Huo Yuhao could make the gold coins in his hand as rich as the enemy. Not to keep a low profile, Huo Yuhao just made 10,000 plus gold soul coins and hid them at home, and then put a block of land into his mother's hands. After using some tricks to make his mother completely forget everything about the White Tiger Duke, and only think that he grew up in Shrek City, his usual hobby is to open a small drug store, and then collect rent by the way, YUHAO put away the soul and sealed it back into the body. As soon as he returned to his physical body, YUHAO discovered that his practice of the golden light curse had almost come to nothing, but it didn't matter. He could practice again after the golden light disappeared. The important thing was that he and his mother finally had a place to settle down. Everything is finally on the right track. 1 year later. In Shrek City, the reputation of HUO Medical Clinic has gradually become well known, mainly because the medical clinic claims to cure all diseases with medicine, and it also specializes in treating various difficult and complicated diseases. And what is extremely surprising is that this medical store actually sells books, and what they sell are extensive and profound medical books, which is equivalent to putting all the eating guys in front of the stage for people to study at will. The biggest reason for the growth of fame is that a strong soul emperor saw this shop specializing in the treatment of various intractable diseases because of perennial knee pain, so he walked in curiously, and was treated by the shop with golden needles. After assisting in the cure, the Soul Emperor sent a big pennant with great gratitude and hung it in the medical hall. Moreover, this banner was sent from Shrek Academy, which is known as the best academy in the world. It seems that the powerful Soul Emperor was in the academy and also promoted it to the medical clinic with great enthusiasm. As for the large number of people who have received it these days, all the Soul Masters came to this medical clinic. You must know that the Soul Master's practice itself requires fighting, and fighting can easily leave hidden dangers. If these hidden dangers are not treated, they will eventually become sick. If you want to treat them, you can naturally do it through some precious herbs, but only through some. It is unheard of to remove hidden dangers with the help of acupuncture and ordinary herbs. Even this incident shocked the senior management of the No Academy in the world. A strong person from Shrek Academy came in person, and sincerely asked the doctor from YUHAO Medical Center to serve as the school doctor in Shrek Academy. Special advisor to the ministry. Small my baby, then I'll go to Shrek Academy. Go ahead, anyway, you have already memorized the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine, you just treat according to it. YUHAO, who was practicing cross-legged, opened one eye. Since he is opening a medical clinic, YUHAO has directly transferred some knowledge of medical secrets to his mother's mental space over the years, making his mother learn medicine as if with divine help. He read all the medical books and memorized them all. In fact, because medical skills are already in her spiritual sea. The medical skills in the world of immortals are so superb, and with YUHAO assisting them, it is easy to build the reputation of YUHAO Medical Clinic. Oh, don't be so indifferent, YUHAO. I see YUHAO, you spend all day meditating and practicing in the courtyard, and you don't interact with other children. I'm afraid you'll be exhausted in the house, and the chubby guy next door has already found Qiwa, little YUHAO. The veins on YUHAO's forehead were slightly stretched, and he finished his practice. Then he looked at his mother, who was looking at him by the door without any anger. Mom, I'm only 11 years old. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. YUHAO's mother said with a smile, relationships need to be cultivated from an early age to be stable. Yes, yes. YUHAO was helpless. Do you have the amulet? I've brought it all. The amulet YUHAO gave me on my birthday, I always carry it with me thoughtfully. YUHAO's mother rubbed YUHAO's hair, and then sighed, I don't know why, dear son, you don't want to go to Shrek Academy. Obviously the school's high-level officials have said that they can give you a special place. It's not good for you to be so out of group. YUHAO's mother ruffled YUHAO's hair. And YUHAO just said helplessly, that's all. Mom, just remember to bring the amulet with you. That thing protects life, wealth, body, heart, and life. In short, it's enough to carry this thing. I don't just stay at home every day. I'm going to go hunting today. Okay, I'm leaving. Alas. The silly child just doesn't know the hard work of being a mother. HUO's mother sighed. What kind of serious illness can a child in a soulmaster school have? He is well fed, well clothed, and possessed by soul power. At most, he has a minor cold. Do I need to go? Mom goes to Shrek, not for fame. I heard there are many good girls in Shrek Academy. Are you going to look for your future daughter-in-law? I'll take a step first. YUHAO hurriedly escaped from his mother's clutches and ran over the wall with a mahogany sword on his back. YUHAO's soul power was only at the 10th level. This year, most of the time, YUHAO was cultivating the golden light in his body. According to the rating of this world, YUHAO has already cultivated to the realm of Soul Master in 1 year with the golden light curse. This year, YUHAO didn't specially cultivate his soul power, he was just practicing his life, but his soul power was automatically raised to the 10th level. Therefore, the foundation of the body is the capital of everything. However, the practice of life and life is a hard work and cannot be impatient. Now my body is still young and my body has not yet fully developed. When the body gradually matures, the practice of life and life of the body will naturally follow at a rapid pace. Improvement. After leaving the city, YUHAO began to move quickly. Shrek City was close to the largest forest in the world, and YUHAO's goal was the outer area of the forest over there. While hurrying along, YUHAO thought that his cultivation progress seemed to be getting slower and slower this year, and his originally agitated mind seemed to be really sealed under the Five Fingers Mountain, unable to move a single bit. But that monkey was actually YUHAO himself, and the supposedly lively hard ape was immobilized, but it actually slowed down YUHAO's life and cultivation, and Lei Fa had even stagnated. So during this period of time, YUHAO went hunting more and more. YUHAO had a premonition that he was going to experience something. And this incident happened suddenly, without warning, today. YUHAO came to the outskirts of the Star Forest and casually killed an old wind baboon with sour flesh. Suddenly, YUHAO heard the sound of a soul wavering. I finally met a human being with a spiritual attribute. It's a pity that I can't cry, otherwise I must have burst into tears. YUHAO frowned, and saw that at this moment, the ground under him suddenly trembled without warning. Cracks began to appear on the ground 2 meters ahead, and the cracks gradually became larger and turned into cracks. From the cracks, one can vaguely see a faint golden white light shining from the cracks, and traces of icy chill also emanate from the cracks in the ground. The surrounding temperature began to drop significantly, and the area where the cracks appeared became larger and larger. However, YUHAO was not afraid at all. Instead, he always looked at the ground with interest, watching the bird that was under the ground under the perception of the soul, grunting hard. The surging presence. After a while, the crack finally reached a diameter of 5 meters, and finally the existence of the underground gurgling was finally able to drill out from the ground, allowing the golden white light to reveal its true face. A specialized silkworm. YUHAO made such an evaluation. The first thing the other party found was a round head. It didn't look scary at all. Instead, it looked a little naive. And there were 2 tentacles with golden patterns and a pair of golden little ones. On the contrary, his eyes made him look somewhat divine. The diameter of the main body is more than 1 meter. It crawled out slowly and squirmed. It was more than 7 meters long. Its whole body was white jade color and crystal clear. Although it was drilled out of the soil, there was no dirt on its glorious skin. A halo of light circulated under the skin. Starting half a meter from his head, there was a surrounding golden pattern at intervals. From the beginning to the end, there were as many as 10 golden patterns in total. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. He, I won't hurt you. Tianmeng Binkan is a little excited at the moment, looking at the boy in front of him. According to his plan, he wants to find a human being with spiritual attributes, and then become his soul ring to live with him. Naturally, the higher the cultivation level of this human being, the better. The higher the talent, the better, and now, YUHAO who appeared in front of him is simply a perfect dream template. Even though he is too weak to detect now, he can still feel the powerful spiritual power suppressed by the young man. At the same time, he could also feel the richness of qi and blood in the young man's body, which was astonishingly high. It is taller than the cubs of that powerful race in the forest. With such a high level of qi and blood, it is obviously a strong cultivation base. Ever since, the Tianmeng iceworm nodded to YUHAO with great satisfaction and excitement. Its huge head hung down and stopped 1 meter away from YUHAO. There was even a kind smile on the face of this iceworm. It is possible to appease the possible panic of the teenager in front of him. But what he didn't know was that YUHAO didn't have any panic at all, but had already seen through Tianmeng Binken's background. A unique soul beast that has absorbed a large amount of pure energy. YUHAO could feel that the body of this ice silkworm could store a large amount of energy. Simply put, his body is now equivalent to a super large warehouse, but there are not many goods in the warehouse. For a creature that allowed its body to develop such a large inventory, the warehouse area is obviously larger than the one that once held so much inventory. But now, the energy representing the goods in his body has almost been drained. Maybe it was captured by some powerful soul beast and used as a charger, draining all the energy stored in the body. YUHAO touched his chin with interest. At this moment, he had already guessed exactly what happened to Tianmeng Bingzi. At this moment, Tianmeng Binken, who was unaware of the situation, thought that YUHAO in front of him was fascinated by his beautiful body, so he raised his head even more proudly. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Xin has someone to accompany you. Chapter 10 Xin has someone to accompany you. Let me introduce myself first. I am the incarnation of heroism and chivalry. I am the king of soul beast kings who value both wisdom and beauty. I am a peerless powerhouse. I have cultivated for millions of years and set the record for the longest lifespan in the Douluo continent. Yes, you can call me Brother Tianmeng. Tianmeng Iceworm said triumphantly, "Are you surprised? Are you excited? Ha 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 ha, you are the first human being who can see my body." YUHAO raised his eyebrows. The soul beast has 100,000 years of cultivation and can develop spiritual intelligence. YUHAO also knew that this ice silkworm did have very long traces of time. He was right, this Tianmeng ice silkworm had indeed experienced for millions of years. It's just that his fighting power. YUHAO doesn't dare to compliment him. The other party seems to have a little better mental strength, and his physical strength seems to be worse than his own now. However, the long time seems to have allowed him to realize the rudiment of the power of space. If he pushes it with all his strength, he may be able to escape hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Far away. But it's also very simple to crack, just slightly strengthen the surrounding space and lock it. After YUHAO saw through the Tianmeng Iceworm's trump card, he asked with great interest, "Then what do you want to do?" Tianmeng Binken's voice suddenly became solemn. "Brother wants to become your soul ring, the first wisdom soul ring unprecedented in Douluo continent." After saying these words, Tianmeng Iceworm's huge head looked vigilantly in the direction of the Star Do Great Forest, then turned back to look at YUHAO and said, "Sorry, time is running out, I'm about to start. Don't worry, I'll be gentle and won't cause you too much pain. I'll explain it to you carefully after doing this." The 10 golden halos on Tianmeng Iceworm's body seemed to come alive, and YUHAO saw Tianmeng Iceworm's head coming over without any precautions and trying to touch his forehead. This scene made YUHAO very, very surprised, because it is already a basic pattern in this world for a soul beast to be hunted and killed by a soul master to become a soul ring. How can a soul beast voluntarily become someone else's soul ring? But, what does he mean by the wisdom soul ring? YUHAO gently blocked the Tianmeng Iceworm with his hands, and when YUHAO blocked himself with his hands in front of him, the Tianmeng Iceworm was only slightly stunned, and then continued with his plan without too much hesitation. After all it takes is physical contact. The Tianmeng ice silkworm stirred its body, and the next moment, 10 golden halos quickly enveloped Huo Yuhao's body, while the Tianmeng ice silkworm itself turned into streams of white halo and poured into his body. Huo Yuhao stared at every move of this Tianmeng ice worm, watching him continuously seal his huge spiritual power, and then pour his own power into his pupils. In an instant, Huo Yuhao felt his eyes clear, and 4 abilities suddenly appeared in his heart. Spiritual exploration, spiritual sharing, spiritual impact, and spiritual interference. It turns out that this world's soul ring absorption model is like this. Using martial souls to absorb soul rings is equivalent to using the power of soul beasts to develop the hidden innate power of martial souls. Is this the operation mode of the martial soul? Huo Yuhao was slightly surprised, but at this moment, there was a guy in Huo Yuhao who became frightened. Tianmeng Binkan looked blankly at the scene in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. He first saw 5 mountains, 5 extremely majestic peaks with peaks that could not be seen when looking up. In front of these mountains, Tianmeng Bingxi felt that his body was as insignificant as a leaf. There is a sun shining on the east side of the mountain, but if you look carefully, it is a bead. There is a soul rolling inside the bead, but it is gradually tempered by the flames. There are also 5 divine swords on the horizon of the sea of consciousness. On top, each is connected with a chain and then connected to the towering peak. What's the situation? Tianmeng Bingshen was frightened. He remembered that he only entered the body of a child about 11 years old, but at this moment he saw in this child's body a spiritual power beyond his imagination and cognition. That this level of power even surpasses the so-called gods in his memory. What? When Tianmeng Iceworm was at a loss, a sound suddenly made his entire body twitch. Following the sound, an even more horrifying scene appeared in front of Tianmeng Iceworm's eyes. The 5 mountains that could not be seen to the end or how high they were suddenly started to move, and the movement was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Tianmeng Iceworm saw in the center of the 5 peaks, there was a person wearing the Monkey King is wearing gorgeous armor, but it is a pity that this Monkey King is still connected to 5 chains, and the chains look like chains extending from the 5 divine swords. As for how he could see clearly, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm entered a petrified state. It's so close, everyone can see clearly. But the reason for the approach is not that the Tianmeng Iceworm approached actively, but that the Monkey King frowned slightly after discovering the Tianmeng Iceworm, stood up, and he carried these 5 mountains on his shoulders. The moment he approached Tianmeng Iceworm, he lowered the mountains, and then he came to Tianmeng Iceworm. Little insect, you are the king of soul beast kings. You have been practicing for 1,000,000 years? That's really embarrassing. You have only been practicing this way for 100 years, but you have to be suppressed here. How did you get in? The Monkey King grinned, and Tianmeng Iceworm suddenly shuddered. Tianmeng Iceworm only felt an indescribable sense of restraint and obedience when facing the Monkey King in front of him. Obviously, even the guy in the opposite forest who claimed to be a beast god, Tianmeng Iceworm didn't have this feeling, but after facing the Monkey King in front of him, Tianmeng Iceworm felt that kind of beyond comprehension for the first time. Powerful. Ever since, Tianmeng Binkan said it without reservation in a trance. In order to avoid being hunted, I thought of a way to become a person's spiritual soul ring to keep myself alive, and then try my best to help that person become a god. As long as he becomes a god, I can also gain eternal life in disguise. To live. The Monkey King smiled, then you are very lucky. This guy you found, is much more powerful than those so-called gods. Look, here he is. The Monkey King stretched out his hand, and Tianmeng Iceworm turned its head mechanically, and saw a cloud of mist in the sky, which finally turned into an extremely huge human face. Hey, did you meet me? In the next moment, Huo Yuhao's figure appeared next to Tianmeng Iceworm, almost subconsciously. Seeing Huo Yuhao, Tianmeng Iceworm was so frightened that he quickly shrank back, and this immediately aroused the Monkey King's panic. Laugh it! Look at me, I didn't scare him, but you scared him. The unknown is the root of fear. Huo Yuhao looked at Tianmeng Iceworm and smiled slightly. Hello, Tianmeng, I probably know what method you are talking about. Through my powerful spiritual power, I can separate energy and soul, and inject energy into my martial soul. Among them, it is used to condense the breakthrough of soul skills, while the spirit quickly enters my spiritual realm, and it serves as a house to station here, right? Thump. Tianmeng Bingken felt that if he was drooling, he must have swallowed a big mouthful of saliva just now. Facing what Huo Yuhao said at this moment, he could only nod his head, because it was indeed true. Don't worry, I won't expel you. Huo Yuhao noticed that Tianmeng Bingxi was still a little panicked at this moment and comforted him. Xin Yuan has been very lonely recently, so it is indeed a good choice to find him a companion, and I also want to thank you for awakening my martial spirit. For a good talent. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. I know you may be surprised, so let me tell you the truth. I am a reborn monk, so my spiritual power is very strong, stronger than you, stronger than everything you know, but I'm taking a different path recently. Huo Yuhao pointed to Wuzishan next to Hickson Ape. You can regard it as my cultivation in the last life, and now I am suppressing him to take another path, and this path may need your help. If you want, we will able to be a life-to-life partner and friend. Huo Yuhao stretched out his hand. The master once said that sincerity should be your heart, trust should be your foundation, treat others with sincerity, and your sincerity reaches heaven. Since the other person's life is intertwined with his own, Huo Yuhao naturally did not follow Tianmeng. What's wrong with Ice Silkworm is that it doesn't try things out, but responds sincerely. Obviously, this was a good idea. Tianmeng Iceworm's tentacles moved slightly. Although he was extremely surprised by what Huo Yuhao just said, he couldn't help but believe the facts in front of him. What made him feel something was that Huo Yuhao was willing to tell himself this huge secret, and even though he was so powerful in his previous life, he didn't have any arrogance towards a guy like him who had no fighting ability, but are willing to become partners and friends with themselves. Sincerity plus respect, this is already the trump card among trump cards. The Tianmeng Iceworm also sensed Huo Yuhao's kindness. The person in front of him was so powerful that there was really no need to lie to him, so the Tianmeng Iceworm stretched out its tentacles and held Huo Yuhao's hand together. TCH, you can live here, little bug, but don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Xin Yuan just snorted coldly when he saw this scene, and Tianmeng Bingshen officially moved in after shaking hands with Huo Yuhao. In Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, he acts as a kind of existence similar to a weapon spirit. It's so powerful. I didn't expect my brother to be so lucky. I can find an existence beyond the gods. After linking to Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, Tianmeng Bingken writhed his body a few times in excitement because of the power beyond comprehension. He found the right person, and since Huo Yuhao, who is so strong, treats him honestly, Tianmeng Iceworm will naturally not hide anything. Tianmeng Bingshen then looked at Huo Yuhao and said, Yuhao, I also have another ability. As a million-year soul ring, I can give you one more ice martial soul. In fact, I already have a candidate. That is Ji, the Ice Emperor of the Northern Land, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Calculating the days, she is about to pass through the catastrophe of 40 years of cultivation. I am very familiar with her, and I am not afraid of jokes. I like her, even this plan of mine is made for her to a certain extent. When the time comes, I can directly use my breath to lure her out, and then... Tianmeng Bing Silkworm began to tell all about his plan. Soul beasts and people have different ways of thinking. People are changeable. It is extremely difficult to unite knowledge and action. Unless someone like Huo Yuhao has experienced a lifetime of education, soul beasts are relatively simple-minded, and once they have determined something, they will not choose to change it. Tianmeng Bingken had completely recognized Huo Yuhao, so he had no intention of hiding anything. Huo Yuhao also looked a little surprised when he heard that he could actually let himself awaken a martial spirit again. In my last life, talent was something that couldn't be changed, otherwise the gap between immortals and mortals wouldn't be so big, but in Douluo continent, is this allowed to be changed? The differences between worlds can indeed produce different sparks. If we can fully understand the rules of martial arts in this world, wouldn't we be able to make up for the incomplete rules of heaven and earth and become a world leader by returning to the world of immortality just like the ancient great power once did? Holy, Huo Yuhao thought far ahead for a moment, but at this moment, Xin Yuan slapped his thigh and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Don't you want to go through it, and then go directly to the extreme north? So you are the irritable monkey, and I want to use the Five Fingers Mountain to suppress you." Huo Yuhao glanced at Xin Yuan. "It's a long way to go, why don't you inform mother in advance? And you dare to guarantee that my shallow golden light curse can withstand ultra-low temperature?" Heart Ape chuckled, and didn't say anything more, while Tianmeng Binkan hurriedly said, isn't the plan to use my method to shed it? Why did you decide to use the golden light curse to resist it? I can't bear it." Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and explained to Tianmeng, "Your physical transformation is the product of such a long period of time. It is too wasteful to use it as a one-time use. I can't bear it. I will find time to refine it into a spirit in the future. Wouldn't it be better to have treasure? And don't worry, I predict that in another year, my golden light curse will be enough to withstand the extremely low temperature. By that time, I will be fully prepared." No matter how long you have prepared for Tianmeng, it is estimated that this year will not be missing. Tianmen's agile head also nodded, and at this moment, in the outside world, the sky that was originally extremely clear just before suddenly darkened, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky. And a grey halo descended this world. In an instant, the light of the sun was completely blocked by darkness. A huge breathless pressure fell from the sky, and Huo Yuhao naturally sensed this breath for a while. Why is it so lively today? There is still a trace of remnant soul drifting into this world. Huo Yuhao stretched out his hand and grasped the stream of light with mental strength. It seemed to struggle slightly, and a consciousness jumped out, but it only flickered for a moment and then fell silent. Huo Yuhao also brought him into the sea of consciousness by the way, and it transformed into a grey bead motionless. Holding the sun and the moon to pick up the stars, is there no one like me in the world? Huo Yuhao looked at the grey bead in front of him. Huo Yuhao raised his eyebrows slightly, what a crazy guy, but the soul fragment is completely different from this world. Maybe it comes from another world like me. It is recorded in his body that this world is the same as the Douluo continent. There are certain laws that our world of cultivating immortals does not have. Xin Yuan saw the wonder of this grey bead. Huo Yuhao nodded, and then he cast a spiritual nourishing spell on the grey beads. This bead is just a fragment of a person's soul, and it still needs rest. It just so happened that I cut off the souls of a lot of gods a year ago, and now I am refining them into pure soul power. Those powers help make up for him. A shard of soul should be very simple. Looks like this is a chance. Huo Yuhao nodded. No wonder I've had a few divinations for myself recently, and they all told me to go to the Star Do forest. This may be the result of my great luck. Huo Yuhao looked at Xin Yuan and smiled slightly. It's good now, there is someone in the spiritual space to accompany you. Idiot, I don't need a bug to accompany me. Xin Yuan cursed and ran away, but even as he said this, Huo Yuhao could still clearly feel that his body's heart became more powerful and active. A bottleneck of the golden light curse seems to have broken through just like that. Please collect and support, all kinds of requests, every support is the motivation for the author to update. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The state of mind is active, the golden light mantra is no longer lifeless, and has improved. Huo Yuhao estimated that by now, the practice of the golden light curse has reached the level of the 40 soul sect. Well Yuhao, I'm going to practice now too. Tianmeng Binkan said with some excitement, feeling the power of Yuhao's strong soul. I feel like I have some understanding. Go. Huo Yuhao nodded and then smiled slightly. If you have any doubts, you can ask that monkey. Don't worry, he just looks difficult to get in touch with. In fact, he is still very lonely in normal times. I want to talk to someone. Really? Tianmeng Iskan took a tentative look at the Wuzi mountain in the distance, but when it found Wuzishan in the distance, Tianmeng Iskan only felt a trembling in its entire body, and said embarrassingly that it must be. Then it was like a cat a corner began to occupy itself for practice. 9 clusters of light began to surround the Skittarum iceworm. Those light spots were its self-sealed energy. Although Huo Yuhao possessed an immortal level soul, his physical body was at least an 11-year-old child, and he had only practiced the golden light curse for a year. The strength of the body is now no more than that of the Soul Lord. Although he already has the physical fitness of a genius soul master far beyond his peers, he still can't bear the energy accumulated by Tianmeng Binkan over the years. Everything settled here. Deep in the star forest, several terrifying auras fluctuated violently at the same time, as if they were feeling something. Huo Yuhao could sense their anger. After all, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, as a giant warehouse, had great influence on some soul beasts. Benefits. Thinking about it carefully, the Tianmeng iceworm is also quite miserable. In a certain place, he absorbed the energy of heaven and earth and took good care of it, but was caught by a large number of powerful soul beasts, and then swallowed the energy of 10,000 years until he broke through 1,000,000 years. After having the ability to protect himself, he was suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth. Although he escaped from the hands of those soul beasts, his life came to an end. Huo Yuhao glanced at Tianmeng, who was practicing hard, and then looked at the monkey in the distance. After hearing the other party snort, Huo Yuhao left the sea of consciousness without further interruption. It's going to be lively next. If you add a hint of soul to that grey bead, there will be 4 people in the sea of consciousness including yourself. It's going to be lively. You can play a table of mahjong. Huo Yuhao looked at the restored tunnel in front of him, and felt the activity of the Crimson Palace in his body at this moment. Huo Yuhao exhaled the turbid air in his body, and felt that his body was much lighter. Sure enough, life practice still needs to be experienced more, and you can't be self-confident. Now that you are reliving your life, your mentality should also become younger, so that it is in line with the essence of practice. So, Huo Yuhao instinctively mobilized the soul power in his body to rush towards his eyes, and in an instant, something else was activated to make Huo Yuhao's dark blue pupils start to sparkle with a soul-stirring golden color. Halo. This feeling is really strange. Huo Yuhao watched as a white soul ring appeared around him, and at this moment, Huo Yuhao could also feel that this soul ring contained the 4 abilities Tianmeng had given him. This is interesting. Isn't the soul skill obtained by hunting the soul ring stored in the body of the martial soul, but attached to the soul ring? In Huo Yuhao's perception, his soul martial soul is just a kind of power release device, and the core is actually the soul ring beside him. In other words, if I want to use a certain soul skill, I have to use my own soul ring as the core, push the soul power into this soul ring, and then let the soul ring automatically display the power of the soul skill of the martial soul, and finally then it will be executed by the spirit martial soul. This process is a bit too complicated, right? If we directly fuse the things on the soul ring with the martial spirit, wouldn't it make using the martial spirit faster by directly omitting a step? With the eyesight of an immortal, Huo Yuhao's understanding of Wuhan is naturally extremely thorough, but now, Huo Yuhao feels that his eyes can be further improved. Level Soul Power. Huo Yuhao mobilized the thing called soul power in his body. It felt like he had slightly purified the power of this world and then stored it in the martial soul. But it also has special features. For example, the soul power can use it by converting it into spiritual power through your spiritual eyes. According to the experiment, Huo Yuhao found that as long as the body is stronger, the martial soul can be made stronger. The stronger the martial soul is, the more soul power it can save, and because HUO YUHAO focused on life cultivation, the martial soul has already become extremely tough. In addition, the martial soul has absorbed the huge energy of Tianmeng, a million-year-old soul ring. His martial soul directly stepped into the 20th level realm. HUO YUHAO could feel some swelling of the soul I martial soul, as if encountering a layer of obstacles. In this case, he had to find another soul beast, kill it, and then absorb the opponent's soul ring to make a breakthrough. It's really a wonderful talent, a wonderful martial soul power. If these eyes continue to improve and develop, if they can evolve into supernatural powers in the future, it's like the heavenly eyes of Guanjiang Cao Erlang Xian Sheng Zhenjun. No, it's so ambitious, it must be the monkey head of Zenyuan who misled me. HUO YUHAO breathed a sigh of relief, and at this moment, the mental power that spread out keenly noticed the two figures. Hey? Is there anyone else here? Two people walked along a small path. HUO YUHAO looked over, and the one walking in front was a young girl, wearing a light blue dress. She looked very pretty. But HUO YUHAO's eyes only stayed on her for a moment, and then looked at the boy who was about her age behind her. The young man is tall and slender, with short dark blue hair. In this world, because of the martial spirit, the hair color is also varied, and the stronger the influence of the martial spirit on the body, the higher the strength. HUO YUHAO could tell at a glance that this young man was considered a genius among his peers. Although he was not very old, he looked refined and elegant. Thunder is generally irritable, but there is a strange light force mixed in it. This kid seems to have some talent for practicing thunder magic. HUO YUHAO looked at him in surprise, and at this moment, just as HUO YUHAO was sizing him up, the young man with short dark blue hair also looked at HUO YUHAO in front of him in surprise. Obviously there is only one ring, but the soul power should have surpassed the level of the first ring, probably preparing to hunt the second soul ring, and he is so strong, he looks quiet, but he always has a sense of sight that this area is under his control. HUO YUHAO also carried a wooden sword behind his back, which made the young man even more curious. Please bookmark and recommend. Please be sure to read to the end. The amount of follow-up reading will greatly affect the performance of new books. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 by Bei and Tang Yue. Chapter 13 by Bei and Tang Yue. Hey, little brother, are you going to hunt soul beasts too? The girl with Zhonglingzi looked at HUO YUHAO in front of her with great curiosity, and HUO YUHAO naturally nodded at this. Are you also going to hunt soul beasts together? We can go together. HUO YUHAO sized them up, and he could see that the girl's aura had reached a critical value, and she should be preparing to hunt the soul beast to absorb the soul ring. Since he wanted to hunt the soul beast himself, then HUO YUHAO would also I wouldn't mind forming a good relationship with them. In response to this, the girl's pupils suddenly flickered with light. This little brother is neither humble nor arrogant, and he remains calm even when facing strangers. He also has a kind of absolute confidence between his brows. Although the first spirit ring is only a white 10-year spirit ring, he looks only 11 or 12 years old, but he is already going to hunt for a spirit ring. Doesn't it mean that he has already level 20 cultivation? This is to find a good soul beast soul ring, and after absorbing it, it can generally increase the soul power by 1-2. In this way, wouldn't he directly meet the recruitment requirements of Shrek Academy? Unexpectedly, I met a little genius. A few lights flickered between the girl's brows, and she naturally agreed with a smile on HUO YUHAO's offer. Okay. My name is Tang Yue, and his name is Bai Bei. This time, we are going to hunt a 1000-year level soul beast suitable for the blue-silver grass. What about you? My name is HUO YUHAO. As for hunting soul beasts, I am going to hunt and kill a soul beast with spiritual attributes. HUO YUHAO put away the soul ring, and Bai Bei and Tang Yue immediately felt that the boy in front of them had become ordinary for a while, but this made them look at each other and see the surprise in each other's eyes. Being able to restrain the breath like this, when releasing the martial soul, it can also give the outside world a feeling of being completely controlled. If you want to hunt and kill spirit beasts, then this little brother's martial soul is probably a rare spiritual attribute. Spiritual attributes. It's a little hard to find. There are very few soul beasts with spiritual attributes in the outer area, because the spirit beasts with spiritual attributes are naturally more sensitive than ordinary soul beasts. You have to go deeper into the forest to find them. When Tangya said, HUO, YUHAO nodded, then got up and walked deeper into the forest. After solving the harassment from the soul beasts a few times, Tangya was even more surprised when she saw HUO YUHAO's calm expression. When she was hunting souls back then, even if she was led by a teacher, she was extremely nervous, but the little brother in front of her had a calm expression and a look of complete fear. Why are you so calm, YUHAO? Because I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? Tangya couldn't help asking, but HUO YUHAO just glanced at her calmly. Not afraid, just not afraid. At this point, Tangya suddenly became a little embarrassed. A child younger than herself was so calm and confident in hunting soul beasts, but it seemed that she, the person who went to question HUO YUHAO, was out of the ordinary. Pfft. The young man standing behind him couldn't help chuckling twice, causing the young girl to turn around in anger. After lightly hitting the guy who made fun of him, she patted her heaving chest next to HUO YUHAO. YUHAO is right. If you are not afraid, then you are not afraid. My generation of soul masters should have such an aura. By the way, I think YUHAO is almost a 20-level great soul master at a young age. Are you planning to go to Shrek Academy? I have a little idea now. HUO YUHAO nodded. After meeting Tianmeng Iceworm and absorbing the first spirit ring, now that HUO YUHAO has noticed the strangeness of Wuhan, he is a little bit interested in the place that has existed for thousands of years and is known as the world's #1 Wuhan Academy. Interested. Moreover, ordinary people have to go to school according to the common sense. Even in the last life, when I was in the Tianxi mansion, the master had to catch me and my senior brothers from an early age, just like private schools. Astronomical arithmetic. Since I want to rebuild this time, I can't be extraordinary. You have to join the world. If you don't change your experience, you will be as silent as before, and your cultivation base will be slow. Going to experience is like practicing in the mind. I knew you would join Shrek Academy. Tangya rolled her eyes, then have you heard of our Tang sect? Do you want to join our Tang sect again? You must know that our Tang sect was at its peak 10,000 years ago, and it is now in decline, but the people in the sect all kinds of exercises and cheats are extremely powerful, very suitable for your spiritual attribute soul master practice. As soon as she said this, Bai Bei who was beside him shook her head helplessly. Sure enough, Xiao wanted to absorb this little brother to join the Tang sect, but the current Tang sect is not the same as it was 10,000 years ago. If I ask rashly, I'm afraid it's... I refuse. HUO YUHAO looked at Tangya. Sorry, I have never heard of the Tang sect, and I already have a master sect, and all my skills are taught by the master sect, so it is impossible to join other sections. Oh, that's it, I'm really sorry, YUHAO. Listening to HUO YUHAO's earnest words, Tangya felt a little melancholy for a moment. First, she felt sorry for HUO YUHAO's sect, and second, she felt lost because of the speed of HUO YUHAO's rejection and his indifference to the word Tang sect. You must know that the Tang sect used to be the #1 sect in the Douluo continent. It was founded 10,000 years ago, and it can be said to be one of the oldest sects. It is said that the suzerain of the first Tang sect once changed the pattern of the entire continent. Even the #1 powerhouse in the mainland at that time. The power of the sect is so powerful that all nations come to court, it is so majestic, but now it has declined and even the children don't know the meaning. The ancestral land has been taken away, and there are only 2 people left in the sect, except for the inheritance, it has not been cut off. It is true that the Tang sect no longer has any sense of existence in this world. This huge sense of loss is too heavy for Tangya, the current head of the Tang sect. Behind him, Bai Bei patted the girl's back in time, making the girl straighten up, and then gently talked to him. Eyes together. I'm fine, it's just that I feel that I have to practice hard. Huo Yuhao took a look at this girl with a strong face and a smile, and recalled his action of pulling him to join the Tang sect. Huo Yuhao couldn't help being a little puzzled. What? What are you worrying about? Tangya is worried about the revitalization of Tang sect. Bai Bei sighed helplessly. 10,000 years ago, the Tang sect was very prosperous for a while, but now it is only me and him who are in decline. Seeing that you are such a genius, little brother YUHAO, that's why I want to pull little brother YUHAO you join the Tang sect. There are only 2 people in the sect? Is the inheritance of what the sect learned interrupted? Huo Yuhao frowned and asked, but Tangya naturally raised her head and said proudly, of course not. For thousands of years, my Tang sect's unique learning has been completely preserved. It has not been interrupted at all. Then why do you care about the revitalization of the sect? Huo Yuhao looked at Tangya with a strange look. Isn't it enough to just inherit and stay? A sect with a small number of people is not a section. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Super High School Level Mental Detection Sharing. Chapter 14 Super High School Level Mental Detection Sharing. A sect with only 2 people is also a sect, and a sect with only 1 person is also a section. Huo Yuhao was deeply moved by this sentence. When he was young, he practiced in the Heavenly Master's mansion, and he had never felt the dangers of the world until the demons were born, and the demons danced around the world. As the leader of Taoism, the Tianqi's mansion should lead by example, so all the disciples in the mansion, together with the Heavenly Master, all held swords go down the mountain to kill demons and demons. At that time, in the entire Longhe mountain and the Zhengtian Master's mansion, only Huo Yuhao, the youngest at that time, only 12 years old, was left to guard the mountain gate alone. The Tianqi, Huo Yuhao's master, said to Huo Yuhao before leaving. This is the sentence. As long as the succession continues, the Zhengtian Master's mansion will always exist. After that, Huo Yuhao spent all day repairing books, sweeping floors, practicing, and maintaining the incense in the mansion. 4 years later, when Huo Yuhao read all the sect's collections, repaired, and sorted out all the sect's achievement books, his master and senior brothers came back. It's just that a large number of people were missing from the huge number of people. Huo Yuhao was young at that time and didn't know the situation. He just asked his brothers if they were still in other places. At that time, the Heavenly Master just rubbed Huo Yuhao's hair and looked at it being repaired. After finishing the library, he took Huo Yuhao's hand and told everyone that Huo Yuhao would make him his direct disciple. If you think about it carefully, it was an unforgettable time. Huo Yuhao was talking, and Tangya listened to Huo Yuhao's words, and there was a hint of complexity in her eyes, and then she was suppressed. Xiao Yuhao, you are still young and don't understand the affairs of our Tang sect. Let's go and go hunting for souls. Tangya said softly. She seemed to be depressed for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal, showing a very sunny smile. Looking at Tangya in front of her, Bei Bei suddenly felt a little uneasy. You girl has something on her mind. She seems careless, but some emotions may have been suppressed deeply. Huo Yuhao reminded him like this, and Bai Bei also raised his head suddenly at this moment, sensing Huo Yuhao's voice transmission to himself. He fell silent for a while, because it was not the first time he heard this sentence. His ancestor once said something similar use voice. But Bai Bei believes that with her company, Xiao can resolve those worries in her heart. Thank you, but I believe that I will bring Xiao out. Bai Bei spoke silently. Huo Yuhao saw it and didn't say anything, and then said directly, okay, then I will establish a spiritual link with you and share my spiritual detection with you. Huo Yuhao said calmly, and then began to mobilize the million-year level soul ring that Tianmeng Iceworm gave him. As a million-year soul beast, Tianmeng Iceworm bestowed 4 first soul skills on Huo Yuhao, namely, spiritual detection, spiritual sharing, spiritual shock, and spiritual interference. Among them, mental detection is similar to the spiritual perception of the soul, except that it should be soul detection. One is the detection of human body talent, one is soul power, and the other relies on the power of the soul itself. But the common point is that it allows the user to be in a God's perspective, able to observe and detect everything inside. It seems very powerful, but it is much less than what the soul can perceive, but it is still corresponding. The soul power consumption of spiritual detection is very small, and the range is larger. At this moment, YUHAO can probably cover an area of 500 meters around him centered on himself, and this detection can also change the shape, and the straight line can even reach a detection distance of 500 meters at most. Moreover, this move can also be linked with spiritual sharing. YUHAO can share the information of spiritual exploration with others, allowing the team to enter the perspective of God. Here we go. A soul ring rose under YUHAO's feet, golden light flowed in his eyes, invisible spiritual power instantly enveloped the forest area with a radius of 500 meters, and then two spiritual threads were linked to Bei and Tangya in an instant. In order not to shock the world, YUHAO only shared a range of 300 meters with them. But even so, even though they were ready, when Bei and Tangya received YUHAO's spiritual sharing, their faces became dull almost instantly. A huge amount of information poured into their minds, and in their eyes, the flow of time seemed to slow down, and everything around them was exceptionally clear. Wherever they looked, a large amount of information would appear instantly in their minds. An earthworm was frightened and burrowed into the soil in a hurry, and 200 meters away, there was a group of spirit beasts wantonly enjoying wild fruits. Such a terrifying space span made them unable to move for a moment. Because their minds were completely overwhelmed by the large amount of complex information, this large amount of information refers to every move within a 100-meter radius. This is God's perspective. There is no need for eyes to see. All the scenery within 100 meters are presented in their minds in an extremely three-dimensional form, and any slight changes in any place will be reflected in their brains immediately. Bei and Tangya were looking at each other at this moment. This soul skill is too strong. Bei smiled wryly. Is this the strength that the first soul skill should have? How could it be so magical? With this detection assistance, dealing with any enemy is much easier already. Tangya took a few deep breaths before she regained her composure and couldn't help but say, how easy is it to fight as a team with this soul skill? YUHAO, you are a natural field-controlling soul master. YUHAO nodded and didn't say much. He just maintained the 300-meter range between Bei and Tangya, and at the same time scanned the ancient forest with great concentration. The spiritual power of the spirit eye martial soul comes from the conversion of soul power, and has nothing to do with YUHAO's soul, so using it will not affect your life and practice. With this skill, we will become more efficient in hunting soul beasts. Bei came to a hidden corner of the bush, looked at the traces slightly, and found out a red scale. His brows raised suddenly, and then said, this is the scale of the Datura snake. We are lucky, this soul beast is very suitable for Xiao, and the traces are very fresh, it should be not far away, let's follow. Bei seemed to be well informed, leading YUHAO and the others towards one direction, and after advancing for a period of time, YUHAO slightly looked in one direction, and during the mental detection, there was a 3-meter-long, peach-shaped a big red snake with a small bump on its forehead, hidden like a flower on a tree. YUHAO calmly led them to the vicinity of the snake, and when Bei and Tangya sensed the snake, they obviously showed a hint of surprise on their faces. That is the mandala snake. We are very lucky. It happens to be a 1,000-year-old snake that is suitable for Xiao. Bei quickly judged the year of this spirit beast, and Tangya nodded with joy, and the three of them moved towards this spirit beast while suppressing its movement. Shared by YUHAO's mental detection, this poor mandala snake didn't realize the crisis was coming. When the distance reached 30 meters, Bei's aura instantly went berserk. A group of eye-catching blue light shines from the center of Bai Bei's eyebrows, and descends into his whole body from the center of his eyebrows. Strips of blue-purple shocks burst out like small snakes, and swim around his body. When HUO YUHAO first saw Bai Bei, he thought that he was suitable for practicing thunder. Now it seems that he is right. His martial spirit is indeed related to thunder. What's even more shocking is the change in his right arm. The sleeve on the right side burst suddenly because Bai Bei's right arm expanded instantly. The length of the arm increased by more than half a foot, the entire arm was extremely thick, and then it was covered with blue-purple scales for a while, and the hands turned into claws, covered with the same scales, and every joint on the hand became extremely thick. The blue and purple snake electricity condensed or flowed on the arm, and the 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, did not hover around the body like normal soul masters, but hovered above this transformed dragon claw. The next moment, HUO YUHAO saw Bai Bei's soul rings flapping alternately. Almost go all out. When the unlucky mandala snake realized that it was in trouble, it just wanted to escape, but it was pinched by Bai Bei's dragon claws in anticipation of trying to escape. Under the sharing of mental detection, the snake's every move was watched by Bai Bei. Making predictions was a piece of cake. He is the soul master of the 3rd ring, but it is still difficult to win against the 1000-year-old soul beast. But now with the help of HUO YUHAO, killing this mandala is like pinching a chicken. Bai Bei couldn't help feeling even more emotional about the abnormality of HUO YUHAO's soul skill. The thunder in his hand flickered, making the mandala snake lose the ability to resist, and sent it to Tang Yi. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. With YUHAO's soul skill, hunting souls is so easy. I will be a soul master in a moment. Tang Yi sighed with emotion. After killing the soul beast, she sat cross-legged next to it, mobilized her soul power, and drew and absorbed the purple soul ring on the mandala snake into her body. Bai Bei protected her, and at the same time looked at HUO YUHAO and said, "When Xiao finishes absorbing the soul ring, we can go deeper into the forest, and then we can find a suitable soul ring for you, YUHAO. Don't be so troublesome." Bai Bei was a little puzzled, but HUO YUHAO shook his head, looked in a direction and explained, "I just used my spiritual power to provoke a circle in this forest, and now a spirit beast with a spiritual attribute seems to sense my provocation. Already rushing towards us a little angrily. Now? No, it's already here." Bai Bei's muscles suddenly tightened. And a silver ape body suddenly appeared in the perspective of his mental detection. Looking at the 4 red lines between the other person's eyebrows, Bai Bei only felt a panic. Not good. This is a 4000-year level Macarena. It is indeed a spiritual soul beast, but it is also a difficult guy that even the Soul King doesn't want to meet. How could it happen at this time? Damn it. I'll hold him back first. YUHAO. When Tang Yi wakes up, you just take him and run away. Bai Bei panicked for a moment. Tang Yi must not be disturbed by others while absorbing the soul ring, otherwise there will be big problems. But what I didn't expect was that the person who came to disturb him was actually a powerful soul beast of the 4000-year level. How to do this? Now, what I am thinking about is almost no longer about hunting souls, but about how to escape from this forest alive and escape from the territory of the apes. Bai Bei felt that his whole body's nerves were stretched to the limit. The 4000-year-old soul beast was an opponent that only the soul sect could defeat. Although he had a powerful martial soul, he was still powerless against the 4000-year-old soul beast. But at this moment, HUO YUHAO just took a step calmly. Relax, I'll do it. The contract standard has been met, please support me and continue reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Golden Light Refining Soul Ring. Chapter 15, Golden Light Refining Soul Ring. Among the 4 soul skills given to HUO YUHAO by Tianmeng Iceworm, there is one soul skill called Spiritual Shock. The principle is very simple. Use soul power to convert into mental power, then link the mental power in HUO YUHAO's spiritual sea, and then use the mental power to slam into the opponent's soul. At the moment of the collision, there will be a confrontation between the mental powers of the two sides, and the result will be affected according to the strength and quality. Although YUHAO has self-proclaimed his spiritual power, his eyes are still the windows to the soul. The spiritual eyes can be said to be the most intimate place between YUHAO's body and spirit. YUHAO can release as much mental power as his martial soul has. In terms of the quality of his mental power, no one in the world can match him. Therefore, YUHAO's mental impact can be simply understood as real damage. Regardless of your cultivation base, you have to take this mental shock from YUHAO firmly. And right now, a silver ape jumped down from a nearby bush and charged straight at YUHAO, but YUHAO had expected that a group of sharply compressed mental power would converge into a small sword, and it suddenly burst from YUHAO's pupils. It suddenly stabbed out. Even if he just obtained it, the strength of this technique is already at the level of the soul sect in YUHAO's hands. But in the face of this little monkey with 4,000 years of cultivation and whose spiritual intelligence has not been fully activated, this mental shock is almost equivalent to a death sentence for it. Thump! The Tongzin ape was frozen in the air. YUHAO drew his sword and stretched it out. Golden light covered the sword body. He ducked and stabbed out suddenly. The Tongzin ape stupefiedly hit YUHAO's sword with its heart. Kaka, the mahogany sword possessed by the golden light showed the sharpness as iron, piercing through the chest of this soul beast in an instant, understanding the opponent's life cleanly. And Bai Bei looked at the scene in front of him in a daze, but felt that a silver figure was attacking YUHAO at lightning speed. But when Bai Bei reacted, the monkey had already crashed to death on the ground. On YUHAO's sword, a purple soul ring appeared, and Bai Bei suddenly became even more confused. What's happening here? YUHAO didn't take it seriously. He just stretched out his hand and moved the purple soul ring into his hand, and then began to mobilize his soul power to cover the soul ring. No, YUHAO. You can't absorb a soul ring with such a high H. When Bai Bei watched YUHAO want to absorb this spirit ring, his expression changed again. Using the cultivation of the second ring to absorb a 4,000-year spirit ring, the energy of this level of soul ring is too great. If the soul master can't absorb it, there will be a scene of exploding and dying. Doesn't YUHAO even know about this? Hastily stepped forward to support YUHAO's shoulders, Bai Bei then hurriedly sent pure soul power, ready to share the energy impact of the 4,000-year soul ring with YUHAO. But as soon as his soul power entered YUHAO's body, it was excluded by a thick golden light. Then Bai Bei heard YUHAO gently opening his mouth to say something. The Xianzong of heaven and earth is the root of all energy. Cultivating hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my supernatural powers. A vast aura erupted from YUHAO's body, and the huge energy in the soul ring began to pour into YUHAO's body. But at the same time, a thick golden light rose from YUHAO's body. In and out of the three realms, the Tao is the only one. In an instant, YUHAO opened his eyes, golden light flashed in his eyes, and then he suddenly looked at the purple soul ring in his palm. There is a golden light covering my body. Bang! Following the recitation of the golden light mantra, YUHAO's body suddenly burst into a golden light that burned like a flame. Those golden lights quickly wrapped the soul ring, although the back of the soul ring was still trembling slightly, as if it wanted to struggle, but in the end, under the power of the golden light, the soul ring became smaller and fell into YUHAO's hands. Use the golden light to completely refine this soul ring, wrap it, and then inhale it into your martial soul, then use the golden light spell to protect the body, and then absorb it naturally. Not much difficulty. YUHAO, who had already experienced it once, soon found that his spiritual martial soul had once again broken through a bottleneck, and the soul power that could be stored in his body increased rapidly. If it is not controlled, it may directly reach the juncture of level 30 soul master. But that's too fast. And continuous breakthroughs will easily make the foundation unstable. So YUHAO intentionally compressed them at this moment, so that the soul power in his body was compressed to a level of 25. After doing this, YUHAO opened his eyes, and realized that Bai Bei was looking at him like he was looking at a monster. Is it over? It's just absorbing a soul ring, how long will it take? Huo Yuhao glanced at Tang Ye, who was frowning and trying to get her body to accept the soul ring, and then said, my situation is special, so just treat it as normal. Normal wool. I feel that I have already suffered a deep blow. I hope that after Xiaoa absorbs the spirit ring later, it turns out that YUHAO has already absorbed the spirit ring one step ahead of her, and the absorbed spirit ring is still old. When I'm taller than him, I won't be so depressed that I can't eat. What? Isn't your Shrek school known as the monster school? Have you never seen this kind of world? Of course I've never seen it. Bai Bei's voice was slightly louder. Who can directly absorb a 4,000-year-old soul ring when he was a great soul master? Even if there is one in history, it is also through the gods. The reward you get from the assessment. How come it's as easy as drinking water for you to absorb this 1,000-year soul ring? At this moment, a guess came to Bai Bei's mind, and she couldn't help but say, you are not some old monster who has rebuilt, right? Or do you actually have two martial spirits? Perhaps so. Huo Yuhao did not refute what he said. After Tangya successfully absorbed the soul ring, she saw the purple soul ring appearing under Huo Yuhao's feet. Tangya, who had just completed the breakthrough, seemed a little stunned. Even the joy of absorbing the third soul ring and becoming a soul master was washed away. Phew! Really more popular than dead people ah! Even Bai Bei couldn't help but rub her temples. I just feel a lot of pressure. Originally, he was regarded as the pride of heaven in the academy, but he himself is not very competitive, but Huo Yuhao next to him is really too evil, which makes him feel a little bit. It's not an illusion that I haven't worked hard enough. But Tang Ye, whose talent can only be regarded as above average, fell into deeper self-doubt at this moment, until everyone left the Star Dough forest and was stationed in one place. When preparing to eat, they could smell the tangy aroma of spices sprinkled on the meat. Only then did Tangya slow down. Oh my god, if Xiao Yuhao joins Shrek Academy, maybe he can become the most evil monster in the academy in the past 1 year. Tangya looked at Huo Yuhao, who was grilling meat, and couldn't help but softly said this to Bai Bei beside her. Bai Bei naturally nodded in approval, recalling the golden light that appeared on Huo Yuhao's body in his memory. He has never seen that kind of power before, perhaps it is the inheritance of the sect that Huo Yuhao mentioned. In the recent period, the major hermit sects have made some slight movements. Ask for support, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Shrek Academy. Chapter 16 Shrek Academy. Bai Bei thought a little too far, but at this moment, Huo Yuhao saw that the hare meat in front of him was already roasted, so he called Bai Bei and Tangya and asked them to eat some together. Wow, Xiao Yuhao, can you eat so well? I can't even eat more than 2 roasted rabbits and I'm almost exhausted. Just now I saw that you've already eaten 4. Do you want to roast 4 more now? Tangya couldn't help but be a little surprised when she watched Huo Yuhao sprinkle some prepared rabbits with spices and start roasting them. I am personally gifted. I eat a lot. Eating more is also good for my cultivation. Huo Yuhao explained, rubbing his chin. It is also fate to be able to catch it from that rabbit's nest. These bunnies are related to your belly, right? Tangya ate the meat, but the taste of the meat was really good. After eating and drinking enough, everyone started to hurry. Shrek Academy was built on the Lima Plain, covering a vast area. It is a city in itself, known as Shrek City, and this city is the place Huo Yuhao chose to stand at the beginning. On the Douluo continent, Shrek City is one of the largest cities, with more than 200 million people living there. And Shrek Academy has independent governance rights over this city, and does not need to pay taxes to any country. Shrek City has mainlands to the southeast, northwest, and transportation can be said to be extending in all directions. It is not only the location of Shrek Academy, but also the most important commercial city at the junction of the 3 empires that originally belonged to Douluo continent. Because of the existence of Shrek Academy, the law and order in Shrek City is very good, and the transactions here are not only fair, but also more reassuring. Therefore, when merchants from the three empires conduct cross-border trade, most of them will choose to conduct transactions in Shrek City. From these points alone, it can be seen how high the status of Shrek Academy is on this continent. HUO, YUHAO and the others didn't want to go to the center of Shrek City when they wanted to go to Shrek Academy. As an academy, Shrek City is actually separated from Shrek Academy by a certain distance. The academy is in the east of Shrek City, facing the Stardo Forest direction. Most of the Stardo Great Forest is located in the Douluo Empire, and only a small part is in the Sky Soul Empire. Shrek Academy is located in the northwest of the Stardo Great Forest, not too far from the Stardo Great Forest. Tangya and Bebe entered the Stardo Forest from the south, because there are relatively fewer powerful soul beasts in this direction, and it is safer. And the soul beast facing the direction of Shrek Academy is the strongest. Shrek Academy often has students entering the Stardo Forest to hunt and kill soul beasts, and they are hated by the strong soul beasts in the Stardo Forest. Event. Originally, if they wanted to go to Shrek Academy, Bebe and the others would choose to take a detour for safety reasons. But now, with HUO YUHAO's mental detection, Bebe and Tangya dared to go straight back to Shrek Academy. Both of you, take this thing. HUO YUHAO took out 6 talisman papers, handed 2 to Bebe and Tangya, then pasted the remaining 2 talisman papers on each of his legs and said, "Do as I do, and follow me. Read it together. 100 steps, the ground shrinks. Every mountain is flat, every water is dry." After Bebe and Tangya did so, they immediately felt that their footsteps became extremely light, and their bodies seemed to have no weight, and they could walk 10 meters away with a light step. This is amazing. Could it be that this talisman is a variant of the food-type martial spirit, capable of speeding up to such an extent? Bebe and Tangya looked at each other, but HUO YUHAO looked at their surprised expressions and just reminded him, "This is the divine walking armor and horse talisman. Be careful, don't scratch the talisman off by something while running, this is very fragile, once it encounters any attack, it will exit the stage of divine movement." The Shenxing armored horse used for traveling is a very common talisman in the world of cultivating immortals. As one of the 3 talisman sects, the Tianxi Mansion has recorded a large number of talisman production methods. HUO YUHAO has read all the books in the Tianxi Mansion, so he can naturally make them. After putting on the armored horse, it is like the wind blowing under your feet, and you can ride a flying horse. Even an ordinary person can travel thousands of miles a day. With this talisman, we may be able to return to Shrek Academy today. Such a strange talisman does not even require soul power. If it can be mass-produced, it will completely change the situation in the mainland. Tangya said in a low voice. Bebe nodded, and looked at HUO YUHAO in front of him. This kind of talisman should be the product of YUHAO's sect. It really makes people feel emotional. What kind of powerful sect can create such a strange talisman? Tangya nodded earnestly. She could also see a kind of extreme self-confidence in HUO YUHAO. For the confidence of the sect's inheritance, if the disciples of the Tang sect can be as confident as YUHAO in the future. Tangya yearned for it, and at the same time, she worked hard, and they marched late into the night. Under such circumstances, it was not appropriate to go on, because night is when soul beasts are active. But HUO YUHAO's mental exploration allowed them to avoid almost all troubles. After taking a rest, they arrived at the east side of Shrek City the next morning. The south, west, and north gates of Shrek City can be entered and exited at will, but the east gate is exclusively for Shrek Academy. Although this city gate is only used by Shrek Academy, it is extremely lively at this time. At least more than 5,000 people gathered outside the east city gate, and it was very lively outside the city gate. A large number of traders have already heard the news, and although Shrek Academy's outer court disciples are not many, most of them are either rich or expensive. In addition to relying on talent and being able to enroll for free, those who lack talent want to study in the outer courtyard have to pay a huge amount of gold soul coins every year. The entrance requirements for the outer academy are that the first is no more than 12 years old, and the second requirement is that the soul power is no less than level. Nowadays, with the research on martial arts, a large number of soul power enhancing drugs have been developed. If the family has money, it is easy to make children from 12 to years old just by taking medicine. It is difficult for civilian disciples to compete with those rich nobles for admission quota. After all, this world has always been a society of favors. If you have the same soul power as a noble disciple, and the other disciple has one more recommendation letter from the city lord than you do, if so, then you will most likely be screened out. Unless you can reach level 12 or above before the age of and reach the admission level of the original Shrek 7 monsters, in this way, as a standard little genius, Shrek will directly admit you without worrying about the quota. YUHAO, how about I go find a staff member for you and help you with your enrollment? No need. YUHAO shook his head and said, I have connections. As he said that, YUHAO looked in one direction, said goodbye to Tangya and the others, and ran in the same direction. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Medical School. Chapter 17 Medical School. In Shrek Academy, near Poseidon Lake. Mrs. HUO, thank you so much. I really didn't expect you to come to our school for medical instruction. Duel, the head of the martial arts department, has a high status on the mainland and possesses level 80 soul power. At this moment, Duel, who is at the Contra level, bowed deeply to YUHAO's mother with great respect. Even if the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire comes, Duel does not have to pay such a courtesy, but at this moment, he sincerely respects Mrs. HUO in front of him. It's not a big deal, but is it really good? Just because of me, you opened up a medical school alone? And let me directly serve as the dean of a school, isn't that a bit too hasty? When HUO Ma asked, she was also a little surprised. Originally, he thought that he was only here as a special consultant, but he didn't expect the situation to develop like this. HUO Ma still remembers that she just used some acupuncture techniques recorded in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic on an old man to simply balance the 5 elements in the other person's body, making the old man laugh 3 times, and then a lot of it seemed that people in high positions had gathered together for a meeting in a hurry. And after this meeting, Shrek executives suddenly decided that there would be an additional college, and that college would be named Shrek Medical College. And HUO Ma was directly asked by a group of highly respected and powerful people to stay as the dean of the medical school. And let HUO Ma join the Sea God Pavilion and become a member of the Sea God Pavilion. HUO Yuner was relatively soft-hearted and agreed to their request. But after thinking about it later, HUO's mother felt that the position of the dean was too important. There's nothing careless, Mrs. HUO, no, it should be Dean HUO. Our Poseidon Pavilion meeting conducted detailed research and judgment and found that your knowledge is complete and highly systematic, and is completely qualified to support the birth of an academy. Du Weilun said seriously. To be honest, it's too unpredictable. Even some of our titled Douluo can't see things like the 5 elements, yin and yang, etc., but you can use it freely. It's really amazing. We are in awe. Hey, if you memorize a lot and see a lot, you will get it naturally. Mrs. HUO listened to other people's praises. Although she felt a little embarrassed, she was still very happy. Then what am I going to do? The school has organized a group of teachers and nurses from the Ministry of Education who are willing to learn your medical theories and have been included under your command. They are starting to learn from the compendium of materia medica you arranged, so you only need to point them out. Mistakes, and then just show them. I understand. Mother HUO nodded. Du Weilun smiled slightly, and then said, how about Mrs. HUO stay at Shrek Academy? Although Shrek Academy and Shrek City are not far apart, it is still a bit troublesome to go back and forth. It is better to just go to Shrek Academy. Will you stay at Shrek Academy? HUO Ma frowned after hearing this, and Du Weilun suddenly felt nervous and said quickly, "Don't worry, please don't worry. It's just a better environment to practice medicine. Shrek Medical College will treat people all over the world free of charge. We only charge sporadic herbal medicine and outpatient fees. All the models will be copied from your HUO medical clinic. I'm just worried about the long journey. Mrs. HUO, you have to take care of yourself. Don't worry, Director Du, I know you have good intentions." HUO Ma sighed, "It's just that my child doesn't want to join Shrek Academy to study. If he is willing to study at Shrek Academy, I will naturally." Before the words fell, the voice appeared in the ears of the two of them for a while. "Mom, I changed my mind and am going to join Shrek Academy to practice." HUO's mother suddenly had stars in her eyes. Looking at her running son, she immediately stepped forward and rubbed YUHAO's hair in surprise. Although she got a look of disgust, HUO's mother still held him with a smile on her face. YUHAO's shoulders. "How to change? I met 2 Shrek students, and I think it would be interesting to go to school." YUHAO answered truthfully, and Du Weilun, who was at the side, couldn't help but look at Mrs. HUO's precious son. Seeing this, Du Weilun couldn't help but marvel at what a young man with outstanding appearance from the Celestial clan. He is less than 12 years old, but his soul power has already reached level or above, and those soul powers are relieved, after being compressed. The fluctuations of his soul power are very stable, not like the kind of vain cultivation that is obtained by taking medicine. What's even more surprising is that YUHAO's eyes, despite Du Weilun's cultivation, can't see what's in the young man's eyes. They look as calm as a deep lake. "Director Du, if that's the case, can you make arrangements for my child's enrollment?" HUO's mother was naturally happy to hear that YUHAO was willing to go to school. Being out of group is not a good thing, and the school is full of children who match YUHAO's age. So there is no need to worry about YUHAO not making friends. "Of course. Your child is extremely talented and can enroll smoothly even without my arrangements." Du Weilun nodded and said with a smile, "There is no need for such a troublesome registration process. I can just say hello when I turn around. Today is already very busy." "It's late, Mrs. HUO, you should go to bed early, I will take you to the college's villa." Du Weilun made a gesture of invitation. YUHAO was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. This man seemed to have 8 rings, but he actually lowered his posture in front of his mother. What happened? After being brought to the villa, Du Weilun handed the key to HUO's mother and then resigned. Looking at the new residence, HUO's mother couldn't help but sigh that the living room of the house was bigger than her own yard. YUHAO began to ask curious questions about what happened. Regarding his precious son, HUO's mother naturally answered all questions and told YUHAO everything that happened at Shrek Academy. Medical school? Dean? This is such a high position. I remember that Shrek Academy only has the martial arts department and the soul guidance department. I didn't expect that because of this medical skill, the school would directly open up a new faction. That's really good. YUHAO nodded. HUO's mother was also very satisfied with the college's top management's emphasis on medical skills. That's why I agreed to be their dean. Most of our medical skills in Douluo continent rely on word of mouth, and there is no systematic learning method. Moreover, most of the doctors serve the royal family and nobles. Cultivate a group of being a doctor who can help ordinary people is my original intention. Damn it, you have to help me. HUO's mother rubbed YUHAO's head with emotion. After all, the medical books were what her precious son had brought out. In terms of medical skills, YUHAO was better than her. However, in order to prevent her son from attracting too much attention, HUO's mother did not disclose this thing to the outside world. She just said that medical skills are a family property and it is the decision of the ancestors to show them now. This is a good wish. YUHAO nodded, I will come to help when I have time. That's good. HUO Ma smiled slightly, and then went to rest. Huo Yuhao climbed to the roof of the house and looked down at Shrek Academy, which was built next to an artificial lake in the distance. What will your future college life be like? P.S. It's not a Shrek route, it's just a starting point. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 The First Day of School. Chapter 18 The First Day of School. 3 days later, Huo Yuhao ended his training in the villa. Exhaling a breath of fresh air, Huo Yuhao stood up. In the past 3 days, Huo Yuhao walked around Shrek Academy several times, and also went to the soul fighting arena to watch the battles between soul masters. Based on their cultivation, Huo Yuhao had a clearer understanding of his own cultivation. Now I already have the soul power of a 25th level Great Soul Master, but once I use the Golden Light Curse, even the level of the soul sect should not be able to break through myself. In terms of spiritual power, because Huo Yuhao proclaimed himself the primordial spirit, he could only use the soul power of this world to condense the spiritual power needed for soul skills, and the degree of effort depended on the year of the soul ring on Huo Yuhao. The higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the output, and because Tianmeng silkworm is a million-year-old soul beast, it can increase the age of Huo Yuhao's first soul ring as his physical fitness improves, so it is said that the first soul skill there is a level of 10,000 years, in which the shared consumption of mental detection is very small, but the consumption of soul power by mental shock is extremely huge. Huo Yuhao estimated that with his level 25 soul power, he could use up to 5 full power mental shocks in one battle. But this is enough. Huo Yuhao now has the golden light cultivation base of the soul sect level. If counting thunder, swordsmanship, and spiritual power, Huo Yuhao is confident that he can win the Soul King, and even a higher level of Soul Emperor has the power to fight. Further ahead is the Soul Saint. This level is almost a watershed for a Soul Master. Unless the battlefield is pulled to the spiritual realm, Huo Yuhao has now proclaimed himself a half-immortal primordial spirit, and the level of spiritual power is only equal to the level of cultivation of the Golden Light Curse, which is level. Through some means, the strength of mental attacks can indeed be strengthened. But the degree of effectiveness is at most limited to the Soul Emperor, which is far from the Soul Saint. After reading some books in the Shrek library, Huo Yuhao learned that after level 70, the 7th soul ring skill of a soul master will be the spirit avatar. The true power of Wuhan. That realm does sound amazing, but it is considered very lucky to see a strong man at the level of a soul emperor fight in the outer court, and a strong man at the level of a soul sage may only be seen fighting in the inner court. Moreover, the spirit avatar is said to be a life-saving skill and needs to rest for many days after using it once, so Huo Yuhao can't study the wonders of the spirit avatar either. However, as long as you practice step by step, one day sooner or later you will reach the realm of Soul Saint and experience for yourself what the true form of martial soul is like. And now, Huo Yuhao walked out of the room, first put incense in front of the incense burner enshrining his ancestor, then took a look at the school uniform neatly placed by the table and the note on it from his mother to remind him to have breakfast, and put on these clothes. Huo Yuhao walked out of the villa with a piece of bread in his mouth. Today is the last time to live in this house, because next, Huo Yuhao will go to the student dormitory to live with a classmate. Hey, Xiao Yuhao, I got up a little late today. Yuhao. Hurry up, I'm going to be late soon. Some people on the road saw Huo Yuhao running and smiled and said hello, and Huo Yuhao responded one by one. This place is full of residences for senior teachers and above in Shrek Academy. Most of the people who can live here are the core strength of the school. The head of the Wuhan department, Du Weilun, also lives here. The people who greeted Huo Yuhao just now are all teachers. Huo Yuhao respected the profession of teacher very much. After politely responding, Yuhao ran away without a trace. The teachers who were about to go to work couldn't help feeling that Mrs. Huo's child was just extraordinary. All the senior teachers respected the newly moved mother and son of the Huo family, because they heard that after Mrs. Huo's meeting in the Sea God Pavilion, the college would set up a medical school like the Soul Guidance Institute. Mrs. Huo was solemnly invited to become a dean of the school, and was invited to join the Poseidon Pavilion and become a member of the Poseidon Pavilion. This residence is actually a temporary residence. As long as Mrs. HUO is willing, she can move directly. Live in the Poseidon Pavilion. It seems that Mrs. HUO doesn't like to change residences frequently, so she decided to live here. Mrs. HUO's son, the talented YUHAO, is naturally well known to them. But at this moment, YUHAO was walking through Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is very big, facing the lake and going south along the lakeside path. A wide rectangular square appeared in the field of vision. A sign of Shrek Square also appeared next to it. Behind Shrek Square, there are tall teaching buildings. These teaching buildings have different colors, mainly white, yellow, purple and black. Looking towards the distance to the north of Shrek Square, there seems to be a grey teaching building there. The colors of the teaching buildings represent different grades, which are distinguished according to the color of the soul rings. The white is the teaching building for freshmen, like the lowest 10-year spirit ring in the spirit ring. The yellow is the teaching building for the second and third grades in the outer courtyard, and the purple is the teaching building for the 4th and 5th grades. The black is the 6th grade teaching building. If you can walk out of the black teaching building, you can already get the graduation certificate from the outer courtyard of the college. Recently, Shrek is planning to build a new teaching building dedicated to the medical school in the area facing Shrek City. It will be built at the gate in that direction of the school to facilitate patients to come to this place for treatment. Although it is far away from the main teaching building, the college attaches great importance to this medical school. A large number of roads have begun to be repaired and lead directly to the medical department. YUHAO took a look at it from a distance and found that there were many soul masters working in that area. Work on the ground. To be able to discover the value of those medical books so quickly, and to directly create a new department with such arrogance and speed, it seems that the leader of Shrek Academy is very courageous, sharp-sighted, and the #1 academy in the world. It seems to be true. Something unique. YUHAO was thinking, and looked at a large clock on the teaching building in the distance. It seemed that there were still a few minutes before he walked into the teaching building for first-year freshmen. YUHAO walked and watched. Most of the first-grade teaching buildings taught book knowledge about the classification of martial arts and the understanding of soul beasts. Because today is the first day of school, YUHAO can obviously feel it. Most of the teachers introduced themselves to the students very kindly, and did not talk about matters related to practice. That's really good. YUHAO nodded, looking at those children who came to study in the first academy in the mainland with excited faces and eyes full of longing for the future. YUHAO could clearly feel that the heart ape had become more active, and the state of mind seems to have rejuvenated. This scene reminded YUHAO of the days when he and his senior brothers were studying in Tianxi Mansion. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel emotional. He took another look. It wasn't until the preparation bell rang that YUHAO remembered that he had to find his own classroom. By the way, which class are you in? YUHAO recalled it. It seemed that it was the first class of freshmen, and the head teacher was a teacher named Zhou Yi. YUHAO said that he had never seen him before, but in the past 3 days, YUHAO, the senior teacher in the college, thought that he was familiar with him, but there was no such person as Zhou Yi in his memory. If not, then there won't be, right? Then we won't be able to see it anymore. YUHAO whistled and quickly found his classroom, but before he entered, YUHAO frowned. The atmosphere wasn't right. Ask for collection, please follow up, be sure to turn to the last page, great for a new book. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. I want to initiate a sacred soul master showdown with you. Chapter 19. I want to initiate a sacred soul master showdown with you. Why is the atmosphere wrong? Along the way YUHAO walked, there was a burst of laughter in other classrooms, and he could even hear some students standing up and talking loudly about their future ambitions. When he arrived near his classroom, YUHAO felt a complete silence, and everyone was very excited. Nervous and silent, not even daring to breathe too presumptuously. What's the situation? Huo Yuhao frowned and walked into the classroom. At this time, the bell rang, but even with this, the sound of Huo Yuhao's footsteps on the floor was extremely clear in the dead silence of the classroom, attracting everyone's attention. All attracted. Pity, regret, gloating, watching the fun. Huo Yuhao immediately sensed the emotions in the eyes of these little brats looking at him, but why? Huo Yuhao looked at the lecture. An old woman with a cold face and an extremely old-fashioned hairstyle was standing in front of the lecture, turning her head and looking at him with cold eyes. That look, combined with her old face, might scare the child directly. Cry. This is Zhou Yi? Probably not. How could someone who can be a class teacher suppress students like this from the very beginning? I didn't expect that there would be idiots who would dare to be late for the first class in my class. Her voice was ugly. No wonder her classroom was silent. She was so ugly and had a cold face. Facing such an old witch, ordinary students would most likely be frightened and dare not speak. But Huo Yuhao just looked at Zhou Yi calmly, and then went about finding a seat to sit down. This calm look made Zhou Yi's eyes flash with a hint of surprise, but it immediately turned into a hint of gloom. Being able to dare to look in the eyes with her shows that the other party is very talented, but even so, Zhou Yi didn't see what she wanted to see in the other party's eyes, that is, respect and awe for her teacher. This made Zhou Yi very unhappy. Every genius who came to study at Shrek was pretentious and had high self-esteem. According to Zhou Yi's teaching philosophy, her first step was to suppress the arrogance of these geniuses. At this moment, the large room was already full of people, and since Huo Yuhao was the last to arrive, he could only sit down in the seat that had been picked by others. But just when Huo Yuhao scanned around, found an empty seat, and was about to walk to that seat, Huo Yuhao heard the old woman on the podium say in a cold tone, "Stop! Did I let you sit?" The hoarse voice resounded throughout the classroom at this moment, like a broken gong. Huo Yuhao, who walked to the middle of the classroom, frowned and turned to look at the old man standing on the podium. But before Huo Yuhao could speak, a powerful aura surged from Zhou Yi's body. The terrifying aura was like a ferocious beast descending on this classroom. And they just endured the aura scattered in all directions. The one who really faced all the pressure of Zhou Yi was Huo Yuhao, who stood in the very center of the classroom. Soul Emperors above level. Huo Yuhao's face darkened, and a slight golden light appeared on his body. He glanced at the classmates next to him who were as pale as snow and almost breathless. Huo Yuhao took a slight step forward. Like a mirror, Huo Yuhao's step instantly blocked back the aura of the old woman named Zhou Yi who was pressing towards him. The students only felt that their breathing became smoother for a moment. Seeing that the coercion of the Soul Emperor had no effect at this moment, and instead made this guy show off, Zhou Yi's face became even more ugly, growling, "Road, what a boy! You can actually stop my coercion, but you are late for class and have no respect for your superiors. Even if you are talented, if you admit your mistake in front of me now, I will only punish you to stand at the door for a week. What's wrong with me?" Huo Yuhao's face turned cold when he saw the old woman's aggressive appearance. "I have already entered the classroom before the school bell. I am disrespectful. I also said that you don't cherish children. What have you been living for all these years? Why don't you look at other classes? Why are you laughing now? Don't you think it is? Is there something wrong with you, guy?" Huo Yuhao slammed back unceremoniously, and Zhou Yi flew into a rage when she heard Huo Yuhao's words in the live broadcast. She slapped the table violently, splitting the excellent lecture in front of her in half in an instant. Arrogant, bullying the teacher and humiliating the teacher. Even if you have some talent, your character is still a waste among wastes. I don't need a waste like you in my class. Now I can solemnly tell you that you have been expelled. Now, get out of my classroom. Get out of Shrek Academy. Boom, 6 eye-catching soul rings appeared on Zhou Yi's body, and Soul Emperor level soul power spurted out. Huo Yuhao's eyes glazed over slightly after hearing what she just said. You asked me to drop out of school. It's not that you are expelled from school. It's that you have been expelled from Shrek. Zhou Yi sneered a few times. Seeing Huo Yuhao's sluggish expression in front of her, she felt a little bit of joy. He had seen so many geniuses in Shrek Academy over the years, which ones he learned before she got them, and which ones were not arrogant, proud, pretentious. But after he directly let them drop out, those geniuses all showed the same dull expressions as Huo Yuhao at the moment, and he might be thinking that Shrek would actually expel a genius student like him, but this is really a joke. I, Shrek, am the #1 academy in the world. What does it have to do with how talented you are to fire you? Now, get out of my classroom. If you dare to stay here, don't blame me for throwing you out of here. Zhou Yi mobilized her soul power and suddenly blasted the classroom door open. The huge force made the door, which was originally well made, let out a violent wail. The huge impact resounded throughout the corridor, causing the surrounding classes to also panic. A sudden start. Will there be such a big movement? Who offended Zhou Yi's powder keg on the first day? At this moment, listening to Zhou Yi's words in front of him, the expression on Huo Yuhao's face became more and more indifferent. But at this moment, Huo Yuhao still put away the golden light on his body, and then walked towards the door without saying a word. The whole class was silent. Some timid guys even stopped breathing several times. Everyone looked at Zhou Yi. There was uncontrollable fear in his eyes. But this is what Zhou Yi wants. In her class, restless factors that don't listen to her own words are not allowed to exist, and after relying on dropping out to gain prestige alone, Zhou Yi put away her soul ring, glanced at everyone, and when she found that everyone had settled down, she sneered triumphantly. My name is Zhou Yi. I'm not sure how many of you will be able to walk with me for the next year. But what I want to tell you is that in my class, all rubbish can't pass the exam. What I want to train are monsters, not as stupid as just now. Zhou Yi's words were interrupted. A flash of thunder suddenly burst out from the door, so fast that Zhou Yi, who had just put away his soul power, could only see a fist as hard as iron shining with lightning, and the calm face of the owner of the fist, Huo Yuhao, and his flashing golden light. The left eye has 2 halos of white and 1 purple. And that wasn't the circle of light, it was Huo Yuhao's soul ring. This is the result of Huo Yuhao's recent practice, fusing martial souls and soul rings to use soul skills faster and more directly. Recently, Huo Yuhao has found a way to put soul rings into his eyes to shorten the distance. This is the first step in the fusion of martial soul and soul ring, which means Huo Yuhao's soul skill release speed is much faster than ordinary soul masters, and it also means that Huo Yuhao has entered a fighting state. Thump! For a moment, Zhou Yi felt that everything in front of him was dark, and his soul seemed to have been stabbed by a sharp sword. For a moment, Zhou Yi felt that he could not control his body and had a splitting headache. But it is at this very moment. Huo Yuhao mercilessly smashed the old hag's face with lightning and golden fists. The golden light spell accumulated over time was working at full strength, and the thunder that had been suppressed for a long time roared and roared, and the surging force exploded next to Zhou Yi's cheek almost instantly. A thick tooth was punched out from her mouth by Huo Yuhao, and the hard fist bone hit the soft face mercilessly. Zhou Yi was knocked away by Huo Yuhao's huge force, smashing the glass and flying out. Are you the only one who still wants to be a teacher? Huo Yuhao looked at the old man who was knocked out by him, and couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. In his soul, the monkey that was suppressed by 5 Elements Mountain also let out a roar, making Tian Mengbing, who was in the same space the silkworms, huddled into a ball and shivered. As a teacher, you should be a teacher by example. Huo Yuhao respects his teachers because teachers preach and teach. But Zhou Yi, an old guy like you is worthy of being a teacher. Do you not teach anything to freshmen on the first day, but instead belittle the students and dare to be arrogant just because you have some cultivation? Huo Yuhao felt restless in his heart. Originally, due to his life cultivation, his mood swings were no different from those of ordinary children. And since you want to make a fuss, You might as well make a bigger fuss. I can directly accompany you to make a fuss. I want to see how much you weigh. You call me a waste. Since you dare to be arrogant here, then I will give you full respect." With such a thought in his mind, YUHAO suddenly stepped forward to the window in front of his classmates, who were completely stunned. Then he concentrated his soul power and golden light on his throat, recharging his dantian, and shouted, "Soul Emperor Zhou Yi, head teacher of the first class of freshmen, dares to bully me. I, YUHAO, want to initiate a holy soul master duel with you." This roar was so loud that the eardrums of all the students in class seemed to be shattered, and the penetration and propagation power of this roar were also extremely amazing. Almost the entire freshman teaching building heard YUHAO's roar at this moment. Voice. Everyone hurried to the window and saw that a grey shadow had been thrown down and landed on the ground, and the next moment, a raging thunder struck at her. "Your dropout is indeed very strong, but if I launch a sacred soul master duel, I don't know how you will respond." End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Angry. Chapter 20 Angry. Zhou Yi felt a splitting headache. Under the sudden attack, she only had time to protect her vital parts with her soul power, but the side of her face was not protected by her soul power and was hit by a fierce punch. Severe pain hit her, and her mind cleared up a bit, and then Zhou Yi's heart surged with monstrous anger. That guy who was expelled by him dared to attack him. How dare he attack himself, the Soul Emperor, and actually hit himself, and it's just an 11-year-old child who looks like a great soul master, but the power of his punch is like a heavy punch of the soul sect level. There is even a soul skill of mental impact. Can you make yourself, a soul emperor, lose the ability to resist in an instant? What's happening here? Zhou Yi didn't know how to get out. She just felt that at this moment she was knocked away from the classroom, and then fell heavily on the square. She only felt that this was a very embarrassing thing, being thrown out by a student, but before she regained her composure, she heard that YUHAO let out a roar. "The Soul Emperor Zhou Yi, the head teacher of the first class of freshmen, dares to bully me. I, YUHAO, want to challenge you to a sacred soul fight." Soul fighting challenge? In the tradition of the Soul Master world, soul fighting is a single challenge fight, but in most cases, the soul fighting competition is between the same level. Only the guy who was dropped out by himself is called YUHAO. He wants to start a soul fighting challenge with himself. What a joke! He, a great soul master, faced himself, a soul emperor, with a difference in cultivation base above level 40. Even if he got the upper hand in a sneak attack, he would never be his opponent. Zhou Yi slowed down slightly and was about to get up, but a bolt of lightning approached her again, and then kicked her hard in the abdomen, kicking her body away again and hitting her on the ground, on top of a pillar. At this moment, Zhou Yi had not been hurt, and her soul power had protected her whole body. But even so, the trauma to Zhou Yi's spirit almost made it difficult for her to think rationally. The anger was also tumbling wildly, and even he himself might not have expected that his anger would be so great at the moment, and she hadn't noticed that a chi force was affecting one of her meridians. There are 12 meridians in the human body, and each meridian corresponds to positive and negative emotions. Now, with the kick just now, YUHAO injected a stream of real chi into his body, and began to vibrate her foot Yin liver meridian. YUHAO's skill is just a small trick in the world of immortality. Some people even created 12 labor and emotion formations corresponding to the 12 meridians that affect the body's emotions, which can destroy the opponent's 12 meridians and cause the opponent's emotions to collapse. The emotion corresponding to the liver meridian of foot Yin is anger. At most, YUHAO's little trick just made Zhou Yi in front of him a little more angry. And anger brings impulse. And this is what YUHAO wants. I want to see if you, an old witch, will do anything stupid when you get angry. YUHAO sneered, took out a talisman from his sleeve and held it in his hand. Her soul power was flowing more and more smoothly, and her spirit was about to recover from the mental shock. 3, 2, 1. Bang! Huo Yuhao narrowed his eyes slightly as a huge wave of air arose. This old witch really has a mental problem. She just slightly provoked her anger. How dare she really explode all her power directly in front of the public? 6 soul rings emerged, and the terrifying Soul Emperor majestically appeared on the square. At this moment, all the places near the windows of the teaching building were crowded with students, who were curiously looking at what was happening outside. A freshman actually launched a soulmaster duel against a homeroom teacher, and it seemed that the Soul Emperor had suffered from Huo Yuhao, a freshman, between the previous 2 confrontations. People in other grades also seemed to have heard Huo Yuhao's roar just now. Just after they saw that the old witch Zhou Yi was kicked away, other senior students also had a look of joy on their faces. At the same time, he was full of respect for Huo Yuhao, a first-year freshman who dared to attack his teacher directly. Some of the smarter ones quickly notified their teachers and classmates who had suffered at Zhou Yi's hands to watch the fun together. Some smart guys just ran directly to the office of Du Weilun, director of the martial arts department. This was of course meant to draw the teacher into trouble as evidence. If Zhou Yi really dared to use Soul Emperor cultivation to bully a new student, he would be making a fool of himself. Under the witness of so many teachers, this old guy Zhou Yi will probably not be able to hold his head up in front of students in the future, but obviously, there is no need for these students to worry, because everyone in the first grade heard the roar just now, naturally including those who are the head teachers of all classes in the first grade, and they all saw that Zhou Yi was kicked out. The image of crashing into a pillar. Some of them are excellent senior teachers. Just after hearing Huo Yuhao's name, their expressions changed immediately, and they came to the window with the students, and then looked at the scene under their feet. Of course they knew Zhou Yi's temper. Zhou Yi was originally responsible for teaching the 4th grade, but because of a small mistake, he directly expelled the entire class of students who were expected to enter the inner courtyard to practice. This incident deeply affected those students. One of them even went to the teaching building of Shrek Academy and prepared to commit suicide by jumping off the building. This attracted the attention of the academy and reincorporated them into studying under the name of other teachers. Zhou Yi arranged to start teaching in the 1st grade. Originally, this move was to let her start teaching in the 1st grade and calm down some of her temper. Although some teachers still raised doubts that Zhou Yi's teaching model might not be suitable for freshmen, these voices were suppressed and finally she served as a class teacher in 1st grade. But now it seems that she has not restrained herself at all. Now Shrek is only the 1st day of school, she insulted the freshman and forced that freshman to start a soul fight with him, and what's even more terrible is that the one who initiated the soul duel with him was Huo Yuhao, that's Dean Huo's precious son. Don't you see, even the titled Douluo is respectful around Dean Huo, don't you, Zhou Yi, know about this situation? Oh no, only senior teachers know that Xiao Yuhao is the child of Dean Huo. This guy Zhou Yi has not been touched by the intermediate teachers because of a large number of complaints from students. So, in an instant, all the teachers in the entire teaching building rushed out of the window to see the situation. If this Dean Huo's precious son suffered any grievances, then Dean Huo, who loves his son, might just shake his head ruined the academy's plans. The consequences, the teachers felt their scalps go numb just thinking about it. Some impatient teachers even rushed out in an instant, and the classroom launched its own soul power to find out what happened. And seeing this, all the teachers were a little at a loss. Because when it was discovered that it was Zhou Yi who was thrown out, and when he got kicked and hit the pillar, it was Zhou Yi too. What's happening here? Ask for all kinds of tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Sun Li members, open. Chapter 21 Sun Li members, open. They thought for a moment that other seniors had taken action, but when they came to ask the situation in the first class, everyone's confessions were surprisingly consistent. Huo Yuhao refuted the teacher and was expelled from school. Then he pretended to be expelled from school, came to the door, and suddenly punched teacher Zhou Yi away. The teachers who got the accurate information looked at the figure in the square that was shining with thunder and golden light, and after careful identification, they found that the figure was indeed HUO YUHAO. But how could a great soul master sneak attack a soul emperor? HUO YUHAO had written spirit eyes on the martial soul registration back then, a unique martial soul of his own body, but now HUO YUHAO had a golden glow. Moreover, what is the flashing white thunder above HUO YUHAO's golden light? The teachers only felt that the information presented in front of them was too huge, but at this moment, Zhou Yi had already stood up leaning against the pillar with difficulty, his face twisted, looking at HUO YUHAO in front of him like a 1,000-year-old cold cave. "How dare you attack me?" Zhou Yi growled. She had never suffered such humiliation in all these years. And HUO YUHAO listened to his words at this moment, and said calmly, "So what if I attack you? I read this in a book, you humiliated me, so what if I launched an upright soul master duel against you? Why? Are you not a soul master? Or?" HUO YUHAO looked at the old woman in front of him sarcastically, "You are just a famous soul emperor, a moth in Mr. Shrek? You only dare to use your identity as a teacher to play tricks on the students here? Don't you have any real kung fu? I'll let you know what real kung fu is soon." At this moment, Zhou Yi could only feel the anger in her heart soaring. In all these years, she had never been so angry. She was punched in the cheek in front of the students and kicked against a pillar in full view of everyone. This kind of humiliation, for her with a proud temper, is simply torture. Even though she is already under the eyes of many people, she still does not suppress her soul power and martial soul at this moment. A deep dragon roar came out from Zhou Yi's mouth, and at the same time a pair of dragon horns grew out of her head, and some fine scales began to attach to her body. Red Dragon Martial Spirit. An excellent attack-type martial soul, relying solely on the Golden Light Curse and Yang Wulei, HUO YUHAO's physical fitness is still far behind her. Ordinary means really can't beat you. HUO YUHAO looked at Zhou Yi, who was aggressive in front of him, and Lei Guang restrained himself before laughing, "But it doesn't mean that you can't use some unconventional means. Although it is still an experimental product, I think it is better to deal with you, an old man. Stuff should be more than enough. A mere great soul master dares to run rampant in front of me." With a roar, Zhou Yi suddenly stepped on the ground and grabbed HUO YUHAO. He didn't have soul skills, but his soul power gushed out mercilessly. Seeing this scene, some teachers couldn't help but move to stop Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi! Zhou Yi, no!" As he spoke, a green light curtain fell between HUO YUHAO and Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi! That's enough. The other party is just a new student. And he. Moji. You also manage me. Don't pretend to be a good-hearted person. It's just luck to be a senior teacher, but who doesn't know that you are the one who teaches the most trash in the school?" At this moment, Zhou Yi suddenly looked at the head teacher of class. The head teacher was a gentle and amiable woman, but after hearing Zhou Yi's words, her face suddenly turned pale. And the other students in class gritted their teeth when they heard that the witch downstairs dared to insult their gentle teacher like this, and the other teachers also frowned at this moment. They had heard of Zhou Yi for a long time, and heard that the class she led had the highest rate of entering the inner courtyard, but in fact, the students she expelled were also the most among all the teachers. Even when she was about to graduate, she could be expelled, leaving an indelible psychological shadow. This woman is demanding about the process, and the senior teachers don't like her teaching mode very much. Even the person who doesn't like her said that even though her teaching results are amazing, she has not been rated as a senior teacher. In the past, even if she didn't like it, there was nothing she could do, but now Zhou Yi made such a big commotion on the first day of school, and even had such a big conflict with HUO YUHAO, the precious son of the new dean. Some teachers who had been expelled by Zhou Yi narrowed their eyes slightly, and an idea came to their minds, as if this matter could be exploited. Bang! But at this time, Zhou Yi had already shattered the green light curtain in front of her with one punch, but then, a book suddenly flew in front of her. "Girl Zhou, stop it, Everyone is watching. This time, it was an old man who was already very old. He had been teaching in the college for nearly 40 years. And his qualifications were very high. It seemed that he would be promoted to the teaching director soon after these years. But even if he spoke, Zhou Yi just frowned. Why are they blocking him now? Is this what this kid thinks? Humph. Zhou Yi looked gloomy, pushed the books in front of him and said in a deep voice, Mr. Li, I respect you, so please don't disturb my current teaching. Your teaching is to do nothing on the first day, put everyone in the classroom like a prison, then fire me, and then call everyone in the class trash. Zhou Yi glared at HUO YUHAO, and HUO YUHAO sneered at this moment, and then said loudly. I appreciate the kindness of the teachers, but I brought up this spirit fight. If anything happens, I will bear it alone. After saying this, the teachers looked a little helpless. Why do you bear it alone? If you make a small scratch, it may damage the academy's future plans. But at this time, a voice came into their ears. Let him try and see what confidence he has. Hearing this voice, respect appeared on the faces of some senior teachers for a while, and there was some fanaticism in Mr. Li's eyes, and although the other teachers said they didn't know who was coming, they also knew this through voice transmission. If this matter has already attracted the strong men of the academy, then teachers like them naturally don't have to worry about anything. In an instant, the teaching building became silent. After seeing that no one dared to stop him anymore, Zhou Yi also sneered. How she disciplines his students is her own business. Why do others want to stop her? They are all a bunch of guys who train mediocre people, and they are also senior teachers. It's just a false name. Only my ideas can cultivate real geniuses in the academy. Zhou Yi suddenly took a step forward, but at this time, after the green light curtain shattered, HUO YUHAO's figure appeared plainly. Thank you, Teacher Mu Ji and Teacher Li, don't be angry, I will teach this old witch a lesson for you right away. The angry eyes of everyone, including Zhou Yi, focused on HUO YUHAO for an instant, and at this moment, everyone saw HUO YUHAO make a strange gesture, and the thunder on his body gradually shrank into his body and lighted up slightly. The meridians on the body finally converged to the danshan, seeming to be accumulating and compressing. This is a technique that one of my senior brothers once told me. HUO YUHAO pinched Fa Zhu and said calmly, my senior brother is very nice and smart, although sometimes we can't understand what he said, but he shared the spells he created with us without reservation. Humph. Zhou Yi no longer wants to say anything more. Zhou Yi just wants to hold HUO YUHAO in his hands and teach him a lesson, and at worst, break this guy's bones so that he can reflect on the hospital bed. The soul power of the Soul Emperor level surged out, and no one came to stop her at this time, reaching out to grab HUO YUHAO, but at this moment, HUO YUHAO suddenly threw out the talisman that had been clutched in the palm of his hand. A violent ray of light exploded, and ordinary soul masters would probably lose their target at this moment, but Zhou Yi was different. Her red dragon martial soul put a film on his eyes, blocking the dazzling white light. Just playing smart, do you really think that a great soul master can make waves in the hands of my soul emperor? Zhou Yi sneered and looked straight at HUO YUHAO, but after exchanging glances with HUO YUHAO, Zhou Yi caught the smile on the corner of the guy in front of him. In an instant, a feeling of uneasiness rose. No, this flash is not to make myself unable to catch his position, but to keep my eyes open. Let your eyes meet his eyes. Zhou Yi recalled for a moment the white sword that suddenly rushed out of HUO YUHAO's eyes, but that thing instantly interrupted her previous defense ability and controlled her for a long time, making her dizzy and splitting. The teacher made a fool of himself. Is it difficult? It's too late, old witch. HUO YUHAO sneered. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Looking at each other is like showing Zhou Yi his mental weakness. How could he not seize this opportunity at this moment? Mental shock. The spiritual impact of the 10,000-year soul ring level. Even though Zhou Yi quickly mobilized his soul power to protect his brain, he still felt as if his head could be pierced with a sharp sword, and he lost control of his body in an instant. But now Zhou Yi was prepared. At the last moment, a pair of wings spread out from her back, covering her whole body. With the red dragon spirit possessed, Zhou Yi's offense and defense were already extremely powerful. In a head-on confrontation, HUO YUHAO has absolutely no chance of winning. Even if HUO YUHAO can use mental shock to gain an absolute advantage at certain times, with his current Jingguang cultivation base, he still can't stand an attack at the level of a Soul Emperor. But, no matter how powerful the attack is, it still needs to hit the target to be effective. Feeling the thunderstorm in the Danshan being gradually adjusted, HUO YUHAO's mouth curled up slightly, and the next moment, the thunder in the Danshan turned into countless small tributaries, starting from the Danshan and spreading away to the meridians of the limbs. The human body is a treasure mine, and each person can only use part of the body's strength, and there is still a lot of hidden potential. But after being stimulated, these potentials will be stimulated, just like a mother who can lift a boulder that is usually impossible to lift in order to save her child. At this moment, these thunders rushing towards the meridians of HUO YUHAO's body are trying to pass through artificial stimulate and liberate the body's potential. This technique was proposed by HUO YUHAO, a brother surnamed Zhang. And the name was called Sun Li member by senior brother Zhang. Although HUO YUHAO felt that the name Sun Li Huiwen was more like the name of the famine, senior brother Zhang insisted on naming his technique as Sun Li member, because according to senior brother Zhang the original strength of the human body is like that of Sun Li without VIP. Usually, only a few KB can be downloaded, but once Sun Li membership is activated, the limitations of the body can be liberated. When the limitations of the body disappear, the true energy contained in the body can be released. The power of the power, so the name of this method is called Sun Li member. Then, in the words of senior brother Zhang, a deep thunder flashed in HUO YUHAO's pupils. He looked at the Soul Emperor who was slowly spreading his dragon wings and unleashing an astonishing pressure in front of him, and said, "I want the internet to be at full speed. If there are mistakes, correct them in time, and the author will fix them immediately." End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Calculation. Chapter 22 Calculation. What does it feel like to be a Sun Li member? HUO YUHAO just felt that everything in front of him slowed down, very slowly, and he could see the leaves flying through the air frame by frame. That senior brother Zhang said, Sun Li members are divided into 8 levels. Each level represents the opening of a door that restricts the body. After opening a door, the speed will increase by a multiple of 2. But now, HUO YUHAO was able to open the 2 doors of his body, namely the opening door and the resting door. And the opening of these 2 doors means quadruple speed. This feels really good. HUO YUHAO spit out a stream of hot air, and at this moment, Zhou Yi opened his dragon wings, wiped his nose slightly, and a trace of blood flowed out. She was injured again, at the hands of a great soul master, not at the physical level, but at the spiritual level. Looking at HUO YUHAO with thunderous eyes in front of him, Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with a deep chill. He could have hurt her when she was a great soul master. Her future achievements are limitless, otherwise she would take advantage of the opportunity. The Soul Emperor level soul power stirred, Zhou Yi raised his claws, and then suddenly grabbed HUO YUHAO. The dragon wings behind his back suddenly swung. The speed was so fast that most students could not even see Zhou Yi's movements clearly, but some teachers but his expression condensed. The teachers looked at HUO YUHAO, and were ready to wait for the academy's experts to strike, because in their view, HUO YUHAO could no longer escape this blow. But this is not the case. Because after Zhou Yi started to move, HUO YUHAO also started to move almost immediately. The mental detection blanket was spread over a 50-meter range. A prediction map of Zhou Yi's movements seemed to appear in HUO YUHAO's eyes. Although Zhou Yi was extremely fast, with the help of Sun Li members and mental detection, HUO YUHAO was able to dodge. "Come here." With a sideways dodge, thunder surged, HUO YUHAO dodged the claw, but Zhou Yi's expression still changed. "The good boy can really escape my claws." Zhou Yi grabbed nothing, and his face became even more ugly, but can you hide from the first day of the junior high school and the 15th day? Oh? Didn't you expect that the dignified Soul Emperor couldn't catch me, a little big Soul Master? YUHAO jumped onto a balcony of the teaching building and looked down at Zhou Yi at his feet. It's my illusion, is it? Or is it that you are too useless, the old witch? Boom! At this moment, YUHAO obviously felt Zhou Yi's speed was a little faster, but he was able to react. After dodging, YUHAO's whole body began to lead Zhou Yi in the square in a flash of lightning. Played a game of cat and mouse. With the Sun Li members' 2 doors open, YUHAO can barely keep up with Zhou Yi's speed, coupled with the comprehensive mastery of mental detection, and the combat experience in the previous world. Zhou Yi's attack method is in YUHAO's eyes. Full of flaws, the dragon's claws were extremely close to YUHAO, but they were always the same. The students couldn't see clearly what was happening in front of them. They could only feel 2 figures flashing past quickly in the square. The teachers who could observe the battle showed surprise on their faces. That kid, so fast, and his judgment is very accurate. Every time he dodges, he seems to predict the enemy's first opportunity. Zhou Yi's attack was completely controlled by him. Even if he used his soul power with all his strength, he still couldn't do anything to YUHAO. This is so frustrating, being unable to do anything to a great soul master in front of everyone. Zhou Yi felt a fire burning in her heart, causing her rationality to be disrupted. Ever since, the first soul ring on her body seemed to be faintly fanning with light. Hurry up! The corner of YUHAO's mouth curled up, and he stopped in front of a wall of the teaching building. He raised his fingers provocatively. This was like a fuse, causing the anger in Zhou Yi's heart to burst out in an instant, making her first soul ring light up. The first soul skill of the Red Dragon Martial Soul, Dragon Body. Bang! Zhou Yi's figure elongated a lot in an instant, and at the same time, her whole body also showed a more obvious dragon shape, and her speed suddenly doubled. At this moment, she truly demonstrated the fighting power of the Soul Emperor level. The speed was so fast that YUHAO felt for the first time that his body was very slow to dodge. Although the spirit could catch it, the physical body that had been trained at this moment was not able to fully adapt to the fast state. Soul Emperor doesn't rely solely on soul power and martial soul to fight. Soul skills are also the most important. With the lighting of the first soul skill, Zhou Yi began to truly display the power of his Soul Emperor level Red Dragon Martial Soul. But this scene, looked at by other teachers but shook their heads with extreme contempt. Zhou Yi's attack was too harsh. Facing a great soul master, a student, as a Soul Emperor, actually used the soul ring, really used her true martial soul ability on a student? She is not afraid of hitting too hard, and really bring some hidden disease to this child. The teachers were a little disdainful of Zhou Yi's behavior of bullying the younger ones, but at this moment, when YUHAO watched Zhou Yi finally use the soul ring, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. YUHAO knew what was behind him, a load-bearing wall of the teaching building. YUHAO came to this place on purpose, and he also purposely provoked Zhou Yi just now. After taking 2 mental attacks from herself, the old witch no longer dared to stare at her eyes, but looked at her shoulder to attack. This kind of judgment is very quick, but unfortunately, mental attacks cannot be avoided without looking at the eyes. Not looking into her own eyes, although it could slightly reduce the direct damage she received, would also make her. She didn't know when YUHAO would take action again. But YUHAO could see her soul ring flashing and saw the moment she was about to use her soul power. At that moment, the soul power for spiritual protection declined, and what YUHAO was waiting for, was this opportunity. The moment Zhou Yi used the soul skill, in YUHAO's eyes, the first soul ring and the second soul ring obtained not long ago flashed at the same time. Zhou Yi only saw YUHAO's hook, but did not see the soul rings in YUHAO's eyes flickering at the same time. Sometimes, some mental misdirection only needed a small physical movement. The first soul skill is mental interference. The second soul skill, mental simulation. At this moment, Zhou Yi felt that her soul had received a small shock of spiritual power again, but the effect was not great. After she used the first soul skill Dragon Body, the power of that spiritual shock only made her feel HUO YUHAO's figure was in a trance. No wonder the effect is so strong, you have to see his eyes for that mental attack to take effect. Zhou Yi sneered, the dragon wings behind her flapped, her speed increased to another level, and in an instant she was in front of HUO YUHAO, who seemed to have not yet reacted. Looking at his face, Zhou Yi's eyes surged with unspeakable anger and resentment. The pain on her face and abdomen at this moment were not fake, they were all due to this guy. Zhou Yi's face suddenly became fierce, and Zhou Yi slapped HUO YUHAO's face mercilessly, but at this moment, she seemed to have HUO YUHAO slightly raising the corners of his mouth. Still laughing, you won't be able to laugh anymore when you are knocked to the ground by my slap. Zhou Yi didn't have any doubts about her own strength. She fully believed that after Banana used her first soul skill, her spirit would be so fast that HUO YUHAO couldn't react at all. But, this was obviously not the case. Before her hand could slap HUO YUHAO, Zhou Yi suddenly felt her outstretched palm hit an obstacle. Before she could react, Zhou Yi, who was currently accelerating, suddenly noticed that the scenery in front of her had changed. The HUO YUHAO in front of him disappeared and turned into a wall. When did you get recruited? Hello everyone, I will have my own unique imaginary story in the future, please vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Moving the Hammer. Chapter 23 Moving the Hammer. HUO YUHAO's second soul skill, Mental Simulation, uses mental power to simulate a specific person or object in the opponent's eyes, and uses the mental interference of the first soul skill to greatly reduce the opponent's ability to judge whether the object in front of him is real or not. Simulation does this like an illusion. As for Spirit Eye's illusion, dodging is meaningless. Zhou Yi was careless, and was also tricked. Under the influence of the illusion, her hand that concentrated her soul power slapped hard on the wall. And this kind of illusion will naturally break when it is attacked, and the force is mutual, that is to say, when it attacks something, it will also release the illusion. The scene in front of her changed instantly, and Zhou Yi was startled by this change, and she hurriedly wanted to slow down. But HUO YUHAO spent so much effort to simulate interference, how could it be possible for her to escape? The third mental shock strikes again. For a moment, Zhou Yi only felt that she had lost control of her body again. Her whole body lost control in an instant and then, like a mad cow out of control, starting from her face, her body hit the wall firmly. Boom, the teaching building seemed to tremble, the walls were grooved, and all the windows around were broken. What HUO YUHAO himself did, what everyone saw in the eyes of everyone, was just to avoid Zhou Yi's attack by turning sideways in a thrilling way, and his clothes were torn open by him, and then Zhou Yi slammed into the wall of the teaching building with an unstoppable attitude. HUO YUHAO must have done something. The teachers had such thoughts in their hearts, and at this moment they saw HUO YUHAO suddenly bullying him. He still wants to launch the main attack, however, under the current situation of Zhou Yi's martial soul possession, he is a great soul master. Although his speed is very fast, it is impossible for him to let the person who has activated the martial soul possession and the first soul skill Dragon Body. Could it be that Zhou Yi lost his fighting power? And at this moment, an old man standing on a high place showed a hint of surprise between his brows, because he already knew what HUO YUHAO was going to do next. From a long distance away, he could already see all the details of the battle just now. Throughout the entire battle, he found that all HUO YUHAO had been doing was irritating, delaying, planning, and finding the right opportunity. He didn't fight in a field he wasn't good at all, he didn't have a real head-to-head confrontation with the Soul Emperor at all, used that powerful mental power to suppress Zhou Yi, and then led her into a desperate situation. Then, HUO YUHAO has only one thing to do next. That is, go all out. HUO YUHAO took a deep breath, and Sun Li's membership was raised again. HUO YUHAO's body began to emit some white steam. At the same time, at this moment, HUO YUHAO's golden light curse was completely absorbed into his body. This also meant that HUO YUHAO had given up his defense, and used all the golden light to protect the meridians in his body to mobilize Sun Li members. At this moment, thunder rushed straight to the third portal that suppressed the potential of the body. The third door, Shenmen, open. 8 times faster, HUO YUHAO moved and rushed towards Zhou Yi, but the figure standing on the high place raised his finger slightly. Although HUO YUHAO did a good job, he still underestimated Zhou Yi's strength. Her red dragon martial soul is not just about making her body stronger. Yan Shaoji frowned, and was ready to make a move, but what happened next was beyond his expectation. Boom! HUO YUHAO had already approached Zhou Yi in an instant at this time, and according to HUO YUHAO's judgment, Zhou Yi should be in a state of mental attack and lost the ability to control his body. Therefore, HUO YUHAO believes that the current attack should be relatively safe. But the facts soon told HUO YUHAO that his idea was wrong. Just when HUO YUHAO was approaching 2 meters away from Zhou Yi's body suddenly started to move. HUO YUHAO was startled suddenly, because Zhou Yi's movements were extremely fast at this moment, and her fourth soul ability suddenly flickered, the body suddenly turned around, but this does not mean that HUO YUHAO's mental attack is useless to her. At this moment, HUO YUHAO can clearly see her white eyes. In other words, Zhou Yi is actually still under the state of his own mental attack. This is what his body is doing. What broke out was similar to an instinctive defensive counterattack. This is the fourth soul ability of Zhou Yi's red dragon martial soul. It can be triggered automatically after sensing danger, and makes the body to counterattack defensively. Zhou Yi roared out. This is Zhou Yi's second soul skill, the Red Dragon Shock Cannon. It is very powerful and can be used continuously. Moreover, it is in the instinctive self-defense of the body at the moment. And the Dragon Roar Cannon will not have half of its power. At this moment, HUO YUHAO and Zhou Yi were already very close, and it had become extremely difficult to dodge. But if you don't dodge, but rely on the golden light spell, you may be able to withstand a few shots, but this also means that your attacks are in vain. When Zhou Yi comes to his senses, his Sun Li membership is almost over. By that time, you may see the disgusting face of this old witch. Thinking like this, HUO YUHAO will feel that his thoughts are blocked, and there is a feeling of depression in his heart that cannot be released. Heart Ape started jumping up and down with the 5 elements mountain on its back. How aggrieved it would be to hold back like this. Therefore, I must punch this punch, regardless of whether she will lose her fighting power. The third door is now open, we can't just hold back this gathered momentum like this. A thunderbolt exploded in HUO YUHAO's eyes, and a rich golden light appeared on his hands. He did not stop charging. He did not dodge Zhou Yi's Dragon Roar Cannon but held the powerful ball of energy with his hands. There is no change at all, just a straight energy shock, in this case. HUO YUHAO suddenly emitted golden light from his body, completely covering the blast cannon at this moment, and then made a wrong step, and suddenly kicked his legs on the ground to drive his thighs and waist. The momentum shifted around his body. Move. At this moment, his hand held onto the Dragon Roar Cannon with the help of golden light. Golden light spurted out at this moment. HUO YUHAO even mobilized all the soul power in his body to use this soft force, bar. At the last moment when the blaster broke through the golden light, Rojin forcibly reversed the trajectory of the blaster by 360 degrees, looking intently at Zhou Yi's face. HUO YUHAO's body was stretched like a bow, and the impact of the twist was like an arrow at this moment, and the arrow was already on the string. HUO YUHAO's muscles tightened and bulged like bowstrings, and then, hammer. Boom, use your strength to fight, punch out. This is the technique of Tai Chi, the Kung Fu of the Wudang school of Wudang Mountain. Wudang and Longhushan's Tianchi mansion belong to Taoism, and the two families are close. When HUO YUHAO was in Longhushan, Master HUO YUHAO arranged for HUO YUHAO and several senior brothers to go to Wudang Mountain for exchange and study, and the masters of Wudang Mountain also without hiding anything. HUO YUHAO naturally mastered some Tai Chi techniques. And the moving hammer is just one of the 5-handed hammering in Taijiquan, which is the embodiment of turning first and then hitting, and embodying strength in softness. With astonishing aura, and with the help of this Soul Emperor level power, YUHAO suddenly stabilized his legs while twisting his body, and then followed the shock wave, turned his waist, punched his waist, and faced the enemy in a straight line. Then suddenly blasted out a stunning punch, boom, a fist hit Zhou Yi's face fiercely, and the fist marks were deeply engraved on her face. The huge force made Zhou Yi's head hit the wall again and made a loud noise, and her head also fell into the ground. In the wall, and then became motionless. YUHAO heaved a sigh of relief as he punched out the depression in his heart. At this moment, YUHAO could already feel that Zhou Yi briefly lost consciousness. The golden light and thunder method were put away at this moment, and YUHAO's Sun Li membership expired. The body's meridians were stimulated by the thunder method and there were some minor sequelae. At the same time, YUHAO looked at his right fist, which had some bone pain. The force of the blow just now far exceeded the level of YUHAO's golden light protection and the body's ability to withstand it, so it was a punch. After the shot, there was a little bit of fracture. But these are not in the way. Eat a few more meals, refine nutrients, and then adjust and repair. It is almost the same. YUHAO thought this in his heart, and then suddenly felt Zhou Yi's spirit fluctuated. Woke up, YUHAO frowned, and looked at the old woman in front of him who had been punched 3 times in the face by him. Zhou Yi, you said before that what you want to teach are real monsters, then ask yourself, are a loser like you qualified to teach monsters? Are you qualified? Suddenly waking up, Zhou Yi's felt the severe pain on her face, listening to YUHAO's words, and at this moment, the double humiliation both mentally and physically made her almost unable to control herself. Zhou Yi hadn't gotten out of the dizzy state yet, but her body under instinctive control suddenly aroused her 6th pitch-black soul ring. This is Zhou Yi's most powerful soul ring. The 6th soul skill, Red Dragon Burst Field. Under this domain, Zhou Yi will be transformed into a real red dragon with destructive power. The defense of all objects will be greatly reduced at this moment, and at the same time, she herself can be greatly improved. Another claw struck. YUHAO's soul could see the scene clearly, but his body could no longer react. I laughed so hard, I didn't expect this Zhou Yi to be so good-faced. She had already lost consciousness for a short time, but after waking up, her body instinctively released the 6th soul skill to get back the scene. Then do you want me to take action, YUHAO? You can't move the power of the primordial spirit, but I can still use my power. Tianmeng Binkan asked in this way, in YUHAO's primordial spirit world, as long as the outside world is willing, everything will be static. So Tianmeng Binkan asked YUHAO in a leisurely manner if he wants him to take action to completely solve the problem in front of him. The old woman. YUHAO smiled slightly at this. That's not necessary. Some people have already been around to watch. It's such a big fuss and people from the school have been here for a long time. Only the old witch Zhou Yi doesn't know yet. Tisk tisk tisk, the fighting spirit lost consciousness after being beaten, and after getting up, he actually went all out to deal with an 11-year-old child who put away his martial spirit. YUHAO looked at Zhou Yi in front of him with a sneer on his face, and looked at the oncoming dragon claw without any fear. Old Zhou Yi, you are in big trouble. The dragon claw fell, and just when it was about to touch YUHAO, just as YUHAO expected, a figure appeared in front of YUHAO like a flash, and flicked his finger lightly. Boom, Zhou Yi's body was sent flying again, hitting the wall again, and this time, the state of possessing the martial spirit on her body was forcibly interrupted, and her mind was suddenly sober, and after realizing what she had just done, his face lost all color in an instant. Teacher Zhou Yi, come with us. Zhou Yi trembled suddenly, and 2 white figures appeared, with medals with the word law enforcement written on their chests. They were the Shrek law enforcement team. Yi disappeared in a flash. Thank you, senior, for your help. YUHAO slightly cupped his hands, and at this moment, Yan Shaiji also raised his eyebrows. Looking at Huo Yuhao's calm eyes that seemed to have everything under control, the words he originally organized on his lips could not help but be confused by a hint of curiosity. Replace. You seem to have known that I would take action. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Thorough Investigation of Zhou Yi. Chapter 24 Thorough Investigation of Zhou Yi. Of course I knew that someone would make a move. The dignified no academy in the world can't even protect its students, but I didn't expect it to be you, senior. Looking at the old man in front of him, Huo Yuhao actually knew him, and had even met him several times, because many times, this old man would personally escort his mother back home, and he would remember his face after many visits. Just like Mrs. Huo said, Yuhao, you are indeed a genius among geniuses. Yan Shaiji reached out and held Huo Yuhao's shoulders, and a soft light force poured into Huo Yuhao's body, quickly repairing Huo Yuhao's meridians that were slightly damaged due to the Sun Li membership. Thank you, senior. It's a small matter. Moreover, your secret technique doesn't seem to have a great impact on the body. It seems that as long as you control the time properly, it can be used as a good skill to temporarily increase your combat power. But there is one thing, Huo Yuhao's martial soul is not the golden light, but your eyes. The golden light and the thunder are your means, and the golden light has the effect of protecting the body and life, so you can use the thunder to stimulate the whole body. The meridians display extraordinary combat power, am I right? Yan Shaiji said with a smile. Huo Yuhao nodded, but if he was seen out, then there is no need to hide. Golden light and lightning techniques are what my master has learned. It's very powerful, it's at the level of the soul sect, and it's both offensive and defensive. With your mental power that seems to be able to ignore defense, even a soul king might be defeated by you if you accidentally. Yan Shaiji made the same judgment as Huo Yuhao, but he still added, but you can't bite off more than you can chew. As a soul master, you still have to pay more attention to the cultivation of martial souls. Yuhao, you are very talented. In the future, we may be able to reach level 12 before the age of 30, and may even break the historical record. Ah! Huo Yuhao nodded and accepted it humbly. This matter about Zhou Yi is very bad. If it were you, how would you deal with it? Yan Shaiji looked at Huo Yuhao, and at this moment Huo Yuhao also smiled slightly and said, "Frozen 3 feet is not a day's cold, senior. We will give you a satisfactory answer." Yan Shaiji glanced at Huo Yuhao and nodded. This matter is due to my negligence in the Wuhan department, so let's accept these small compensations. Yan Shaiji handed a bracelet to Huo Yuhao, and Huo Yuhao could feel a wave of space fluctuations. This is a storage soul guide, which contains the compensation that Yan Shaiji wanted. After putting down the bracelet, Yan Shaiji's entire body, the man leisurely flew towards Sea God Lake. Everything is settled at this moment. The law enforcement team took Zhou Yi away, and now, the entire square and the teaching building were a little silent, but the next moment, when Huo Yuhao raised his hand to announce his victory. A violent carnival erupted from this, and the applause and screams began to seem to overturn the entire square. Those who didn't know the situation just felt that the battle just now was very exciting. A great soul master actually defeated a soul emperor, although that soul emperor may deliberately suppress his own strength, that soul emperor has absolutely no advantage in the whole soul fight, but for those who knew the situation, after knowing that Huo Yuhao had defeated the old lady Zhou Yi, tears filled their eyes, breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yi, that dead old woman, fire people at every turn, and now she is finally out of luck. No, hurry up and tell others the good news. The news began to ferment. Shrek Academy is an elite education, advocating the real strong is almost natural and traditional for them. There are also many types of strong people. Those who bully the weak will not be looked down upon by others, but those who defeat the strong by the weak will become heroes and are sung on campus. The teachers also showed emotion. Shrek Academy respected the strong. Looking at YUHAO in the square at this moment, they seemed to have a premonition that a legend of the academy would rise at this moment. At this moment, he was in the law enforcement prison of Shrek Academy. Yi was brought into it with a pale face. It seemed that a layer of mask on her face was destroyed by continuous blows, revealing a beautiful face, and that face was also bloodless. The law enforcement officers looked at the woman who was notorious in Shrek with cold expressions. Everyone knew that there was a monster teacher in Shrek who was very good looking, but she had to wear a mean old woman's mask to teach. And he also likes to directly expel others from Shrek Academy over trivial matters. Being eliminated from Shrek Academy is a completely different thing from being expelled. Some soul masters can be said to have been destroyed for a lifetime under a huge blow, and their law enforcement team recently dealt with being expelled from school. Students who committed suicide. Yi, you have gotten into big trouble. The warden of the Shrek Law Enforcement Department looked at the woman in front of him at the prison door and said coldly, "Do you know what you did wrong?" "What did I do wrong?" Yi gritted her teeth and her body trembled slightly. Then suddenly, she raised her head and looked at the man in front of her. "I was right. Where did I go wrong? I have expelled that guy from Shrek Academy. He is no longer a student of my Shrek, and then he dared to attack me? Let me make a fool of myself in full view. You guys, you actually caught me and didn't go to catch him. If I'm at fault, isn't he responsible? You are trampling on Shrek's glory." Yi roared loudly, and at this moment the warden frowned and snorted coldly. A terrifying pressure of soul power instantly made Yi's face, whose soul power was blocked, even paler. "Yi, you have all gone to the prison of the law enforcement department. How dare you say this? It looks like you still don't know where you went wrong. You are a dignified soul emperor. Even if you don't use a soul ring, you can't help an 11-year-old soul master, and even lost consciousness for a short period of time after being beaten by him. Don't you know the situation? Who is it? Are you trampling on Shrek's glory?" Hearing these words, Yi's face became even more ugly, but she still didn't want to admit the fact that she was defeated by a great soul master. At this moment, a guard came to the man and said something, making the tall man. The man also couldn't help snorting coldly. "Yi, Fan Yu is here to protect you, but as I said, you are in big trouble. Even Fan Yu can't protect you today." After finishing speaking, he took the guards and left. A middle-aged man ran in a panic at the moment. After talking with the warden for a few times, his face suddenly became a little weak, and the warden just tapped his shoulder and gave him the space. "Yi, you are in big trouble." Fan Yu sighed, and after seeing Fan Yu, Yi's eyes suddenly turned red, and he pulled off the mask on his face, revealing a face that should be very delicate. But the young woman's face was distorted by several punch marks. "Fan Yu, are you a man? Look. I've been beaten like this, but why does everyone say I was wrong? Why do you even say I got into big trouble?" Yi's eyes were red. Fan Yu in front of her was actually her husband, and at this moment, Fan Yu was looking at the fist mark on his wife's originally beautiful face. Fan Yu could really feel the surge in his heart. There was a slight anger converted from distress. But for the sake of the overall situation, he must extinguish this flame. "Yi, don't even think about why that child can fight you with the cultivation of a great soul master." Fan Yu sighed, and at this moment Yi also thought of YUHAO's unusual golden light and thunder. That's because that guy has the protective power attached to him by other strong men. Yi suddenly became excited. Yes, that's right. The strength of those golden lights and thunders is definitely not that of a great soul master like him, and almost reached the level of a soul sect. If it weren't for these two forces, that little trash absolutely impossible. "Yi, you know that the other party has such a powerful force, so you should know that the force behind him is extremely powerful, so why did you attack him like that? You even asked him to drop out of school. I said it earlier, your temper will cause big trouble. So what? Let him drop out of school, then he will drop out of school. What about the power behind him, can it compare with our Shrek? Zhou Yi couldn't help but speak hard, and at this moment, Fan Yu looked at his wife. He didn't think about the consequences, but he stood up immediately and shouted, why haven't you repented yet? Why don't you think about why you haven't been rated as a senior teacher for so many years, let so many children who should have graduated from the school drop out, and have been complained so many times by students? Do you think you are right? What do you mean, Fan Yu? Why are you yelling at me? Zhou Yi was taken aback by her husband's sudden yelling, while Fan Yu shook her head with a headache. Do you think that I can suppress everything? Do you know who that HUO YUHAO is? He is the son of the director of the newly established school hospital of the college, the child of Mrs. HUO. For thousands of years, the academy has never prepared to establish a brand new department because of one person alone. Don't you know that even Yan Shaiji, the dean of the Wuhan department, will treat each other with courtesy in front of Mrs. HUO? Fan Yu's words were like thunder, causing Zhou Yi's pupils to freeze. She couldn't help but stepped forward, and then grabbed the cell's railing. You attacked HUO YUHAO with all your strength under the watchful eyes of everyone, and you have already received instructions from a large number of students. They all said that HUO YUHAO had already put away his martial soul at that time, but you suddenly exploded. You have used the sixth soul skill, and now law enforcement, the people in the ministry, think you want to kill HUO YUHAO. Do you know? Do you know that if you do this, Shrek will have no place for you? And in the outside world, there are so many students who have been expelled by you, but they have been grudges for a long time. You. Why are you so confused? I want to kill a dean's son. No, I didn't, I just want to teach him a little lesson. Why, no one told me his identity. Fan Yu, Zhou Yi hurriedly wanted to explain, but looking at her husband's face that hated iron and steel, Zhou Yi suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Even at her soul emperor cultivation level, she felt that the air around her became a bit chilly, causing her body to wrestle slightly. I will plead with Dean Jian for you. If there is a dean. Before Fan Yu finished speaking, at this moment, the warden walked away again. Looking at Fan Yu's desolate back in front of him, the warden couldn't help feeling a little emotional at the moment. He and Fan Yu had a good relationship and were alumni for many years. Now he works in the law enforcement department, but Fan Yu has already climbed the ladder with scientific research results through his own efforts. Arrived at the second in command of the Soul Guidance Department. But unexpectedly, Fan Yu, who was the smartest in his life, would end up with such a hapless woman. The warden cast a contemptuous look at Zhou Yi, who was clutching the railing and looking pitiful. It seems that she already knows how serious a crime she has committed. If he had not had a good husband, such a crime would have been enough for her to have her cultivation level revoked and then thrown into prison. But Fan Yu is the most important person in the Soul Guidance Department of the college. Seriously, the top management should consider his existence. Fan Yu, let's go, the time is up. The warden said calmly. Next, the academy decided to thoroughly investigate Zhou Yi, and now she will be taken to another place. Thoroughly investigate Zhou Yi, Fan Yu's face turned pale. He knew that Zhou Yi had done those stupid things that he thought had nothing to do with him over the years, but Zhou Yi didn't say a word. At this moment, the warden just sneered as he touched the document in his hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Setting up the altar and trying to communicate with the gods. Chapter 25, Setting up the altar and trying to communicate with the gods. The school has started to deal with Zhou Yi's matter. And after this incident spread, HUO YUHAO was recognized by some excited seniors even as he walked on the road, and he was regarded as a hero. This made HUO YUHAO curious. He felt that the fame he had received seemed to be too warm, and it seemed that many of these reputations were related to Zhou Yi, an old woman. While buying some daily necessities in the supermarket, YUHAO met a freshman who was in the same class as him. YUHAO went up and asked about the location of his dormitory. He found that it was not far from him, and the two started talking. This classmate was obviously very excited to see YUHAO talking to him, but when YUHAO asked him about the old woman's deeds, the news he heard made YUHAO feel uncomfortable. Zhou Yi, the monster teacher, the devil in the outer courtyard. High-pressure education, students are not allowed to make the slightest mistake, and students are often expelled directly for some small mistakes. What old bastard! Did her family do this wholesale? How could such a twisted guy become a teacher? If I had known, I would have slapped her a few more times to see if she was still mad. Oh, don't you know that he has something to do with her? Zhou Yi's husband is the second in command of the Seoul Guidance Department, and his backstage is very tough. Brother HUO, be careful when someone puts you in small shoes. A chubby-faced young man said seriously. He and YUHAO were also holding a bucket of daily necessities, but compared to YUHAO, he also had several larger bags filled with snacks. I'm so sorry. YUHAO was just about to say that there was someone behind him, but at this moment, an old voice came to the ears of the two of them, and then YUHAO saw an old man who was leisurely sitting on a chair holding a copy of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Looking at himself softly. Before, the school was troubled by many things. The old man looked at YUHAO with a smile. A college has been inherited for tens of thousands of years, and the relationship between people is constantly superimposed. A little problem will gradually be enlarged. There is always some garbage in the corner. It just needs an opportunity to rectify this situation. Now the opportunity has passed. Coming. This old man isn't normal. YUHAO's gaze stayed on him for a while, and Yuan Shen sensed that this old man's cultivation base was extremely high, and now he has returned to his original nature, and he is already at the peak state in this world, and he can ascend to a god if he takes a step forward. Perhaps, he is the strongest person in the academy, and the strongest means the highest power. He said that he would rectify this kind of behavior, then maybe there will be some changes. That. Perhaps so. YUHAO shook his head, and continued to walk forward, while the students at the side glanced at the old man, and then hurriedly caught up with YUHAO. Seeing that the young man was not interested in him, the old man was not annoyed, he just slightly raised his head to look at the sky, and then shook his head lightly. After entering the dormitory, according to the notice, YUHAO found his dormitory, opened the door, and found a very spacious double room with symmetrical windows in the center, each with a large bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. This is a newly built dormitory building, so the environment is not bad. There are also old dormitories in the college. Some of the oldest dormitories are estimated to have a history of thousands of years. They can be traced back to the houses built during the war, just for some souvenirs. Has never been dismantled. One side had already been tidied up, and a luxurious and soft quilt was put down on the bed. YUHAO looked at the free side and threw a sweeping spell. After cleaning his side, YUHAO began to put his things down. As a Taoist monk, YUHAO didn't have high requirements for the living environment, and he didn't have many things. Just lay out the sheets, put away the clothes, and put away the toiletries, then put the altar of the patriarch on the auspicious place on the table, put on the incense burner and plug in 3 YUHAO's special, smokeless, and very light incense sticks. After that, YUHAO's moving work was finished. With nothing to do today, YUHAO took out talisman paper, brushes, cinnabar, and other talisman-making things. Long Hushan, as the school of righteousness, focused on seal script at the beginning, and paid attention to rituals. The 8 common curses in the world of cultivating immortals are basically regarded as righteousness. The way of talismans is extremely profound. However, due to the subsequent situation in the world, the seniors discovered that the 3 inheritances of Golden Light Curse, Thunder Method, and Sword Deo were simpler and more crude in subduing demons and eliminating demons. With their obvious characteristics, they gradually became the 3 secret arts of Longhu Mountain. During the 4 years that Huo Yuhao spent studying at Longhu Mountain, he had memorized all the talisman arts, but in the end he did not practice talismans and only received 1 teaching. According to the standard reference material Tiantan Yuge for granting talismans, there are 5 levels of talisman conferring. For Huo Yuhao's first time receiving talismans, he can only use the Taishang Sanwu Du Gong Jinglu, referred to as Du Gonglu. But even the lowest level capital talisman, the magic armor talisman and flashing talisman that can be created have unique magical effects. In the last life, when Huo Yuhao went out, the Long Hushan pocket was full of a big gift from his senior brother and elder heap of talismans. But now, he is alone in this world, so Huo Yuhao is ready to follow up on the talisman, a technique that does not need to be too advanced but can greatly facilitate daily life. Running the qi in his body, Huo Yuhao made a talisman order light up on his wrist. This is the Dharma talisman that only belongs to Huo Yu, the scriptures of the Supreme 3 and 5 capitals, and this talisman is of great significance. Huo Yuhao was able to use some methods of Zhengtian Master's mansion. For example, borrowing the power of God. The previous flashing talisman and the divine vest can only be regarded as foreign talismans. This kind of talisman can be made by practitioners who only need to understand the art of talisman. Elemental power. However, for some spells that rely on the power of the gods, Huo Yuhao needs to use his own talisman as an ID card to invite a power of the gods. The gods in the world of cultivating immortals are not the false gods that Huo Yuhao encountered in the world of Douluo continent. They are the true supreme gods who can make all things live with 1 thought and make all things die with 1 thought. Inviting God means inviting the dragon and tiger mountain to the Dharma lineage. The great gods who are worshipped send their strength. For the orthodox Taoist priests of the Tianxi mansion, as long as the ceremony is normal, the great gods will almost always respond to their requests. It's just, I am in another world now. Can I really communicate with the gods in the world of cultivating immortals? When his thoughts came here, Huo Yuhao paused for a moment, but finally remembered the sentence of the golden light curse inside and outside the 3 realms, only the Tao is the only one. Huo Yuhao dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart, and then looked at the figure of the patriarch he carved. Wooden statue. Master Patriarch, I'm offended. No 40's second-generation disciple Huo Yuhao now has this opportunity to live 2 lives again, but now he is in a foreign world with no one to rely on. Please lend me the power of your incense to help this disciple communicate with the gods. Huo Yuhao took out another 3 sticks of incense, approached the incense in the incense burner in front of the patriarch and asked them to light it, and then placed it on the ground, facing the patriarch Zhangdaoling on this building, and made a simple altar. Opening an altar is actually a very troublesome thing. Opening different altars requires different steps. These steps are like password doors. If you make a wrong step, you will go to the wrong door, and the altar ceremony will be considered a failure. Huo Yuhao's altar at the moment can be said to be very, very unqualified, but fortunately Huo Yuhao just wants to see if he can communicate with gods in another world, and the 3 incense sticks that serve as the fulcrum of the altar are borrowed from the 3 pillars enshrining the ancestors' incense. Fragrance, in terms of specifications, is enough. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged in the triangle formed by the 3 incense sticks. As the incense drifted, the wooden carved pupils of the patriarch seemed to light up. Huo Yuhao instantly felt the power of a medium that transcends space. Success! Huo Yuhao felt excited in his heart. At this moment, the consciousness followed this force and seemed to cross the endless river of the universe and then came to a strange illusory space. In the space, Huo Yuhao saw phantoms one by one. Those are the gods enshrined by the Tianxi mansion, and at this moment, Huo Yuhao seemed to see these phantoms and cast a look towards him. But the next moment, Huo Yuhao, I felt my consciousness leave that space in an instant. When he opened his eyes, Huo Yuhao found that the incense around him had been burned out, and even the incense on the ancestors' incense burner was almost exhausted. Huo Yuhao hastened to refill the incense for the patriarch. After finishing this, Huo Yuhao glanced at the sun that had already reached the horizon, and couldn't help feeling that time was being cut apart. Obviously, Huo Yuhao only felt that he stayed in that illusory space for less than a moment, but now that he opened his eyes, the time on the Douluo continent has changed from morning to dusk. But this also proves that I can communicate with the gods in the world of cultivating immortals, that is to say, I can use the power of the gods, but this process is a little more time-consuming than in the world of cultivating immortals, but it may also be that this altar is too much. Humble reason. Huo Yuhao felt excited. He had just clearly felt that the figure of the patriarch had exerted a force through the incense, causing his consciousness to move from Douluo continent to the illusory space of the world of immortality. Since the connection can be established, it means that at any place and at any time, even in the alien world of Douluo continent, as long as the altar rituals or decree talismans are set up, the gods enshrined can release divine power. In this way, there will be a way to go back, and Huo Yuhao respectfully worshipped the ancestor master again. Being able to communicate with the gods means that he can practice talismans. The cultivation of talismans is actually borrowing the law. With the help of the power of the immortal gods enshrined by the sect, practicing the art of talismans can also deepen Huo Yuhao's connection with the world of immortality, which will help Huo Yuhao return to the world of immortality in the future. Thinking in this way, Huo Yuhao began to draw talismans to replenish the talismans that were consumed before. After finishing this, Huo Yuhao put away the drawn talismans and those materials. After washing the brushes and putting them away, Huo Yuhao began his daily routine life practice. Life practice. The world of immortality has an extremely broad definition of the path of life cultivation. The ultimate goal of this kind of practice is to improve people's life cultivation. Life is all visible physiological tissues, and sex is the intangible existence such as AO, soul, and spirit. In short, the ultimate goal of life practice is to continuously temper yourself in the process of practicing spells, so as to obtain a stronger body and a stronger soul, so that the soul and body can be more integrated. After the body becomes a god, you can drip blood resurrection. Huo Yuhao's previous soul cultivation was to focus on the soul and improve the level of the soul, that is, to move towards those innate gods. The two paths actually have one thing in common, that is, the process of improving one's cultivation is extremely boring and slow. Unlike the cultivation method, perhaps learning talismans, no matter how slow, can definitely feel the progress bit by bit. You can see the rewards of paying, and after you learn it, you can use the magic of the method. But for pure practice, the investment far outweighs the return. With not worthwhile investment, most people in the world of cultivating immortals can easily fall into a state of abandoning the basics and chasing after the last, ignoring the power shown in the ignorant pursuit of themselves. Do it. But Huo Yuhao, who revived the second world, knew that this kind of basic practice is a process of water dripping through stone, so he must not be impatient, and he must move forward carefully. Ding! Huo Yuhao fell into cultivation for an unknown period of time, until the evening bell of Shrek Academy rang and the night market opened, and Huo Yuhao opened his eyes. At this time, there was some movement from the door lock. My roommate is back? Huo Yuhao frowned, took out a Qing Feng talisman and rolled the incense ash from the window into the bucket, and at this moment, the door opened. Wang Donger is about to appear. Ask for favorites, ask for recommendations, ask for monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 26: A roommate disguised as a man. Chapter 26: A roommate disguised as a man. The door was opened, and Huo Yuhao opened his eyes at this moment, looking at his next roommate. Huo Yuhao looked up and saw a fair-skinned person. Her eyes were very special, they turned out to be a light pink blue, and she was pretty. There was a natural arrogance on her face, but this arrogance did not destroy her extraordinary delicacy. The appearance, at first glance, is a beauty embryo. But, she actually opened the dormitory door. What's happening here? How can Shrek Academy be opened? Let men and women share a dormitory together. YUHAO was stunned for a moment and soon realized that this was not the case. She was wearing men's clothing, and she looked like a boy at first glance, but YUHAO's mental power was stronger, so he realized that the girl in front of him seemed to have used some kind of magic to slightly change her appearance, making herself look like a man. Not so easy to spot. That is, does she want to be treated like a boy? YUHAO looked at Wang Dong'er in front of him, thinking whether he should expose the fact that she was a girl. In the world of cultivating immortals, YUHAO also met people who disguised themselves as men, and most of them were because of family reasons. Because the family favors boys over girls, it is said that girls are forced to pretend to be boys. This is indeed very common in the world of soul masters. This roommate of mine may be because of this reason. And if this is the case, then this is the other party's family business. If you break it yourself, there will probably be a lot of trouble. Instead of causing more trouble, it's better to cooperate with her to disguise yourself as a man. Now that he already knew that she was a girl, he could avoid trouble in many things. Thinking this way, YUHAO said, "Hi, my name is YUHAO. Hi, my name is Wang Dong." The girl disguised as a man answered in this way. Her name was actually Wang Dong'er, and she made herself more masculine by hiding one word. At this moment, Wang Dong'er looked at YUHAO with a hint of awe. She obviously recognized YUHAO. After all, YUHAO's violent beating of the old witch was too shocking. Wang Dong'er never expected that a great soul master could knock out a soul emperor with one punch. Moreover, the beatings only hit people on the face. This made Wang Dong'er shudder the most, and the arrogance on his face softened a little. This guy is ridiculously strong, you have to respect him a little bit. But there must always be some rules in the dormitory. Wang Dong'er looked into YUHAO's calm eyes, and after thinking for a while, she spoke about some of her requirements in the dormitory. At the same time, she secretly thought that if YUHAO disagreed, she would apply for another dormitory. Don't take people back to the dormitory casually, don't be naked in the dormitory, don't disturb people's rest, and one person is responsible for the hygiene for a week. Well, there is no problem, I can accept these. YUHAO nodded. In fact, Wang Dong'er's request in front of him was not too much. At most, he made the point clear and set the bottom line ahead of time. There was nothing wrong with that. It's just that, because of my sect, I need to use incense to worship the patriarch. I specially adjust the smell of this kind of incense to be very weak. Can you accept it? Wang Dong'er looked at the altar on YUHAO's table, and only now smelled a faint special fragrance, which was not annoying, so Wang Dong'er nodded indifferently. That's good. By the way, are you going to rest when you come back? No, I'm just coming back to get something. That means you still have to go out? How about going to have something to eat with me? YUHAO looked at Wang Dong'er in front of him with a smile. Eating together is a good way for people who just live together to get closer. Wang Dong thought for a while and nodded. It happened that she didn't eat anything, and Wang Dong'er took a peek at YUHAO. She was actually curious about YUHAO besides being in awe, because it seemed that YUHAO was not much older than him, but why was he so strong? I had some minor accidents today, so I'll treat you to this meal as an apology. YUHAO said, and Wang Dong'er nodded when he heard it. It is always pleasant to be treated to a meal by someone, and the reason for being treated to a meal by someone who is far stronger than yourself is to make an apology, which makes Wang Dong'er feel even more sorry. YUHAO's favorability increased by 1 point. This YUHAO actually looks pretty good. Although he is very strong, he doesn't seem to have much arrogance on a daily basis. As long as he is not as crazy as that old witch to provoke him. Thinking like this, Wang Dong'er followed behind YUHAO, and then followed to Shrek's cafeteria. As soon as he reached the entrance of the cafeteria, YUHAO was stunned. In Shrek, every grade has its own cafeteria, just behind the dormitory area. Originally YUHAO was thinking about how magnificent the cafeteria of the No. Confused. There are not many people in the cafeteria now, and it looks very empty, but empty is literally empty. Which means that there is not even a table and chair in the freshman cafeteria. It is completely empty, only one side has a sink for washing hands and utensils and the other side is a window to buy food. He has been eating at home recently, and has never been to the cafeteria, but at least he has seen the cafeteria in Longhu Mountain. The cafeteria in the mountain gate is relatively small because there are fewer disciples, but Shrek, who has a grade of thousands of people, the cafeteria actually is at this bird. What's the situation? The freshman cafeteria doesn't even have seats. Could it be that students are allowed to sit on the floor to eat? No food is allowed to be taken out of the cafeteria. What shit rules? YUHAO frowned, and Wang Dong'er also explained when he saw YUHAO frowning at this moment, this is a place for ordinary children to eat. The dishes inside have a great discount. Look at the dishes in the last window. The eggs of the 3-color chicken cost 4 gold soul coins to buy in the market, but after making the dishes here it only needs 2 gold soul coins, so it's normal to be a bit crude. I don't think it's normal. There are no seats in the dining place. What is this? Sitting on the ground and eating pig food? And civilians. How much is a gold soul coin for a commoner? That window. This canteen is too disappointing. It seems that I still overestimated this Shrek Academy. A canteen doesn't even have seats. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say it? YUHAO looked at the empty canteen in front of him and felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. Since the school officially started on this day, YUHAO didn't know where Shrek Academy, the no one doubted. Let's go to the school gate to have something to eat first. YUHAO shook his head, and Wang Dong'er also looked at the cafeteria with no seats in front of him. Remembering what YUHAO said just now, Wang Dong'er turned his head to look at YUHAO, and his gaze also changed slightly. Obviously YUHAO seems to have a strong background, and he doesn't seem to be short of money, but he didn't expect that YUHAO would actually empathize with those commoner students. The dishes here are obviously half discounted. Doesn't it mean that ordinary students are very satisfied with this cafeteria? Wang Dong'er secretly said something in her heart. P.S. Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a collection, ask for a recommendation ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Wang Dong'er followed YUHAO to the school gate, and there were all kinds of street food, and the aroma of barbecue could be smelled from a long distance away. There were also some fried rice, bento boxes, and fruits sold very hotly. No wonder there are so many people at the food stall near the school gate. YUHAO sighed, and then he and Wang Dong'er started looking for something that suited their own tastes. About 2 hours later, while eating and chatting, YUHAO and Wang Dong'er became acquainted, and this time when they went out, Wang Dong'er also saw YUHAO's strength in another aspect besides combat power. I didn't expect YUHAO that you could eat so well. Wang Dong'er looked helplessly at YUHAO, who was still eating a roast leg of lamb with relish. This roast leg of lamb was quite large, enough to feed 2 adults, but in YUHAO's hands, it was being swallowed quickly. Stomach, I can finish eating before I go back to the dormitory. But eating so much is nothing, soul masters eat more than ordinary people. But the key point is that Wang Dong'er never stopped eating after watching YUHAO for 2 hours. After eating this one, he ate another one. One family, they almost ate the food stall all over the place. Wang Dong, don't you know that the more you eat, the more nutrients your soul master's body can absorb? YUHAO took a bite of the meat and said, physical strength is the real capital of a person. Of course, if you can't eat enough, don't really eat it. I can eat so much because of the unique knowledge passed down by my teacher. The body digests food quickly. The master's unique technique? It's the sect, right? Your sect looks pretty good, and you actually have such a secret technique. Wang Dong'er said with interest, while Huo Yuhao glanced at Wang Dong'er. Looks good. Wang Dong, my teacher is unparalleled in the world. To tell you the truth, on the Douluo continent, those so-called Tang sect, Haoshan school, 9 treasure glazed tile school, are not worthy of carrying shoes compared to my master's school. With just a wave of your hand, you can suppress them in an instant. Huo Yuhao sighed with emotion, but continued to gnaw on the roast leg of lamb in his hand, not noticing the sudden change in Wang Dong'er's face, and her beautiful brows suddenly frowned slightly. But seeing Huo Yuhao's extremely proud appearance towards his sect, Wang Dong'er stopped in his tracks after thinking about it for a while. Hey, Huo Yuhao, do you want to exercise after eating? Wang Dong'er said. Huo Yuhao looked at him suspiciously, then Wang Dong'er pointed in a direction and said, the place where you go here is the soul fighting field, should we go for a fight? Fight? Do you mean you want to compete with me? Well, learn from each other. Wang Dong'er nodded earnestly. This attitude made Huo Yuhao stunned. The means he showed in beating the old lady Zhou today should be amazing enough. Wang Dong'er, a guy who seems to be a great soul master, is so good at fighting with him. Could it be that I offended this little girl disguised as a man? Huo Yuhao glanced at Wang Dong'er's earnest expression, remembering his words about comparing the Heavenly Master's mansion with some sects in the Douluo continent that he saw in the book. Huo Yuhao became even more surprised when he looked at Wang Dong'er. Could it be that Wang Dong is from these sects? This is too much of a coincidence, right? Didn't the book say that almost none of these sects are active in the mainland? How lucky is he? Sorry, did I just say the wrong thing? Huo Yuhao asked, but Wang Dong'er shook his head, looked serious and said, there is no such thing. You are so proud of your own sect, but it shows that your sect is indeed very powerful, so I want to be positive. Take a lesson. Although you are said to be very strong. Wang Dong'er looked very serious, but I still want to fight you. Like this. Huo Yuhao quickly ate the roast leg of lamb in his hand, took out a few pieces of paper and wiped his mouth. Seeing Wang Dong'er's serious look, Huo Yuhao couldn't refuse anything. The other party probably had the same deep affection for the sect as himself. It is really hard to bear to hear others belittle one's beloved sect. Then let's play a game. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, but not today. Why? Wang Dong'er frowned, while Huo Yuhao added helplessly, I actually used some hole cards in the fight with that old woman this morning, and this kind of hole cards drained the meridians all over my body. Can the Soul Emperor move around? Even if a senior later helped me treat it, my meridians were still damaged recently, and I couldn't fight fiercely. While listening to Huo Yuhao's explanation, Wang Dong'er's face didn't get any worse. After realizing that Huo Yuhao had used a secret method to suddenly become stronger, the gloomy look on Wang Dong'er's face suddenly dissipated, and a look of sudden realization emerged. I see. I didn't expect that you would use the secret technique left by the sect in order to beat that old witch, and even hurt the meridians. Well, for the sake of treating me to dinner before. A week later, we let the two fight again. Wang Dong'er's face softened, while Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. Hurt the meridians? This is a lie. Huo Yuhao was indeed a Thunder member, and his meridians suffered some damage. Fortunately, he was protected by the Golden Light Curse, so the damage was not too great, and he only opened the first 3 doors. These 3 doors did not put much burden on his body. Sun Li members will only cause great harm to their bodies after entering the 4th door, which is the door of injury. If they only open the first 3 doors, after being nurtured by a soul master of the light attribute with his pure light power, it can be said that Huo Yuhao's wound has almost healed. But, to deceive this little girl a little now is also to worry about her self-esteem. After all, it seems that his peers are already able to beat the Soul Emperor, but he is still wandering as a great soul master. This sense of gap is a big blow to a guy like him who should be called a genius in the outside world. Telling him that he was using a costly secret technique would make it easier for her to accept it. Huo Yuhao was thinking these things, but at this moment Wang Dong'er was obviously very pleased with Huo Yuhao's words, and her expression was much more relaxed. Let me just say, to be honest, it's not worth it. It's just too easy to beat up the old woman. I heard that the old woman actually has a characteristic, that is, she likes to screen obedient students. Will be treated well. I've only heard of teachers who are selected by students, but I haven't heard of teachers who select students. She will treat obedient students well, so how can you be obedient? That old woman pointed at your nose and called you stupid and useless. Such an old woman, you just want to give her a few slaps to see if she's going crazy. Well said. This is Hard Abe clapping his hands. At this moment, Wuzishan, which was pressing on him, trembled violently. The huge majesty made Tianmeng Binkan, who was shivering in the corner of Yuan Shen's space, tremble. That's true, and the old witch really deserves to be beaten. Wang Dong'er nodded undeniably, and Huo Yuhao sneered even more after hearing this sentence. Don't worry, the beating is still light. I have an idea now. I need to observe it in school for a few days. What the old woman did is actually worse than you imagined. But when you said that, it reminded me of something. Huo Yuhao looked at a bracelet on his arm, which was the compensation given to him by the academy that the old man said before. P.S. Shrek doesn't have many plots, and the protagonist won't stay in Shrek for a long time. Please collect, recommend, and ask for a monthly pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Compensation, 10,000 Years Soul Bone. Chapter 28 Compensation, 10,000 Years Soul Bone. I didn't expect that the school would give you compensation for this matter. But it's true, you knocked that old woman out before, and she shot you with all her strength after she woke up. This feeling is rushing. If it wasn't for the strong men from the academy who killed you, the consequences would be disastrous. Wang Dong'er's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly, Huo Yuhao nodded, and shook the bracelet on his hand. When the two returned to the dormitory, Huo Yuhao stored several boxes in the soul guide bracelet that Yan Shaija gave them. They all came out. Oh my god, Shrek Academy's compensation is probably good, but I didn't expect it to be so much. Sitting on the bed, Wang Dong'er looked at the 1 long and 3 short boxes that Huo Yuhao had brought out in front of her, and couldn't help but leaned forward in amazement. Huo Yuhao was also slightly surprised, and raised his hand to open the longest one among the 4 boxes. As soon as the box was opened, the soft soul guide light radiated out, and a piece of silver, lying on the delicate red silk satin, which looked like an arm bone, appeared in the eyes of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong'er. Soul bone. Wang Dong'er almost fell off the bed by accident, and Huo Yuhao was also looking at the silver object called a soul bone in front of him thoughtfully at this moment, took it out of the box, and then looked at it carefully up. Huo Yuhao had seen a soul bone in a book, and it was a very special thing. In other words, it was the most desired item in a soul master's dream. Somewhat similar to soul rings, soul bones also come from soul beasts, but they are very different from soul rings, because each soul beast has a corresponding soul ring, but the magical thing like soul bones is in the soul. The chance of appearing among beasts is only 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Generally speaking, only extremely powerful soul beasts that have experienced some special circumstances at the time of death are likely to have soul bones appear after death. One of the reasons why 10-year-old soul beasts are extremely precious is because 10-year-old soul beasts must a 10-year spirit bone was produced. And powerful soul bones have attached skills, just like a 10-year soul skill can provide 2 soul skills, a 10-year soul bone can also provide 2 soul skills. This makes soul bones extremely rare and precious. And the difference between a soul bone and a soul ring is that it doesn't need to be like a soul ring. Whoever kills the soul beast can use it, and the soul bone can even be sold after being obtained. This soul bone is even more precious than a soul ring to some soul masters with low combat effectiveness. For this reason, the required soul bones can be purchased in some special places. Any piece of soul bone, no matter how ordinary, is worth a sky-high price, and there is no market for it. I never thought that the school would choose to give you a soul bone. Wang Dong'er said blankly, while Huo Yuhao looked at the soul bone in his hand. A faint golden light lit up in his eyes, his soul opened. Huo Yuhao enveloped the soul bone with his mental power, and then started to perform it with his own soul. Analyze. It's a very strange thing, a soul bone with a spiritual attribute. I can feel a soul skill that is still engraved on it. The year is probably just at the level of 10,000 years. Huo Yuhao said this, and the confusion on Wang Dong'er's face became even higher. A 10,000-year spirit bone? The Academy can give you a 10,000-year spirit bone. Could it be that this is Shrek Academy? What do you have to do with Shrek Academy? Wang Dong'er seemed to be a little restless, and Huo Yuhao answered with a smile after hearing her question, my mother is the dean of the school. Dean? Huo Yuhao is the son of a dean of Shrek Academy. Wang Dong'er's eyes narrowed, and her small mouth grew slightly, but Huo Yuhao nodded helplessly, and then focused all his attention on this soul bone. Soul bone. There is an existence that has been emphasized in the book with countless pen and ink. His blessing on the growth of body parts is more valuable than the soul ring. The skills attached to the soul ring will increase with the increase of the soul power, but the age of the soul ring itself will limit its growth. But the soul bone is different. The soul bone will not be limited by the age of the soul beast that produced it, and will only increase with the strength of the soul master itself. Just like the literal meaning, his presence will strengthen a bone in Huo Yuhao's body and improve it, thereby naturally strengthening the corresponding part of the bone in the body. Generally speaking, there are only a few types of soul bones that can be absorbed, namely limbs, head, and torso. The average person can absorb 6 soul bones, just like a soul master can absorb 9 soul rings, and what appeared in Huo Yuhao's hand at this moment was a left arm bone. This is a very good soul bone. Its spiritual attributes just match Huo Yuhao's spirit eyes. The silkworm also poked its head out. It's a very good soul bone, Yuhao. Although I don't know what you think of this soul bone, in this world, a soul bone is a good thing. The sooner you get a soul bone, give it the longer the body grows. The more it can improve its physical fitness. And as long as this soul bone is absorbed, the bones of the body will become tougher. At least if you have this soul bone, your hand will not be injured after you used your strength to throw that punch. Huo Yuhao nodded, listening to Tianmeng Binken's words. Coupled with the scanning of his consciousness, he also had a certain understanding of things like soul bones in his heart. In essence, this soul bone is more like endowing another characteristic to the soul master's original body. It is similar to Wuhan, but it is not as closely connected and independent with the body as Wuhan. This made Huo Yuhao couldn't help but make a conjecture. If there is a soul bone with self-awareness, can he choose to fuse with the Soul Master's original martial soul after he integrates into the Soul Master's body, so that the Soul Master's martial soul will undergo some unique changes? However, this idea was later rejected by Huo Yuhao. Soul rings come from soul beasts, and soul beasts are sworn enemies with Soul Masters. Although there are soul beasts that choose to sacrifice humans for love in history, there are very few of them. Soul bones are unprecedented. This spirit bone is not in a hurry. Huo Yuhao put the spirit bone back into the box, and Wang Dong'er only took one last look and then looked away. From this, we can see that Wang Dong'er's identity is not simple. The soul bone can cause a bloody storm in the outside world, but Wang Dong'er is only curious about this soul bone and nodded after Huo Yuhao put it back in the box. It's really not in a hurry. He is a 10,000-year spirit bone, so if you want to absorb it, you have to wait until the soul sect at least. Wang Dong'er said. Huo Yuhao nodded, put away the spirit bone, and then looked at the other 3 little ones. Square box. Then what are these? End of this chapter. Chapter 29 The Suffering Old Man. Chapter 29 The Suffering Old Man. The contents of the remaining 3 boxes are also very simple: a golden leaf, a special golden ring, and a strange green elixir. The green elixir is about the size of a walnut and has a light fragrance. The surface is green, and there seems to be a faint halo flowing inside. It is crystal clear and full of the breath of life. But YUHAO sniffed it, but he felt it was boring and too messy. In the world of cultivating immortals, he had taken too many good pills. When YUHAO looked at the elixirs in Douluo continent, they looked like kneaded clay balls. Ascension Soul Pill. Is it very precious? YUHAO looked at the surprised Wang Dong. That's right. This kind of elixir is made from several kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures as medicinal ingredients. Each soul master can only take one pill in his life. The increased soul power is about the same as that of 3 soul masters. So much is needed to upgrade from level 31 to level. Wang Dong seemed to be very sure of the value of this elixir, but YUHAO just glanced at it, and was not interested in this kind of elixir that would leave a lot of impurities in his body. After closing the elixir box, YUHAO looked at the other 2, and both of them had a small piece of paper written with something. The note with the golden leaf said that with this leaf, you can go to the golden tree in the inner courtyard, and that the golden ring says that holding this ring can obtain the highest authority of the academy at the treasure hunt party. Looks like something useful. YUHAO put them back into the soul tool, and then stretched his waist. After checking that the time was not too late, YUHAO practiced his life for a while, and dissolved the nutrients he obtained today into his practice. Although no results have been seen, this is the normal state of life practice. Wang Dong watched YUHAO enter the cultivation practice, and then practiced the cultivation of soul power. It was only in the middle of the night that YUHAO opened his eyes. Getting ready to sleep. Humans eat and sleep in harmony, and obedience is the law of nature. It is necessary to practice hard for a night or something during retreat. Human beings are like a string, which cannot be stretched all the time, otherwise something will happen sooner or later. Thinking like this, YUHAO turned off the light and went to sleep. An hour later, after YUHAO fell asleep, Wang Dong ended his practice and looked at YUHAO with a complicated expression. She used to be a lazy person, but after discovering that her roommate was stronger than herself, Wang Dong felt a little sense of urgency. Thinking of having classes tomorrow, Wang Dong gritted her teeth and continued to practice her practice. She's about to open the book. Wang Dong sank into cultivation, and Shrek Academy fell into silence at this time, but some places were still busy. For example, in the hall at the entrance of the Poseidon Pavilion, an old man with a ferocious circular scar on his hand was sitting upright, not daring to make any rash move. Beside him, HUO Ma stabbed the old man's body with silver needles one by one, most of them were in the circular wound, and then flicked the silver needles with her hand as if doing something. Subtle operations. But this old man, who had been pierced with many silver needles, was not at all afraid, but enjoyed it instead. With the help of the silver needle, he saw that his old body seemed to be rejuvenated. The uncoordinated hand that had been broken once seemed to be in harmony with his spirit. The dark wounds are also disappearing little by little. Well, it's almost there. HUO Yuner smiled gently. The reason why Qi Lao's hand still hurts in rainy days after it is connected is because the stagnant air is squeezed in the port, the circulation is not really smooth, and the balance pattern in the body has not been completely restored. Adjust it a little bit. Then you can use it freely. After she finished speaking, she wiped her sweat with her hands, and an old man with sharp eyes and quick hands immediately handed over a towel. Mrs. HUO was busy treating their old things this time. That kind of gentle and kind demeanor also won many elders over 100 years old. Respect and love. In addition to a large number of elders who are also gathered here at the moment, there are many other people who are recording Dean HUO's medical practice with notebooks. After wiping off the sweat with a towel, HUO Ma was about to continue with the needles, but at this moment, a few voices came into the hall from the outside world. Unfortunately, you gave him both the Wanyan Soul Bone and the Sea God Pavilion Ring from the Treasure Appreciation Club. Yan Lahu, I didn't expect you to be so generous. Why can't I just give it to you if you have a lot of money? It's not like you can't find a chance to give it to me. Besides, I'll tell you the truth. I advise you to deal with Fan Yu's matter quickly. How dare his wife treat YUHAO? The fact that he shot and injured YUHAO. It became chilly in the hall for an instant, and the faces of the elders in the pavilion became stiff for an instant. HUO Yuner, who was performing the needle at the moment, paused slightly after hearing the words from the outside world. And her face froze for an instant. I can't see the expression, I just feel that the original smile is gone, and the needle on my hand has accidentally stuck a little more. Oops. The old man who received the acupuncture was feeling comfortable, but suddenly he opened his eyes in pain, and beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Huo's mother said with an extremely calm face. Old Lu, Elder Wang, help me press it. I messed up my hands just now. If you want to change to a faster method, Elder Chi may react a little more. The Golden Tree Hall, which is like spring all the year round, seems to be blowing a cold wind at this moment. Mrs. Huo obviously didn't do anything, but her tone suddenly calmed down. Without any emotions, the elders felt the atmosphere a little bit towards the freezing point. It's over. HUO YUHAO had an accident. Is that the person Mrs. Huo cares about most? And listening to Mrs. Huo's calm and frightening words, Mr. Lu and Mr. Wang also bit the bullet and came to the side of Mr. Chi, who was being acupuncture, and then joined forces to seal the soul power of their old friend, and at this moment, Mr. Chi's mouth twitched slightly. He felt like he was in bad luck at this moment. Yan Shaiji and Qian Duo, who were talking at the moment, also stepped into the gate of the Sea God Pavilion. The golden tree of the Sea God Pavilion can block ordinary detection, so they didn't know that the hall was crowded with people. And when they walked into it, in an instant, they became the focus of the eyes of the elders. Yan Shaiji and Qian Duo, who had become the target of public criticism, were obviously stunned for a moment, and then saw Mrs. Huo, who was giving the needle. There are two elders of the pavilion teamed up to hold down the sweaty old Chi. Is YUHAO injured? Huo Ma flicked the silver needle lightly, making old Qi toes tremble, and looked angrily at Yan Shaiji and Qian Duo, who had just arrived, and at this moment, the two of them were slightly embarrassed to see this situation. Seems like they made an old man suffer. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Calm down. Dean Huo, calm down. Dean Huo. Dean Huo. Sorry, elders, I'm a little tired today, and I'm not used to staying in the Sea God Pavilion. I'm going back to live in Shrek City. After applying the needle, leaving Ping Lao drenched in cold sweat, Huo Ma got up and prepared to leave, but as soon as these words came out, the elders of the Haishan Pavilion immediately shut up, and they could only focus their eyes on the words with resentment. With Shaiji and Qian Duo on their bodies, they could only obediently stand aside. Yan Shaiji also told what happened. It was Zhou Yi, the class teacher, who found trouble with HUO YUHAO. Then HUO YUHAO took action directly and used some secret techniques to beat Zhou Yi. The so-called injury was just a side effect of the secret technique. HUO YUHAO himself was fine. According to Yan Shaiji, with his help, HUO YUHAO was fine. But even so, the elders still find it difficult. This kind of situation that shouldn't happen in the school will happen like this. Is there such a big conflict between teachers and students? But at this moment, an old man pushing a wheelchair appeared from the depths of Poseidon Pavilion, with a different kind of calmness in his eyes. Let's take this opportunity to completely clean up the unhealthy tendencies in the college. The old man is very familiar to the freshmen. He is the old man who has been basking in the sun in the freshman dormitory, and if the older generations see this old man, they will definitely be very surprised. Because the old man in their memory could only be paralyzed in the armchair, but now, the old man can actually straighten up in the wheelchair, looking vigorous, not as lifeless as before. Look like? Master. Master. Teacher. All the pavilion elders saluted respectfully, and the last sentence of the teacher was spoken by Yan Shaiji. Mu En waved his hand lightly and said calmly, in the past few thousand years, the Academy has been immersed in the glory of defeating the Sun-Moon Empire for too long. During these thousands of years, do you think there has been any change in the Academy? Change? Not much has changed. Our college has been thriving. An old man answered this question. At most, you have vigorously supported the development of the Soul Guide system during the past few years since you took office, and we have now broken through the Sun-Moon Empire's blockade of fixed installed Soul Guide cannons. We are lagging behind in terms of level 9 Soul Guides. But a 9th level Soul Engineer will almost only have one 9th level Soul Tool in his life. We are almost catching up with the progress of the Sun-Moon Empire now, right? Elder Uge said, while Duo, who was responsible for the Soul Guidance device, was silent at this moment, but Elder Mu snorted coldly at this moment. The custom-installed Soul Cannon is a remnant of what the Sun and Moon Empire used to play many years ago. You guys are so stubborn that you don't realize how urgent the current situation is. Mr. Mu sighed, pushed the wheelchair to the door, looked at the outside world, and then said calmly, I got better a few days ago and went to the Sun and Moon Empire for a walk. It's hard for you to imagine what I saw. In that core city, there are even soul guides that can threaten me. Elder Mu looked at the outside world with a very calm tone, but at this moment, after hearing these words, the elders in the pavilion felt at a loss for a while. They knew what kind of existence Mr. Mu was. He was a level 99 extreme Douluo, the strongest person in the mainland, the core of Shrek Academy's core, and the master of the Poseidon Pavilion. He has always been the strongest support of Shrek Academy, but such a peerless strong man said that the Sun and Moon Empire already had a soul guide that could threaten him. The faces of the pavilion elders changed. In their understanding, soul guides were still in the category of low-level soul masters. They could imagine that after these years of development, soul guides could even threaten level 99 extreme fighters. Luo. Hey! There was some emotion in Mr. Mu's eyes. Thousands of years ago, the Douluo continent, a world plate, moved violently, causing the continent of the Sun-Moon Empire and the Douluo continent to collide suddenly. The Sun-Moon Empire, featuring advanced soul guides, launched a war against Douluo Continental Unification War. In the face of advanced soul guides, the original Douluo continent and the Three Kingdoms were almost powerless against the Sun-Moon Empire. It was Shrek Academy that called on the world's powerful to resist together, and barely resisted the Sun-Moon Empire's attack. But even so, the contradictions between countries are irreversible. Now that they have recuperated for thousands of years, the relationship between the borders has become more and more tense. Most people don't know how far the soul tools of the Sun-Moon Empire have developed. Although the Three Kingdoms are catching up, how can the gap of thousands of years be disintegrated in a few hundred years? But even in the face of such a situation, the vast majority of people on Douluo continent still look at soul tools with disdain. Tradition makes them only admire stored soul masters. Even in Shrek Academy, even colleges vigorously develop soul guides, but not many colleges are interested in this thing. This status quo must be changed. In the past, I may have felt powerless, but now that my injury has improved and I can live for a few more years, Muen's originally dead heart began to come alive. Is there anyone selected for the extreme individual soldier plan? Mr. Mu said suddenly, while Yan Shaiji and Qian Duo, who were in charge of this, looked at each other. Sorry, not yet. There are not enough suitable ones among the freshmen. The only one that stands out is YUHAO, but I think Mrs. HUO will definitely not let YUHAO join this plan. That's for sure. To put it bluntly, the ultimate individual soldier plan is to cultivate a being who can shake the entire war situation by himself. He must be able to master soul guidance devices, master disguises, master reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, poisoning, and sneak into. Extreme and individual soldier sounds nice, but actually we want to cultivate a super weapon that can be used on the battlefield. Moon said coldly, his words like knives cutting through the essence of this plan. So there is no need to fight for HUO YUHAO. I see that HUO YUHAO's attitude towards our school is just a very simple attitude towards a school. He cares about being his master. Ever since he settled here, HUO YUHAO has burned incense for his ancestor. It's never been broken. Although we have a closer relationship with him through the establishment of the medical school, HUO YUHAO cannot truly rely on the future of the school. All the elders fell silent. Of course they knew the meaning of what Elder Mu said, that is, one day HUO YUHAO would leave Shrek Academy, and in the future he should return to the school. We don't have much time left, let's activate the candidates. Moon made a decision call that kid by Bei over. As soon as these words came out, Yan Shaiji and Qian Duo nodded, and all the elders lowered their heads slightly. They knew that at this moment, the candidate for the Shrek Academy's Extreme Individual Soldier Plan had been determined. P.S. Please collect it, please collect it, please vote for me. The story goes in other directions, more ideas in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 The Essence of Shrek. Chapter 31 The Essence of Shrek. The next day, HUO YUHAO paid homage to the ancestor master as usual, and after offering the incense, he suddenly realized something. He grabbed 5 copper coins and put them in a small turtle shell, then threw them casually. When the copper coins settled down, HUO YUHAO got a revelation. Butterfly flaps its wings, changing fate. Interesting, has my existence finally affected the world a bit? HUO YUHAO raised his eyebrows and put away the coins and turtle shells. After all, after reading all the books in the Tianxi mansion, HUO YUHAO was also familiar with this kind of sorcerer's divination method. After being revealed through copper coins, HUO YUHAO felt a little surprised. His fate had changed after he woke up from sleep, but what has changed? HUO YUHAO was thoughtful, but quickly forgot about it. Wang Donger had already put on his school uniform at this time. After greeting HUO YUHAO to go to class, the two of them returned to the teaching building together. Soon they met the new teacher, a middle-aged man who looked very gentle and elegant. He came to replace Zhou, who had been beaten away by HUO YUHAO. Yi also began to teach daily. A week later, HUO YUHAO also understood the teaching mode of the Shrek Outer Court. Most of the teaching at Shrek Academy revolves around some analysis of soul beasts, soul skills, and martial arts compiled by a large number of seniors. There are also several character education classes a week. Most of the textbooks are about the understanding of common soul beasts and how to use soul power carefully. Sometimes the teacher will apply for some special training venues. It is said that they can simulate the living space of some beast spirits, and practicing in such a space may get twice the result with half the effort. Then there are some physical education classes, or there are more training classes, which are weight training, obstacle course, and close combat training. The teacher will accompany you and guide you on some issues about the operation of your soul power during training. HUO YUHAO experienced a round of normal Shrek Academy teaching, and had some judgments about this Shrek Academy, but he also saw some loopholes in this academy. For ordinary students, Shrek is indeed a good place, because their teaching is basically in line with the steady advancement of cultivation. As a civilian who knows nothing, he will still teach a lot of knowledge through teaching you. At least you won't acquire worthless soul skills by absorbing the wrong soul ring, and the combat training in the academy will allow you to develop excellent reflexes. But the disadvantage is that if you want to get more in-depth knowledge at Shrek Academy, it almost entirely depends on your teacher's experience. In other words, as an ordinary person, if you come to Shrek and work hard and practice steadily, you can indeed make progress. If your understanding is insufficient and you want to go further, a large part depends on the level of the teacher. The most obvious example is Zhou Yi before, because in the class she once led, there was almost no theoretical class. It was all about physical training and practical exercises. It was euphemistically called soul masters should focus on fighting, and training is the best way to improve combat effectiveness. Doing this may indeed significantly improve the physical fitness of the soul master for a period of time, making her class combat power much stronger than other seniors, but this mode is actually a life-saving training. Squeezing the body's functions for a long time will damage the foundation instead. Speaking of Zhou Yi, Shrek Academy took her problem extremely seriously, and also issued a notice informing all Shrek students that they would publicly review Zhou Yi's crimes, and express condolences to those soul masters who had been kicked out of school by Zhou Yi's poisonous hands. And took this opportunity to start a rectification movement. This move made the whole school cheer. Some students who had been robbed of love by Zhou Yi could finally feel proud, saying that justice may be late, but it will never be absent. But can justice in its absence still be considered justice? YUHAO didn't make too many comments, but just started to look at this school from a more objective and rational perspective. A lot of things happened in 1 week. For example, YUHAO applied to the school to install tables and chairs in the freshman cafeteria, but nothing happened. It was not until YUHAO came to the inner courtyard and mentioned this matter to an elder that the cafeteria started to open up quickly. Install those tables and chairs. This incident made YUHAO feel emotional. In his last life, he practiced in Longhe Mountain, subduing demons and subduing demons. He followed the path of pure cultivation and did not have any contact with the mortal world. In this life, he devoted himself to honing his life in the world of mortals. Even in the academy, YUHAO also slightly felt the word society that Master once said. I still remember what senior brother Zhang said: if someone picks up the napkin on the right first, then everyone else has to pick up the napkin on the right. If someone picks up the napkin on the left, everyone will pick up the napkin on the left. They have to do that. Because this is what is called society. Because the first person to pick up the napkin did not choose to install tables and chairs, no one later cared about whether there were tables and chairs in the cafeteria. On the contrary, after I told Mr. Ge about this, someone else picked up the original table and chairs. Napkins, all canteens began to install tables and chairs. And that's society. YUHAO realized something, but Xin just sneered, why do you care so much? Human beings are like a flock of pigeons, one flies to the left and the others must fly to the left. It is undeniable that YUHAO nodded, and in his spare time this week, YUHAO would go through the books in the Shrek library. Soon, YUHAO discovered that the things studied in most teaching books were too superficial. Most of the books did not go into an in-depth analysis of what a martial spirit was. Instead, they focused on studying what the spirit ring of a spirit beast absorbed by this martial spirit would gain. Type of soul skill. Most of them are empirical, such as where this kind of soul beast lives and what its habits are. The only self-created soul skills that YUHAO was interested in were all collected in the inner courtyard, and YUHAO also went to the inner courtyard to check through the golden leaf, and found that most of the self-created soul skills still have the restrictions of martial souls. And most of the changes in self-created soul skills are still at the ordinary level. In simple terms, they are just flying with great strength. YUHAO was actually a little disappointed, because there was nothing about this so-called No Academy in the mainland that really surprised YUHAO. And the reason why it can exist for thousands of years. YUHAO also found the answer somewhere. There is a statue at the school gate of Shrek Academy. YUHAO stood in front of the statue of the 7 original Shrek monsters, looking at the statue of the man standing in the front. YUHAO finally knew where that familiar feeling came from. This guy called Tang San, YUHAO still remembers, isn't he the false god who likes to interfere in the lower realms, who was cut off by himself and stabbed his eyes blind? In other words, this academy actually has his share. No wonder this Shrek Academy has no real great ability and can be inherited for 10,000 years. It is said that Tang San inherited the throne of Poseidon. No wonder the core of the academy is called Poseidon Pavilion. It is supported by people from the upper world and secretly controls it. If you want how easy is it to thrive, YUHAO remembered the things Tang San wanted to plot against him before, and suddenly realized this truth. No wonder every Poseidon Pavilion master is a hero among men. It is estimated that those people were also secretly discovered by that guy named Tang San to be lucky, so they were secretly arranged to gather at Shrek Academy and let them use their lives to help themselves better influence the world. So in essence, this academy is actually a fulcrum and lever for that guy to influence the world. I didn't expect that he could actually calculate for 10,000 years, and even let me be the first one after returning to this world. I also chose this Shrek City, this Shrek Academy. It turned out to be the case. YUHAO looked at the huge and airy sculpture in front of him, shook his head slightly, raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes seemed to have traveled through the space and came to the shrinking god realm. His chest was filled with killing intent. "You bitch, I will kill you next time we meet. P.S. Actually, I don't have much resentment towards this school. It's just a tool for the upper realm to influence the lower realm. The protagonist is a cultivator after all, so he will look at the problem from a more objective perspective." End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Wang Dong, Don't Cry If You Lose. Chapter 32 Wang Dong, Don't Cry If You Lose. Although he had seen through that Shrek Academy was actually a tool used by that guy Tang San to influence Douluo continent, YUHAO didn't feel much disgust towards the people in this academy. That guy spent 10,000 years planning. Let something be ingrained. Shrek School was used by Tang San, pushing the school's reputation to a level that was not in line with his actual abilities, but now that the world of gods has shrunk, that guy probably no longer has the heart to control the future of the creatures in this world. YUHAO was thinking, but at this moment, a voice brought YUHAO back to reality from his thoughts. "What are you thinking about when you look at the statue? Let's go. Let's go to the soul fighting arena. I've been practicing hard recently and my cultivation has improved a lot. You have to be careful." Wang Dong approached YUHAO enthusiastically after lunch. It seemed that she still had a soft spot for the soul fighting that YUHAO had promised her a week ago, and YUHAO had no choice but to do so. During this week, YUHAO could see Wang Dong working hard and cultivating hard. Wang Dong's talent is very high, and YUHAO can tell it with the naked eye. She improved very fast, and within a week, her soul power rose from level 24 to level 25. In contrast, she was still standing still. Although she had entered the world and practiced, YUHAO could feel the pressure of life. Practice has reached a bottleneck, but this bottleneck has never been able to break through. But seeking the truth. When the road is difficult and the way forward is hopeless, that is the time to practice. Then let's go. YUHAO smiled slightly. The depressing training is indeed too boring, and a little sparring can be regarded as a change of mood. I've come up with a lot of tricks recently, you have to be careful. Wang Dong walked in the front humming, and the two quickly arrived at the soul fighting field. This is a huge platform, because Wang Dong had already made an appointment, so a space was allocated on the platform for YUHAO and Wang Dong two people fight. There are a lot of people today. YUHAO looked at the auditorium. He had also come to see the fighting spirit before, so he knew what it was like normally, but today the crowd seemed a bit dense, and everyone was staring at him. Maybe I saw your name in the reservation, so everyone came to join in the fun. Wang Dong was a bit complicated. As soon as the circular was criticized, the matter of you toppled that old woman Zhou Yi was completely popular in the academy. As the first student in Shrek's tens of thousands of years to bring down the teacher, there was even one, and they all wanted to see it. See why you have this ability. If you want them to see it, Wang Dong, you have to work harder. YUHAO said with a smile, and at this moment, hearing YUHAO's provocative words, Wang Dong also snorted coldly. She had already thought about it and wanted to surprise YUHAO in front of her. Without further ado, Wang Dong left this sentence and walked to the corner, and YUHAO was also a little emotional about it. Wang Dong is really a little girl with strong self-esteem, no wonder she wants to disguise herself as a man. However, Wang Dong's self-esteem also comes from her talent. She is truly a genius in this world. These days, Huo Yuhao also saw Wang Donger's martial soul during his practice. It seemed to be a very beautiful butterfly, and the wings of the butterfly were extremely tough. However, the cultivation of a great soul master can allow Wang Donger to fly in the air, which is a symbol of the power of the martial soul. Moreover, another point is that Wang Donger's second soul ring is also at the 1000-year level like Huo Yuhao. Spirit Fighting Competition, Level 25 Great Soul Master Wang Dong vs Level 25 Great Soul Master Huo Yuhao. Both sides are ready to start. An TH level Contra appeared in the arena and began to preside over the soul fighting competition. He is the person in charge of this phase of the soul fighting field. Originally, he was not needed to act as a referee for ordinary outer court soul fighting, but today the identities of the students from the two outer courts on the stage are different. To be on the safe side, that's why he went on stage in person. Hearing the referee's words, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger released their martial spirits at the same time. Wang Donger spread out a pair of extremely dazzling wings from behind. Although the wings look beautiful and weak, in fact the edges of the wings are as sharp as a sword. The name of Wang Donger's martial spirit is Bright Goddess Butterfly. It is an extremely rare and powerful martial spirit. The two soul rings at her feet, one yellow and one purple, will instantly surprise anyone who sees it for the first time. Normally, the limit of soul rings that a great soul master can absorb is just a yellow century-old soul ring. But what Wang Donger absorbs is a purple 1000-year level soul ring. This is extremely rare in the history of Shrek, and it can be completely called a genius. Dots of golden light surrounded Wang Donger's side, the butterfly wings trembled slightly, and flew up with Wang Donger's body. Some people who saw this were a little stunned. This martial spirit is so beautiful. In the world of soul masters, the more beautiful the more dangerous, and the more beautiful the more deadly. Wang Donger showed off her powerful martial spirit as soon as she appeared on the stage. In comparison, Huo Yuhao, who stood opposite him, looked very, very common up. No soul ring appeared on his body, but a thin layer of golden light rose faintly. Everyone wondered what was going on. Normally, the soul ring and martial soul should appear at the same time, so why Huo Yuhao should be released his martial spirit, but couldn't see the spirit ring? The person in charge of being the referee also showed surprise at this moment, because besides him, only Wang Donger, who was looking at Huo Yuhao, saw the two halos of light, one white and one purple, in Huo Yuhao's eyes. That was Huo Yuhao's soul ring. Have you touched the state of fusing martial spirit and soul ring at a young age? The referee was thoughtful, because of the existence of martial spirits in Douluo continent, everyone's martial spirits are different, and what a soul master cultivates is himself, and what he cultivates is his own talent. To put it bluntly, talent varies from person to person. What you think is good, others may think it is not good. This is introduced in the book of Shrek Academy. If you use the exercises created by others to practice, some powerful martial souls will lose some of their unique nature. This is why there are not many skills in this world. The reason why the exercises were uploaded and downloaded. A powerful and gifted soul master can walk out of his own way, and at this moment, in the eyes of the referee, Huo Yuhao is a genius soul master who has found his own way at a young age. You take action first, Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger in front of him with a humble attitude. In fact, in simple terms, Huo Yuhao has 4 cards: Golden Light, Sword Dao, Thunder Art, and Martial Soul. Get down! But after all, it seemed like he was bullying the younger, and he was also bullying a little girl, so Huo Yuhao decided to play with her first. Don't cry when you lose later. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly, while Wang Donger was so angry that she made a ghostly look at the moment, and then quickly flapped the wings on her back and rushed towards Huo Yuhao. P.S. Please collect it, recommend it, and give it a monthly pass. Humph, there is a foreshadowing in Wang Donger. After writing it, you can go to the far north. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Practice with the Little Girl. Chapter 33 Practice with the Little Girl. Just take the move. Wang Dong'er said clearly. She had seen some of Huo Yuhao's character these days. Although Huo Yuhao is a peaceful person with almost no bad habits, he has an indescribable sharpness when it comes to certain things. For example, confidence in one's own strength. Wang Dong'er could feel that his peer Huo Yuhao was almost completely ignored, and only a teacher at the level of the Soul Emperor would make him slightly restrain his gaze. Then let me see how strong you are, Wang Dong'er thought so in her heart, flapped her wings behind her, and rushed towards Huo Yuhao quickly, and facing Wang Dong'er's charge towards him, Huo Yuhao nodded in approval. The most taboo thing in combat is fear in the heart. From the point of view of life practice, it means that life is not in harmony. The fear in the heart forces the body to fight. The mind and body are like a tug of war, and they can exert 5/10 of their strength. That's pretty good. And Wang Dong'er's desire to win now is to unite her life and life, and use the two powers in one place, so that her cultivation base can display its true power. It's great to be enterprising and fearless when you are young. It doesn't matter if you practice with the little girl by yourself. After all, you are also your roommate. If you have something to go out for a few days in the future, please ask Wang Dong'er to help continue the portrait of the patriarch in the dormitory. Continue the incense. With a slight smile on his face, Huo Yuhao also stepped up, adjusted the golden light curse to the level of a great soul master, and then confronted Wang Dong'er. And at this moment, Wang Dong'er's first soul ability flickered. The first soul skill of Butterfly, the goddess of light, guillotine wings. It can be clearly seen that the front wings of Wang Dong'er's martial soul pair behind her have completely turned azure blue, while the clusters of golden light patterns on the top emit golden light and spread outwards, forming a wide circle on the edge of the front wings in an instant. About 3 inches of golden light edge. It's not as simple as looking beautiful. The golden light in Huo Yuhao's hand was slightly condensed, but at this moment, Wang Dong suddenly turned sideways, and his front wings immediately spread out on both sides of his body. Like 2 big guillotines, they slashed towards Huo Yuhao. Goddess Butterfly of Light is extremely powerful as an attack-type spirit, and has almost no shortcomings. Soul skills are naturally amazingly effective. He hardly dared to bare the edge of her wings. But there are always exceptions. Huo Yuhao's original golden light began to condense on the surface, and finally turned into a golden shell and condensed on Huo Yuhao's hands. At this moment, a golden halo flickered in Huo Yuhao's pupils, and Wang Dong'er's movements were quickly caught by Huo Yuhao. See through. Seeing the attacking guillotine wings, Huo Yuhao stretched out his hand brazenly. The referee only felt that his hair was slightly blown, but the golden light coating on Huo Yuhao's hands brazenly blocked Wang Dong'er's wings with the first soul ability, and grabbed Wang Dong'er fiercely. With Wang Dong'er's wings, she fell to the ground beside her. An irresistible brute force came, and it felt like Huo Yuhao's shining golden hand actually blocked her wings. Wang Dong'er's expression changed slightly, but she was not too surprised. However, regarding the action of being grabbed by Huo Yuhao and thrown to the ground, Wang Dong'er's reaction was also very quick. She quickly released her martial soul, making the wings held by Huo Yuhao disappear. Huo Yuhao lost control of Wang Dong'er, but he still gave Wang Dong'er a downward force. Following this force, Wang Dong'er once again spread her butterfly wings behind her back. At this moment, Wang Dong'er's body showed amazing flexibility and control. She quickly adjusted her posture in the air, and with a golden hook hanging upside down, she kicked Huo Yuhao hard with downward force. Neck position. Boom, as if kicking a solid rock, a layer of golden light protected Huo Yuhao's neck, and the attack was ineffective. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Dong'er quickly kicked towards Huo Yuhao's chest, but at this time, Huo Yuhao had already grabbed it fiercely with his hands. Kicked Solace. And at this moment, seeing Wang Dong'er's series of changes in expression, Huo Yuhao couldn't help feeling a little teasing, and started to use Lei Fa, ready to scare this girl Wang Dong'er. As her heart moved, Huo Yuhao's hand suddenly seemed to have a flash of thunder, and Wang Donger's reaction was also huge. She only felt a burst of scalp numbness, and she didn't care about the shoes she was caught in. The wings flapped and took Wang Donger away quickly. HUO YUHAO even chose to throw away his shoes in an instant. HUO YUHAO couldn't help but smile at this embarrassing appearance. After putting the shoes aside, seeing Wang Donger's apprehensive look, HUO YUHAO followed her thoughts, and a thunderbolt gathered in his palm. But HUO YUHAO wouldn't really attack her with this lightning method. Lei Fa is very fierce. On Longhu Mountain, it is a method that can only be learned by a celestial master. Even if he masters half of it, he is almost invincible under the same level of cultivation. Therefore, Longhu Mountain has a reputation of being a part of the lightning method that conquers the world. It is extremely powerful and difficult to control. After all, it is a method of destroying evil. When entrusting Wang Donger to refill the incense sticks of the patriarch, Wang Donger and the patriarch chattered a few words, and he hit her with lightning, that probably wouldn't have a good effect. But after all, in order to make Wang Donger think that he had used his true skills, HUO YUHAO still tried his best to reduce the power of thunder, and then raised his hand symbolically. Palm Thunder. HUO YUHAO struck out with a large palm, and a pale thunderbolt galloped towards Wang Donger, but the flaw in this attack was too big. Wang Dong obviously saw through the flaw exposed by HUO YUHAO, dodged the thunderbolt, and then turned around and ran away. He punched HUO YUHAO. Don't use Wuhan to attack, instead, choose hand-to-hand combat? Ho ho! Don't continue to choose to use the martial soul to consume, but instead rush towards me. How can I beat you if you don't get close? Wang Donger no longer relied on her own advantage of being able to fly, but instead stepped on the ground at top speed, and at the same time used the flapping of her wings to further increase her speed, while HUO YUHAO seemed to be able to do things with ease. Holding the cloud in one hand, he performed the standard Wudang Taijiquan cloud hand-raising pose. Although he is not a real Wudang disciple, he has been taught by Wudang master Jiao Gong in terms of boxing techniques. Although he has only learned a little bit, for a little Wang Donger. Enough. Then come a little closer. At this moment, Wang Donger had already punched her, but HUO YUHAO's eyes were filled with golden light. Under the spiritual detection, HUO YUHAO saw Wang Donger's every move, and even her future trajectory seemed to appear in front of HUO YUHAO. Too slow, too slow. Wang Donger punched, HUO YUHAO turned slightly sideways, and then lightly pressed Wang Donger's straight elbow with his palm. Now at this time, when Wang Donger punches, the whole arm and the elbow are in one body, and the place where he can pry this palm is at the fulcrum of the elbow. With just a little force, Wang Dong can feel his own strength. Frustrated, the fist was shifted and landed in the empty space. The fourth form of Wudang Tai Chi, hold the sparrow's tail. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Come to Cheat and Sneak Attack. Chapter 34 Come to Cheat and Sneak Attack. Grasping the sparrow's tail is a technique of bulging up and down, and the movement method is to squeeze or lean, squeeze to stick, lean to collapse. Under normal circumstances, after Wang Donger's straight fist is removed, her flanks are almost wide open. At this moment, there is no need to start sticking, but you can turn around and collapse. But that's a normal situation. In Douluo, everyone has a unique martial soul. Wang Donger didn't choose to withdraw the strength after the strength was removed, but used the strength leaning to the left to suddenly complete a turn. Putting this turn around in ordinary martial arts sparring is actually full of loopholes, because he handed over his defenseless back to the opponent, but if you have a pair of extremely tough and sharp butterfly wings on your back, then it is a different matter. Never mind, because of this turn around, HUO YUHAO, who accelerated Wang Donger's guillotine wings like a spinning top, slashed at him. The combat talent is very high. HUO YUHAO dodged the attack again, and was a little surprised by Wang Donger's wonderful response in front of him. Come again! Wang Donger shouted lowly. After completing the turn, the butterfly wings quickly changed their shape and then accelerated their flapping. After catching a full body turn, Wang Donger kicked Huo Yuhao like a whip again. Wang Donger's kick was a spinning high kick again, and the force generated by turning the whole body was very, very powerful. It can even be said to be a forbidden move in martial arts, because traditional martial arts emphasizes keeping both feet firmly on the ground. The technique of abandoning standing and dedicating one's whole body to turning to increase strength can be called the technique of sacrificing one's body. If one move fails, it is almost impossible to resist the opponent's counterattack, but this kind of worry seems redundant in front of Wang Donger. Her butterfly, the goddess of light, is born with the ability to fly. The sky belongs to Wang Donger, so this kind of spinning kick in midair is the best attack method for her, and the guillotine behind him makes him almost have no gaps when turning. Kind of interesting, but that's not enough. Huo Yuhao watched Wang Donger turn around at high speed like a top with its wings and guillotine to press against him, and he stepped back slowly. When he reached the edge of the field, Huo Yuhao knew that Wang Donger was preparing to make a move at this moment. Recruited. The body had accumulated huge kinetic energy while rotating at high speed. Huo Yuhao watched Wang Donger swing his arms vigorously towards his face, but he didn't take it to heart. During the mental detection, Wang Donger's punch was a feint. It seemed to be coming towards my face, but in fact it was an inch shorter and could not hit me. Unless she has an extra hammer in her hand. Huo Yuhao thus ignored the attack on his face that looked menacing but actually punched the air. The golden light gathered on his body, preparing to resist the whip kick that Huo Yuhao predicted would be Wang Donger's real attack. Although this kind of self-sacrifice skill is said to be powerful, the most fearful thing is not to be hit in the air, but to be completely blocked and caught from the front. When he caught Wang Donger's full-strength whip kick head-on, he almost declared his victory. Huo Yuhao was thinking like this, but at this moment, Huo Yuhao ignored the slight smirk in Wang Donger's pupils that the plan had succeeded. Huo Yuhao will definitely meet my whirlwind kick head-on. And he is so confident that he will definitely turn a blind eye to feints that can be seen through and that don't seem to really attack him. And when you are so proud, when you are so confident, when you seem to see through everything, it is when you are most likely to capsize. For this soul fight, Wang Donger has made many other tactical preparations this week besides training, and now, when everything is going as planned, Wang Donger is about to give Huo Yuhao a big surprise. While watching Wang Donger swung that feint-like fist, Huo Yuhao suddenly discovered that the martial spirit behind Wang Donger was retracted into his body, and the spirit power aura on her body was still changing suddenly. How to put it? It's like a light butterfly suddenly becomes heavy, like a hammer. And the hammer. Out of the corner of Huo Yuhao's eye, he suddenly saw a small black hammer on Wang Donger's fainting fist. The elusive rhythm of the small hammer's flapping makes it feel as if the surrounding air is being distorted by the hammer. Depend on, you boy, wrong, Wang Donger, this little girl, you have such a bad mind, how can you be so ignorant of martial ethics? It looks like it's a feint attack, but actually it's a trick and a sneak attack. Huo Yuhao was obviously not expecting this. For a moment, the golden light in his body almost spurted out, and then the hammer in Wang Donger's hand collided with Huo Yuhao's golden light. Clang, a loud sound similar to the collision of iron objects appeared on the fighting spirit stage. Huo Yuhao stepped heavily on the ground, and his palm was covered with thick golden light at this moment to block Wang Donger's hammer. But even so, the violent shock force attached to the hammer still made Huo Yuhao's palms numb. What is this broken hammer? Can't even guard against his own golden light. Didn't expect that Wang Donger could force him to use his full golden light. If it wasn't for the fact that his Jingguang cultivation base was much higher than Wang Donger's, then he would really fall into her hands. Huo Yuhao was puzzled for a while, but at this moment, Wang Donger's face became a little dull after seeing the golden light shining on Huo Yuhao's body, and actually grabbed his own hammer head-on. Damn it! Huo Yuhao, you monster! You can catch it all! Wang Donger quickly opened her beautiful goddess of light butterfly again, and then quickly retreated. At this time, Huo Yuhao also discovered that the hammer in Wang Donger's hand had disappeared. You must know that HUO YUHAO does not have Wang Donger's body to perceive the fluctuations of the space soul tool, and under the observation of the spirit eye, Wang Donger has no possibility of holding the hammer. The small black hammer appeared after Wang Donger put away the goddess of light. And the form that appears to be a martial spirit, twin spirits. HUO YUHAO suddenly remembered this word. A talented soul master can have two martial souls, and a soul master with twin martial souls is far more powerful than a soul master of the same level. Two martial souls mean that he can absorb 18 spirit rings. Moreover, twin martial souls can also be manipulated, that is, you can cultivate one martial soul first, wait until this martial soul has cultivated to a high level, and then go to cultivate the other martial soul. The advantage of this is that the power of a martial soul's soul skills depends to a large extent on the soul ring. Starting from scratch, the quality of a soul master's soul ring under normal circumstances can only be yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black and black. Black, black, black. But if there are two martial souls, after the first martial soul has been trained to the level where a titled Douluo can absorb a 10-year soul ring, the other martial soul can theoretically absorb 9 10-year soul rings. Therefore, the owner of twin martial souls is almost invincible at the same level in the later stage of cultivation. Wang Donger is a twin martial soul. No wonder she is so proud, and she indeed has the capital of his pride. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Wang Donger's soul is abnormal. Chapter 35 Wang Donger's soul is abnormal. Twin martial souls are indeed a bit strange. HUO YUHAO dissipated the golden light and looked at Wang Donger in front of him. His spiritual pupils also felt lit up. Martial spirits are talents, and they seem to have some similarities with supernatural powers in the world of immortality. Beast spirits are like being born with the blood of a certain alien beast, while weapon spirits are like being born with a certain kind of blood. A companion spirit treasure, they can gradually become stronger with the spirit master by absorbing spirit rings. This really moved me a little bit. I remember Tianmeng that you seemed to say that you also gave me a martial soul. HUO YUHAO said, and Tianmeng Binkan nodded here and replied. Yes YUHAO, as long as you absorb the soul ring of an ice-type soul beast, my power will freeze that soul beast as your second martial soul. So the stronger the ice-type soul beast the better, and in this world, Xiao Bing Bing is the most suitable. Little Bing Bing is the nickname Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has for the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. The Ice Silkworm was originally the food of the Ice Jade Scorpion, and the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion is the king of the Ice Jade Scorpion, but even if in this way, this guy Tianmeng actually fell in love with the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. It is equivalent to a sheep falling in love with a wolf, but since they have already been born with intelligence, HUO YUHAO can also understand that for any life, the more desirable it is, the more beautiful it is. As for love and love, HUO YUHAO didn't know much about it. In his last life, he was just a Taoist priest after all. He spent 100 years in hard training and killing demons, and he didn't find a suitable Taoist partner. After Yuan Shendachen, he was at ease, but at that time HUO YUHAO had left his original mortal body and walked in the world as a Yangshen, so he didn't have that worldly desire. But now that I am practicing life cultivation, maybe the situation is different from the previous life, that is to say. But this thought was dispelled by HUO YUHAO as soon as it appeared. These are not things that this 12-year-old kid should think about. It must be the monkey head of Zenyuan who misled me. HUO YUHAO quickly calmed down at this moment, and then focused on Wang Donger in front of him. Seeing Wang Donger's vigilant expression, HUO YUHAO immediately sneered. This little girl dared to play tricks, so don't blame yourself for being merciless. Okay, Wang Dong, I didn't expect you to hide it deep enough. HUO YUHAO took a deep breath and looked at her fiercely. You are really good at playing. Just hit me in the face with a hammer. You're so shameless. Hitting it with a hammer is like hitting an iron wall. Wang Donger complained angrily, but seeing HUO YUHAO's vicious look at the moment, she felt a little flustered. It seems that brother hasn't taught you a good lesson. Today I will let you know why the flowers are so popular. Huo Yuhao clenched his fists and approached Wang Dong'er with a sneer. At this moment, Wang Dong'er finally panicked, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her pretty face. The hammer just now was almost full of her strength, and she even showed her second martial spirit, but even so, that hammer still couldn't shake Huo Yuhao by half. At that moment, Wang Dong'er knew that there was a huge gap between herself and Huo Yuhao, but the pride in her heart made her not so quick to surrender. She could only look at Huo Yuhao fiercely, and prepared to inject all her soul power into herself. On the second soul ring of the Goddess of Light Dai, Wang Dong'er still has a 1,000-year-old soul that she has not used. She has already calculated that if Huo Yuhao rushes over, she will use all her strength to use the 1,000-year-old soul ring, and wait until the soul power is exhausted before following the trend and surrendering. But unfortunately, Huo Yuhao won't give her the chance to use this spirit ring. Mental shock. Huo Yuhao's spiritual eyes flashed with a halo of martial arts, and a spiritual force suddenly gathered in his eyes and turned into a hammer and then hit Wang Dong'er's soul. This mental impact was probably at the level of a great soul master. Huo Yuhao predicted that Wang Dong'er would at least be affected by this mental impact. Stunned for more than 3 seconds. Taking advantage of this time, Huo Yuhao was going to use a move like a lion to blow that girl away, but the unexpected happened next. Huo Yuhao's pure spiritual power hit Wang Dong'er's soul. But just suddenly, almost because Huo Yuhao's spiritual power was too strong, a special imprint in Wang Dong'er's soul was suddenly activated. An inexplicable aura burst out from Wang Dong'er's body instantly. In an instant, Wang Dong'er's body froze, and her consciousness disappeared in an instant, and a trident pattern suddenly appeared on her forehead. What's happening here? The referee was stunned for a moment, but at this time, a figure moved faster than him. Huo Yuhao frowned and ducked in front of Wang Dong'er, and slapped a charm on her shoulder with one slap. This is the soul-locking curse, which prevents the soul from leaving the person's body. Huo Yuhao frowned at this moment, because at this moment, Huo Yuhao actually felt the familiar force of attraction. Looking at the trident on Wang Dong'er's forehead, Huo Yuhao's face turned slightly ugly. At this moment, his soul condensed into a sword. Huo Yuhao put his 2 fingers together and then clicked on Wang Dong'er's eyebrows. In an instant, the heart sword technique destroyed the Poseidon Tang Sands. The mark was shattered. Does Wang Dong actually have that guy's plan on his mind? When certain conditions are triggered, her soul will be led to that divine realm. What is happening? Huo Yuhao frowned, and at the same time, with the help of physical contact, Huo Yuhao's mental power and soul power also entered Wang Dong'er's body in an instant, and at this moment, an unimaginable sense of fit suddenly appeared. This made Huo Yuhao slightly startled. The soul power in Wang Dong'er's body didn't seem to have any reaction to his own soul power. However, the situation was critical now, and Huo Yuhao couldn't allow Huo Yuhao to think too much. With the help of this compatibility, Huo Yuhao's soul power turned into a chain to bind Wang Dong'er's soul that was originally about to leave the human body in her body. After solving the crisis of Wang Dong'er's soul leaving the body, Huo Yuhao discovered another one. Something more difficult than a soul leaving the body. Something is wrong, Huo Yuhao frowned. How could Wang Dong'er's 3 souls and 7 souls be the only one that was real? The other souls are all the same as Wu Zhen zipping, they look like replicas. Why does it feel a bit similar to methods such as the clone technique? Entrust your true soul to other bodies, copy your other souls through wandering souls, and store them in your body. You can get a copy that is almost like yourself. It's just that the method of imitating the soul in Wang Dong's soul is too rough, causing the soul of this body to collapse at about 18 years old. And now, he seems to have touched a certain mechanism reserved by Tang San, so that this body did not wait until the age of 18, but now wants to directly lead this ray of true soul away. Why? Huo Yuhao was puzzled for a while, but he quickly raised his brows. But since that bitch wanted to take away this soul, it was obvious that he couldn't do what he wanted, and if this true soul left, Wang Dong'er's existence would also die. It was definitely not what Wang Dong'er wanted, nor was it what Huo Yuhao wanted to see. Tianmeng comes to help. Huo Yuhao greeted Tianmeng Iceworm and asked him to pull the chain that locked the soul, and then prepared to seal Wang Donger's soul back. After Tianmeng Iceworm heard Huo Yuhao's greeting, it obviously quickly pulled the chain that locked the soul. Although his fighting ability is rubbish, in terms of mental control, Tianmeng Iceworm is still a bit level. At this moment, the sun monkey who was pressed under the Five Fingers Mountain began to scream and say something like, if he were to let himself out, he would finish these trivial matters in a few minutes, and he would be labeled as God Realm and cut off the head of that dog sea god. The spiritual space once became lively. And at this moment, the small grey ball that had been shrinking into a ball at the edge of Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. After sensing Wang Donger's soul, it was slightly touched, and then a little grey halo emitted from the periphery. P.S. How about the setting that Wang Donger is a duplicate body? I read the original text, and I feel that the logic of this explanation is very smooth. It can explain why Tang Shenwang is willing to give away his daughter at the beginning of the game, and it can also explain why Wang Donger later became Tang Wutong and lost his memory. A fairy grass. Ask for favorites, ask for recommendation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 The Girl Being Used as a Pawn. Chapter 36 The Girl Being Used as a Pawn in the Spiritual Space, using ice silkworms to stimulate his body and mental strength to pull the two chains. In fact, it is not really pulling, but the image it reflects is like this, and at this moment Huo Yuhao is starting to pull Wang Donger's real soul and false soul were balanced. This process seemed a bit cumbersome. The 3 souls and 7 souls that Wang Donger had gathered together had actually been released the moment the mark appeared, and now Huo Yuhao wanted to bring them together again. Damn it, if only that monkey head could help. Huo Yuhao had a headache mobilizing his poor primordial spirit power. He looked at Wazi Mountain in his spiritual world, only to find that the monkey head didn't care about him at the moment. Instead, look at other places. What's happening here? Monkey, you have changed. Aren't you supposed to be the image of me? Why don't I even care about myself? Huo Yuhao was confused for a while, but at this time, an old voice appeared in Huo Yuhao's heart in a trance, and a spiritual power began to spread, trying to control some of Huo Yuhao's spiritual power. Picking the stars with the sun and moon in hand, the world. Boom, the old man's words stopped abruptly. Before the grey light spot was fully reflected, a slender golden light hit the top of its head, and in an instant, the grey ball stopped flickering as if it had misfired. Pick your banana hammer. How dare a big soul dare to chatter here? In this world, it belongs to Lao Tzu's world. You can't tolerate this guy's arrogance, obediently give me peace of mind. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will kill you and shatter your soul. Monkey sneered, and stuffed a bright golden light into his ear. At this moment, Huo Yuhao, who had stabilized Wang Donger's soul, felt a slight movement in his sea of consciousness, but after realizing that it was nothing serious, he didn't think much about it. Holding Wang Donger's body, Huo Yuhao looked at the referee, and after explaining that Wang Dong was fine, Huo Yuhao brought Wang Donger to the waiting room of the Soul Arena. Looking at the tomboy Wang Donger in front of him, Huo Yuhao sat aside and thought about Wang Donger's current situation. Her true soul is very clear and doesn't seem to have the ability to store much. That is to say, based on these circumstances and Huo Yuhao's experience in cultivating the primordial spirit in his previous life, Huo Yuhao judged that the state in front of Wang Donger is actually equivalent to a soul clone. Taking the game as an example, Wang Donger is now equivalent to a trumpet opened by a certain existence, which has no connection with the main body, only the lifespan. After the end, the true spirit returns to the main body. Some people in the world of cultivating immortals also play this way, and experiencing the world of mortals is also a bit of fun for immortals. But compared to their methods, Wang Donger was full of contradictory doubts. For example, the avatars of ordinary immortals usually know that they are immortals. Even if they don't want to let the status of immortals delay their mortal cultivation, then after the end of mortal cultivation, all the memories should be burned on the true soul and brought back to the body. But Wang Donger's situation is obviously not like this. His ray of true soul can't record much information. When the time is up and the soul body returns to its place, everything Wang Donger has experienced will disappear, leaving only a little bit of insignificant memory. Trace. It's so weird. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger in front of him and recalled the trident that appeared on her forehead. At this moment, Huo Yuhao suddenly had a guess in his mind. Is it possible that Wang Donger was actually that guy named Tang San in the God realm who deliberately threw her into the lower realm to let her achieve a certain purpose of her own? Could it be? While Huo Yuhao was thinking, Wang Donger's fingers trembled at this moment, and then she woke up stroking her head. I just fainted. Is this Huo Yuhao's method? It's really abnormal, I feel dizzy now. Wang Donger rubbed her forehead. She didn't know what happened just now. She thought she was knocked down by Huo Yuhao's mental shock in the soul fighting competition, and now she just woke up. And looking at Wang Donger's reaction that he didn't know that he was about to die just now, Huo Yuhao silently made a judgment, that is, Wang Donger didn't seem to have the memory of her body at all, probably didn't even know what her body was, and combined with the previous judgment, Huo Yuhao came to a conclusion in order to achieve a certain purpose of his own, that dog in the God realm borrowed a person's soul to create Wang Donger, a tool that can only survive for 18 years. And the purpose of creating this tool is to Wang Donger. Stretch out your hand to release a soul power. Huo Yuhao said suddenly, and Wang Donger rubbed her aching temple at this moment. Listening to Huo Yuhao's words, she was a little puzzled, but she stretched out her hand, and then released her soul power. Under Wang Donger's suspicious gaze, Huo Yuhao also stretched out his hand. Soul power surged between his fingers, and they touched Wang Donger's fingers, and the soul power of the two merged with the fingertips at this moment. In an instant, Wang Donger felt the same sense of soul power compatibility that Huo Yuhao had experienced before. She was stunned because the two completely different soul powers between her and Huo Yuhao merged together without any hindrance. The fusion of two different soul powers is actually a very, very difficult thing, but there are still many precedents in the Douluo continent, and these precedents all represent this thing. Martial soul fusion skill. When the two soul masters match each other's soul power, they can carry out a deep fusion of martial souls, merging the two martial souls into one, then unleash a powerful martial soul fusion technique. This kind of skill is usually very powerful, and it is so rare that it is even at the same level as twin martial souls. Wang Donger was a little dazed. She obviously didn't expect that she and her roommate who had been together for a week could actually have martial soul fusion skills, but before she could think about it, Huo Yuhao withdrew his finger. We can indeed carry out martial soul fusion. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger and said, now listen to me, I want to ask about the situation at your home. What's going on at home? Wang Donger was a little puzzled. She was still reminiscing about the feeling of martial soul fusion just now, but after hearing Huo Yuhao's question, Wang Donger suddenly thought of the hammer she had shown before. Did you recognize the hammer? Well, to tell you the truth, I am a direct descendant of Haoshan sect, one of the three major sects in ancient times. Wang Donger chose a showdown, but in fact Huo Yuhao didn't care about this kind of thing. Then where did you grow up? What about your parents? Huo Yuhao pressed a question, and Wang Donger frowned slightly at this moment. Of course I grew up in the Haoshan sect. My parents went out when I was very young. No, Huo Yuhao, what do you mean by this? Why are you asking this? Wang Donger was a little upset, while Huo Yuhao sighed and shook his head. Wang Dong doesn't know anything. She thinks that she came to this world like a normal person, but in fact she is a tool made by someone in a certain way. A tool specially used to deal with Huo Yuhao. P.S. Ask for favorites, recommend tickets, ask for monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. Chapter 37 WHAT is there to say? All coincidences are actually fate in other arrangements. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to meet a roommate who is disguised as a man, let alone this roommate can fuse with his martial soul. According to YUHAO's recent research on martial soul pairs, the fusion of martial souls can be adjusted the day after tomorrow. And why is it said that Wang Dong'er was created specifically to deal with herself? That's because her soul power is customized according to her own soul power, so she can have such an almost perfect fusion of martial souls, as if they were born for each other. YUHAO took a deep breath. Martial soul fusion may only be a gift from God in the Douluo continent. It is naturally a great thing for two soul masters to perform high-level martial soul fusion, but 100% fusion at the beginning is unheard of. For YUHAO, the significance of this martial soul fusion may be greater than most people imagine. What is Wuhan? It is one's own talent, simply put, it is a part of one's own life, and the fusion of two martial souls is equivalent to interweaving two lives together. They may not feel anything in Douluo, but in the world of cultivating immortals, intertwining lives is a very serious matter. To put it simply, if such a fusion takes a long time to become deeply rooted, the souls and fates of both parties will be bound together. This is an extremely dangerous and sensitive matter, and generally only Taoist couples who share life and death will go to this level. And if he didn't know it and didn't go to the world of cultivating immortals to practice, he rashly carried out martial soul fusion with Wang Dong. After many years, Luck and Wang Dong'er were bound together. As a result, Wang Dong'er's soul and body returned after the age of 18, just like death. And I will inevitably be swept away by a big wave of luck. Only evil cultivators will take the initiative to plunder the opponent's cultivation base and luck through such fusion methods, and in this world, this is a calculations for my own life. YUHAO suddenly began to think about it, and the figures of Bai Bei and Tang Yu flashed in his eyes. They were the Tang sect, and the Tang sect in this world was actually created by Tang San. What would he be like if he didn't go to the world of cultivating immortals? He was treated very poorly since he was a child, and lived with his mother. When he grew up, he went out to hunt for souls. He happened to meet Bei Bei and Tang Yu. They invited themselves to join the Tang sect, and then came to Shrek through the Tang sect, and finally met Wang Dong'er. Then he discovered the fusion of martial souls. After getting along with Wang Dong'er day and night, because of the fusion of martial souls and the intertwining of lives, he and Wang Dong'er would inevitably become the two closest people. This continued for about 8 years, and then he took Wang Dong'er back, thus harvesting himself a big wave of luck. Really? It's really unscrupulous. YUHAO's chest stirred slightly, murderous intent spread in his heart, and the monkey mind began to roar. As for the old man in the upper world who had an arm cut off by him, YUHAO took a deep breath, and then looked at Wang Dong'er seriously. Looking at this girl who was used as a tool by Tang San. YUHAO saw through Tang San's calculations, and he knew that Wang Dong'er in front of him was actually a chess piece aimed at him. But even so, Wang Dong'er, who came as a pawn, didn't know that her life had become a pawn. YUHAO hated the kind of people who arranged the fate of others, and Wang Dong'er is innocent. She came into this world like a baby without knowing anything, and moved forward according to the fate arranged by others. But today, her fate is about to change. Wang Dong, do you want to live? Live, survive? After Wang Dong'er heard these words, she immediately looked at YUHAO in a strange way. YUHAO also took a deep look at Wang Dong'er, and then calmly told him what he had discovered before. Lies don't hurt, truth is the knife. You mean? I'm just a clone that was created, and I can only live in this world for 18 years. Wang Dong'er looked at YUHAO with an indescribably weird face, and YUHAO knew that she would not believe it, so he sighed and pointed to a talisman that was pasted on his shoulder before. If you forcibly follow this talisman, your soul and body will be separated for a short time. At that time, you will feel a kind of attracting power from other worlds, and you can choose to follow this force. Power goes away or stays in this world. As YUHAO said, Wang Dong'er frowned. In fact, she didn't believe what YUHAO was saying now. After all, normal people heard that you were just a manufactured avatar that could only live to be 18 years old. Look at the person who said this with a look of "Is there something wrong with you?" Wang Dong'er decisively tore off the talisman paper. After tearing it off, she just wanted to mock YUHAO for trying to scare her. But at this moment, Wang Dong'er clearly saw her body falling straight down. Her consciousness floated. Wang Dong'er was stunned, staring blankly at the face of her own body. She didn't expect that her soul and body were really separated at this moment. She subconsciously began to look at her current appearance, and soon found that there were many fine and strange runes on her soul, and the runes made her whole body seem wrapped around. And at this moment, Wang Dong'er's soul gaze also met YUHAO's eyes. Under his calm gaze, Wang Dong'er could clearly perceive a clear response power from the top of his head. That power seemed so familiar and reassuring that Wang Dong'er felt in a daze that as long as she followed this power, she could return to a place of true happiness. Subconsciously, Wang Dong'er followed the lead, but when the viewing angle climbed rapidly, and when Wang Dong'er realized that the place she was going was actually leaving this world, she couldn't help but let out a scream. As if hearing this scream, YUHAO just quickly slapped 2 more talismans on Wang Dong'er's shoulder beside Wang Dong'er's body. At this moment, Wang Dong'er, who was almost taken away from this world by the attracted power, instantly I felt that my soul and body became heavy, and then I returned to my body with a swish. No. Wang Dong'er stood up suddenly, her whole body was already breaking out in cold sweat, and her soul was only separated for such a short moment, which made Wang Dong'er feel that her body became strange at this moment, let alone letting her soul leave Douluo to go to another Wang Dong'er completely. An unknown world, unknown is the root of fear. Wang Dong'er chose to come back, but he has become very, very panicked and uneasy at this moment. At this moment, Wang Dong'er subconsciously believed what YUHAO said. But if those words were true, wouldn't that mean that she, Wang Dong'er, was just a copy of a person? If this is the case, everything she experienced in her childhood, could it be false? The emotions in Wang Dong'er's heart were agitated. At this moment, YUHAO's hands formed fingers, and some milky white water droplets condensed on the fingertips, and then touched Wang Dong'er's forehead again. It's cold through the ages, and everything is quiet, the heart should be quiet, and hope that I am alone. YUHAO recited the Taoist mantra of purifying the heart. Like a stream of clear springs pouring into her heart, Wang Dong'er felt her fluctuating soul and emotions calm down in an instant. This change was so fast that it left Wang Dong'er at a loss for a moment. The method passed into Wang Dong'er's mind. Relax, Wang Dong. Wang Dong'er suddenly froze for a moment. At this moment, she mentally accepted these methods that suddenly appeared in her mind, so she could only listen to YUHAO's words in a daze. Although your situation is strange, it is not impossible to handle. YUHAO's eyes flickered with golden light. It's just that your soul and body seem a little weak, and the fake soul can only last for 18 years, let your soul be tempered, make it integrate, and sublimate and improve, you can resolve the situation. My Celestial Master's mansion contains a large number of soul cultivation methods. But I am stupid and have not inherited the position of Celestial Master. I have no right to start a sect and accept disciples, let alone teach the secret methods of the sect to others. YUHAO looked at Wang Dong'er, and then said in a deep voice, but it doesn't mean that I can't help you. Hold your breath and concentrate. I just created a new exercise that belongs only to you. Remember it carefully, and then use your soul power accordingly. P.S. HUO Tang Daxiao is currently scheduled. Please bookmark, recommend, and monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Conversation with Electrolux. Chapter 38 Conversation with Electrolux. Reading break roles, Getting a God. YUHAO has read all the books in the Tianqi mansion. Although the research is not deep, it is still very simple for YUHAO, who has half a foot in the fairy class, to sum up a set of rules and create a method. Wang Dong'er operated the method created by HUO YUHAO, and the martial spirit automatically appeared behind Wang Dong'er. This cultivation method combined with HUO YUHAO's understanding of the nature of the martial spirit would make Wang Dong'er and the martial spirit of the goddess of light Dai even closer. Let the soul and body be closely bound. It can also be regarded as the Douluo continent version of life cultivation. After seeing that Wang Dong'er was able to move the heavens by himself, HUO YUHAO exhaled and finished the exercise. But at this moment, Tianmeng Bing's icon in the mental space had a serious look on his face after finishing YUHAO. There's one thing. If Wang Dong'er is really from the Haoshan sect and has something to do with the God realm. I suddenly remembered that Tang San was once a member of the Haoshan sect. I once sensed Tang San's aura, and Wang Dong'er's aura is very similar to his. The relationship between her and Tang San may be. Maybe it will be very close? Maybe it's his daughter or sister or something like that. HUO YUHAO nodded, I know this thing. That old guy is willing to let his relatives become part of his plan. He can only said he was ruthless, didn't he? Don't worry, now that he has no power to influence Douluo, the situation he wants will collapse naturally. HUO YUHAO said so. Tianmeng Bingken nodded, but at this moment, after hearing HUO YUHAO said that he was not in a hurry, he also nodded trustingly, but at this moment, the monkey in HUO YUHAO's heart began to scratch his ears and cheeks non-stop. I can't sit still. No hurry. Hey? No hurry? I'm dying of anxiety. That bitch actually plotted against me like this. Niang Zipai. Heaven is powerless, it seems I have to take action myself. Zenyuan became more and more enthusiastic, and suddenly picked up Wuzishan and began to jump up and down, and the Wuzishan that trapped him was also trembling crazily fucking bitch. You are really unscrupulous. If you ask me to give up this year's life and practice, I will destroy the God realm first. Otherwise, there may be some hidden dangers left. Unlock my seal, let's kill all those dog breeds. Sacrifice your head to the skull throne, and sacrifice your blood to the blood god. With the power of one person, we can destroy the entire world. Shut up, hard ape. HUO YUHAO caught a glimpse of the monkey trying to break free from Wuzishan, mobilized the 5 sealed swords, locked Wuzishan, and pressed it back. Then HUO YUHAO hated iron for being weak and said, You monkey! That's why I want to lock you up. Otherwise, I might really bewitch me to undo my cultivation and kill myself in the God realm. I don't know how great the opportunity is to rebuild my life. You know how to jump up and down all day long, don't pay attention to other things, don't come to help when it's time for you to make a move. Why don't you think about it? Other people's hard apes are taking care of their own 5 elements, you are a good guy, you can't have peace every day, forget it. But you remember those weird lines senior brother Zhang said clearly. We are talking about blood sacrifices to the blood god, so outsiders will feel like we are murderous people. Can you please pay attention to your image? While strengthening the loose seal, HUO YUHAO taught the monkey in front of him a lesson, and the monkey in front of him also gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for his specialty, Zhang Gonglei, which had already been stolen by HUO YUHAO, a big-eyed thief, and he hadn't come up with anything new recently, he still couldn't beat HUO YUHAO for the time being. The pressure at the foot of the 5 Elements Mountain, and you guys locked me under Wuzi Mountain, and you still want me to help you take care of the 5 elements in your body? Make your dream come true, but no matter how much he thought about it, the monkey head at this moment could only grit his teeth and feel the mountain on his shoulders getting heavier and heavier. Hey, monkey head, why are you the disciples of the Zhengtian master's residence, killing and killing all day long? Why do you show my identity as a disciple of the righteous way? After HUO YUHAO finished processing the seal, he shook his head with some emotion, but at this moment, the aggrieved Xinyuan even uttered a swear word unbearably when he heard this sentence. Damn, you are too old-fashioned. I am the result of your violent heart. After I didn't know who was successful in cultivation at first, when I heard that my senior fellow apprentices had killed so many people in the hands of the demon sect, I just used 1 sword per person, and spent several years specializing in Kung Fu. Kill those demon sects. Everyone called you the Blood Sea Old Demon after you killed me. In the end, I had to ask Master to come and take you back in person. As for you, I wouldn't even know you were an upright disciple unless you told me. Hey! Mind Ape, shut up! Huo Yuhao frowned suddenly, and threw out a decree to seal the mouth of the monkey head who was talking about his dark history. At this moment, Tianmeng Iceworm had already plugged his ears with his own little hand. For fear that I might hear something I shouldn't hear. The matter of the God realm, wait until my body's life cultivation has reached the point where I can step through the void and see God indestructible. Huo Yuhao waved his hand and pushed Xinyuan aside. Only then did Tianmeng Binkan let go of his ears. After nodding to Huo Yuhao, he huddled in a corner and began to practice some of the practices Huo Yuhao passed down to him. Method. The Tianmeng Iceworm is different from Wang Dong'er. The current Tianmeng is stored on Huo Yuhao's body in the form of a guardian spirit, which is equivalent to being a part of Huo Yuhao's body. Therefore, it is equivalent to being a member of the Tianxi Mansion, and can cultivate the skills of the Tianxi Mansion. Feminine supernatural powers. And as Xinyuan shut up, Tianmeng began to enter the state of cultivation, and the originally bustling spiritual space became quiet at this moment. However, Huo Yuhao did not leave the mental space immediately, but instead looked at a small grey bead not far away. How is this friend's recovery? Sorry, my heart was too wild, and I was a little offended before. Huo Yuhao looked at the grey bead and said calmly, but at this moment, the grey bead also gave a wry smile, and then transformed into an erratic old man's figure. Thank you for your care. Although I lost a lot of memory, I finally got rid of the road of broken soul. The old man performed a little courtesy, and then said with emotion, I was abrupt. After being touched, I wanted to take over your spiritual power. Although it was not malicious, it was indeed a bit offensive. I thought I was invincible, but I didn't expect that there are people outside the world. It seems that I have cultivated to the extreme, but compared with you, I seem to be a level behind. That's the case. I'm just picking up people's teeth and benefiting from the inheritance of the section. Huo Yuhao shook his head modestly. On the contrary, old man, you are different. I can feel a trace of heaven and earth seal in your body. It seems that in your world, if you cultivate to a certain level, you will be swallowed and melted by heaven and earth, but even in this adversity, even if you are able to cultivate to this level, it makes you even more determined, old man. My name is Huo Yuhao. I see that your cultivation method is somewhat similar to mine, so I call you a fellow Taoist. Meeting in another world is also considered a fate. What do you call a fellow deist? Huo Yuhao said his real name, and the old man sighed slightly. My name is Electrolux, and I only remember that I was originally a child of light in one world. But most of my memories have been lost. I only remember that after death, my soul was broken, and I came to this world along the turbulent flow of space, and then I was killed. You brought into this spiritual space. I just felt the abnormality in that girl's soul and was touched. I didn't expect that your methods are so high, but even so, I have the same question as the little insect just now. Electrolux seemed a little melancholy. Why do you want to help that girl survive? From a rational point of view, if you want to attack the God realm, this true soul that originally belonged to the God realm is a huge introduction to break through the God realm. A huge loophole in the defense of the gods. But your excellency didn't pay attention to this thing. Instead, you passed her a precious exercise to help her. This situation and this scene, somehow reminded me of some vague memories I used to have. It seems that I once obtained a skill, and there was also a person who needed this skill. However, your choice and that of me were different. I didn't seem to give that skill to him, which ultimately led to a big mistake later. I can't help myself. Electrolux's soul trembled. It seemed that recalling that incident was very painful for him. At this moment, after hearing what Lex said, Huo Yuhao was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. Fellow Taoist, you are obsessed with it. Appearance. Electrolux was stunned for a moment, while YUHAO smiled slightly and then explained, it means being obsessed with appearance, virtual appearance, or individual consciousness and deviating from the essence. I never thought that Wang Dong'er was actually a loophole in the divine world. I just wanted to save her. My conscience told me that I wanted to save her, so I went to save her without too much complicated thinking. It's like helping you, fellow Taoist. YUHAO explained calmly and then looked at Electrolux, fellow Taoist, with such a level of cultivation, you can't help yourself? So I said, Taoist friend, you are obsessed with appearance, as if you were about to walk. When you were about to walk, think about what path you want to take. Where are you going? Obviously your feet are on your own body, so you decide which way to go and which way you go. In the same way, it's the same principle in life and work. It's up to you to decide what kind of person you want to be. It's just that it's hard to follow the path you want to take, and it's hard to be the person you want to be. It's said that you can't help yourself. YUHAO looked into the eyes of the old man in front of him and smiled slightly, but if you can't control your mind, how can you control your body? Electrolux was silent for a while, then sighed. You have been taught. Your understanding has far surpassed mine. Fellow Daoist praised you, how can you say enlightenment with a few superficial words? YUHAO shook his head, all I have done is follow my master's teachings. One must develop a conscience, unite knowledge and action. And act according to one's heart. How can I dare to talk about enlightenment? Besides, I am still trapped in my own thoughts and have been delayed in enlightenment. However, we can't do this kind of thing behind closed doors. Only by communicating can we improve each other. YUHAO looked at the old man in front of him. Fellow Daoist Alex, what I choose now is to rebuild my life. It is inconvenient for my body and soul to communicate with you, but I can exchange my thoughts with you. If you are willing, after your soul is restored, can you protect me for a few years? Your Excellency is serious. It is my honor to share my experience with you. My soul fragments can only be repaired thanks to Your Excellency. Now I rely on Your Excellency to exist in this world. YUHAO expressed his thoughts without any concealment, and in response, Electrolux also smiled slightly. If I can witness your success in cultivation, it will benefit me a lot, so, please give me your advice in the future. P.S. Ask for favorites, recommend tickets, ask for monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Survive, Wang Dong. Chapter 39, Survive, Wang Dong. The contract is established at this moment. Electrolux's soul body was consolidated by YUHAO's primordial spirit space, and at the same time, in YUHAO's primordial spirit space, the group of souls that were chopped off by the gods and were being smelted began to separate into pure divine soul's power to mend Electrolux's soul fragments. My soul hasn't been completely repaired yet, but now I have your help. It's not a big problem to repair it. If there is something wrong, just call me. Electrolux's figure trembled, and then turned into a grey one again. Bead. Call. YUHAO's eyes slowly opened at this moment. He looked at Wang Dong'er, who was frowning in front of him. YUHAO waited quietly. After a long time, a staff member came to ask. When he saw Wang Dong'er practicing, YUHAO sat quietly aside. There will be no interference. At this moment, Wang Dong'er's face was getting paler and paler. She must have sensed the secret of her soul and realized that she was just a replica. This matter is uncomfortable, but YUHAO believes that if he wants to survive, he must face this result head-on. YUHAO sat quietly with his eyes closed, waiting for Wang Dong'er to finish his practice. Time passed little by little, and YUHAO slowly entered a state of tranquility. In the evening, with the sound of a bell, both Wang Dong'er and YUHAO opened their doors at the same time. Eyes. YUHAO's eyes were introverted and he couldn't see any emotion, but Wang Dong'er's eyes showed an indelible sadness and pain at the moment. His eyes were full of bewilderment and struggle, his face was as pale as snow, no longer the vitality before, and he was deeply in the vortex of pain. Who are you, and what is this exercise? Wang Dong'er looked at Huo Yuhao with a pale face. Most of the time, there are some things that she would only believe if she had experienced them herself. The exercises Huo Yuhao passed on to her allowed her to feel the abnormality of her own soul. It means, Wang Dong'er can clearly feel that almost all of her souls are forged, and only one soul belonging to another person exists in her body. Although the other person is actually myself, Wang Dong'er now understands, she is just a clone of the main body, and there is no connection between the clone and the main body. The more he can perceive that abnormality, the more miserable emotions are brewing in Wang Dong'er's heart. When a person suddenly knows that he is a copy of another person, all good things will turn into disgust, and the center of disgust comes from herself. The result was that in an instant, all the real things that originally made up her world were on the verge of collapse. Everything gave her an indescribable sense of falsehood, as if she had been made from someone else's template. What about the love others had for you during your childhood? Why aren't your parents at home? Maybe she is accompanying her true body. She is just a copy, and what they love should be only their true body. And she, Wang Dong'er, is insignificant, because she is just a copy body that can only survive. After she dies, let's call the return of the 18-year-old soul body death. Her existence of Wang Dong'er will only leave a little bit in this world. Tiny traces. Not many things can be burned on the true soul, and nothing will even be left behind. This kind of shock to the world view made Wang Dong'er's thoughts feel as if they were being torn apart infinitely. However, clarity suddenly flashed through the final spiritual platform, causing Wang Dong'er's body to sway, and she returned to this cold and cruel place from the wave of muddy thoughts. Reality. I have cast a spell on you several times to prevent you from taking the initiative to let those souls of yours collapse. Huo Yuhao said calmly, but at this moment, Wang Dong'er looked at Huo Yuhao with a pale face, a trace of resentment even flashed in her eyes. She really hated why Huo Yuhao let her discover this cruel fact so early, and broke her beautiful life. Fantasy. Just be yourself. Huo Yuhao said softly, ignoring the hatred in his eyes, but at this moment, Wang Dong'er's emotions collapsed after hearing these words. Be myself? Then who am I? I grew up in Haoshanzong. But I have never met my parents. There are only a few vague memories in my mind. Because I am just a copy body. Wang Dong'er suddenly became hysterical. I only had 2 uncles before, but now? How am I going to face them? Would they just come and love me on the surface? Would they have known that I was a duplicate? Because I was a duplicate, so when they looked at me and hugged me, would they are you thinking of someone else? The violent mood swings caused the King's In mantra to appear again, and the coolness from the spiritual platform at this moment made Wang Dong'er's body tremble violently. It was as if all the blood in his body had been wiped out by the explosion just now, and the false shell covered by anger was torn off, revealing his scarred heart. This makes me how to face them in the future. My current existence may not be accepted by them. If my body asks me for that true soul many years later, how will I deal with it? What will they do? What about me? Wang Dong'er muttered to herself and couldn't help but tighten her body, while Huo Yuhao looked very calm looking at her like this. It's just that I have activated the purity curse twice. It seems that Wang Dong'er is actually accepting it very quickly, but now the future is extremely dark and confused, but who is not confused about this kind of thing? Huo Yuhao shook his head and comforted him. Wang Dong, you haven't faced yourself yet. Although you say you are just a copy, it does not mean that the copy can only be in the shadow of the original body. It is just that you are tired now. Take a good rest and don't think too much. Huo Yuhao stood up and came to Wang Dong'er. In the future, as long as you can persist in practicing the exercises I gave you, raise your cultivation base to the level of Dao Soul Sage, and integrate your body and spirit, then Wang Dong'er will always be Wang Dong'er. Huo Yuhao looked at the pale girl in front of him from a close distance, and dispersed his mental power to calm the girl's distracting thoughts. I asked you if you wanted to live. You refused the introduction to that world at the end, so I thought you wanted to live, so I saved you. Wang Dong, you know, my home is a medical clinic, so I am actually a doctor. Since I am a doctor, I will save you as a patient. It doesn't matter if you are a clone created or not, but I know you are Wang Dong. The real person in front of me is my roommate, and that's enough. Wang Dong'er was a little dazed when she heard this. She only felt Huo Yuhao's voice gently calming her inner turbulent emotions, and only those serious words echoed in her mind over and over again. Turning around to leave, Huo Yuhao left Wang Dong'er alone. At the last moment, Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Dong'er's beautiful face and said one last thing. Live on, Wang Dong, you still have a wonderful future. Wang Dong'er's body trembled slightly when she heard Huo Yuhao's words, and she curled up together, but Huo Yuhao knew that the pain before breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, if Wang Dong'er wanted to really fly in this world as a beautiful butterfly goddess of light, you have to go through this hurdle. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 I Hate Him. Chapter 40 I Hate Him. Time flies. Counting from the time when Wang Dong'er's soul abnormality was lifted, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since Wang Dong'er heard Huo Yuhao's words of live on, she had become less talkative, and there was a trace of lingering melancholy between her eyebrows. In the eyes of the outside world, Wang Dong'er has changed from the cold and handsome guy on the surface to a truly iceberg melancholy male god, but only Huo Yuhao knows how big Wang Dong'er's transformation has been. In the dormitory, after that day passed, Wang Dong'er completely gave up any rest and entertainment, and almost devoted herself to cultivation. She would only come when Huo Yuhao invited her to eat, or when she had questions about cultivation. Wang Dong'er's practice was interrupted. Because of this, Wang Dong'er's soul power increased from level 25 to level in 1 month, breaking the Academy's record. However, Wang Dong'er's performance was very mediocre for such an honor. Some people say that Wang Dong seems to have been stimulated by something, but Huo Yuhao feels that Wang Dong'er has recovered well and her cultivation has improved rapidly. As long as she reaches the Soul Saint as soon as possible, she can escape the fate of being scattered. And something happened during this month. During this period, Zhou Yi was publicly tried. The Academy invited witnesses from the 3 major powers to come and trial Zhou Yi, who was arbitrarily expelled, insulted the students, and even tried to hurt the students. The Shrek disciples who had been kicked out by Zhou Yi had their names corrected and came out to correct them one after another. Some teachers who had long been dissatisfied with Zhou Yi's teaching methods also added insult to injury. Even the disciples in the inner courtyard of the Academy had people who couldn't stand Zhou Yi's previous teaching methods. The court accused Zhou Yi of lacking moral integrity as a teacher. In an instant, a group of people attacked, but no one came to help Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, you have expelled a total of 125 Academy disciples. Now, 16 of them have become Soul Emperors, 25 have become Soul Kings, and some of them are depressed and unhappy. Your life has been ruined. Their cultivation is not good, and their teacher's ethics. If you are not honest, you will ruin someone's future. Damage my Shrek's reputation. Because you even attacked students in public before, you were convicted of attempted injury and punished for several crimes. From now on, your cultivation level will be revoked, your status as a teacher will be revoked, and you will be imprisoned in Shrek Academy for life. When the judge filed the case, Zhou Yi looked around in a daze, saw the expected mocking face, saw the seriousness of her husband Fan Yu's complexion, saw the laughing young man who had revenge for his revenge, but the only thing he didn't see was the detonation. The face of that Huo Yuhao. And in fact, Huo Yuhao didn't pay much attention to this trial, and Huo Yuhao didn't even care what Zhou Yi really looked like. The evil he planted would sooner or later be swallowed. But the outside world is very heated about this trial. As the saying goes, family ugliness should not be publicized, but Shrek's public trial was very bold. Not only did the whole continent notify him of his dereliction of duty, but he also immediately announced the upcoming rectification activities against teachers. The college will set up a reporting office to deal with whistleblower center for teacher problems. Waves of turmoil began to radiate out from the Poseidon Pavilion at the core of Shrek. People said that the academy seemed to be making big moves. But no matter how big the action is, it doesn't matter to YUHAO. For YUHAO, this period of time has been carried out step by step. Go to class normally, go to practice in the world normally, and then study the martial arts in this world based on the books in Shrek Academy in the afternoon, combined with your own feelings. Confuse. It can be said that YUHAO's daily schedule is very fulfilling. If he really gets busy, he won't have much time to rest in a day. But YUHAO understood that practice should be relaxed and moderate. Sometimes you should suddenly take a break. YUHAO felt an impulse today and wanted to go for a walk next to Poseidon Lake. Wangdong, let's go, walk with me, eat something along the way, let's go to rest, the string will break if it is too tight. You have to relax and change your state of mind before you can improve to change. YUHAO sent an invitation to Wangdonger, and at this moment, hearing YUHAO's words, Wangdonger also opened her eyes that no longer looked touching and became grey. Now that her soul power has been cultivated to the level of soulmaster, she needs a soul ring to break through, but the kung fu created by YUHAO for her does not have such a bottleneck that requires external objects. In order to unify the cultivation of the soul as soon as possible, Wangdonger will devote all her time to cultivation, and will not care about anything else. Activities in any sense will not arouse her interest. But now it was YUHAO who invited her to rest, so. Wangdonger nodded gently and agreed to YUHAO, and the two of them went out. After going out, they met a fat man who was also going out. Zhaohoken. Hey, brother HUO. Are you going to have something to eat too? Together. Zhaohoken immediately smiled when he saw YUHAO. In the world of soul masters, strength is the most important thing. Most of the geniuses have their eyes above the top, and they won't play with them. But YUHAO and brother HUO are an exception. They are obviously strong, but they treat people kindly, and they don't feel superior at all. Instead, they play together without hindrance, just like ordinary friends. No, let's go out for a walk now, but when you say that, I'm really a little greedy. Come on, have 2 chicken drumsticks. Good. Zhaohoken nodded, and then summoned up his soul power and shouted, come on, my big chicken leg. After saying that, his soul power condensed 2 roasted chicken legs in the air. YUHAO took them and handed one to Wangdonger. YUHAO was not polite and took a bite, then his eyes widened slightly. Okay. Xiao Zhao, the taste has improved again. Hehe, this is what you pointed out, brother HUO. The blending of soul power can indeed change the taste of chicken legs, and can even enhance the effect of soul skills to a certain extent. I have some novel ideas recently. When the time comes, brother HUO, you have to come and check it for me. No problem, no problem. YUHAO naturally did not refuse, and Zhaohoken chuckled. At this time, someone appeared from the stairwell. It looked like a tall young man. Zhaohoken. Let's go eat. I'm almost starving to death. Hey, isn't this brother HUO? Let's eat together. Ouyang, I won't go, you go first. YUHAO shook his head with a smile. Zhaohoken also said hello to YUHAO at the end, and then ran over to eat with his other friends. They don't seem to be in our class. Wangdonger opened his mouth softly, and YUHAO nodded. The friends I met when I was shopping in the supermarket are all from the 3rd class of freshmen. Zhaohoken's martial soul is from the food department. It's delicious, this is his first soul skill, it can increase speed, and the taste has become pretty good after my guidance. Wangdonger heard this and took a bite of the chicken drumstick. It was indeed delicious. But what Wang Dong'er wanted to say was not how the drumstick was, but that HUO YUHAO was very popular. But treating people with sincerity will never make you less popular. Wang Dong'er looked at HUO YUHAO, who was chewing chicken legs, and silently followed him eastward along the south side of Shrek Square to the lakeside path. Along the way, they met many people that HUO YUHAO knew, and they all greeted HUO YUHAO warmly. It was not until they passed through the woods beside the path that everything became quiet. "There's no one else here, just the two of them alone." Wang Dong'er suddenly felt her spirit relaxed, and looked at the big lake in front of her, a little dazed. The sparkling lake surface was presented before their eyes, and HUO YUHAO glanced at Wang Dong'er. Looking at the expression on her face, HUO YUHAO could feel that Wang Dong'er's soul had become more and more real recently, and her emotions were becoming more and more stable. In that case, maybe now is the time to tell her something deeper. HUO YUHAO looked at the sparkling lake in front of him, stopped slightly and then smiled slightly. "Wang Dong, let's have a chat." Wang Dong'er looked up at HUO YUHAO, and at this moment, he saw HUO YUHAO pointing his finger at the Poseidon lake in front of him and said, "Look at the lake in front of you. Do you think this lake is a man-made lake? But in fact, the people who actually created the lake are not people from Douluo continent." HUO YUHAO walked gently to the lake and looked at the water in front of him. The real creator of this lake should be said to be a being called God in this world. He created a large lake in this place, and then planted a golden tree in the center of the lake. So that the golden tree has become the core of Shrek Academy. HUO YUHAO looked back at Wang Dong'er and met her eyes. He has laid out the entire world for many years. He has manipulated Shrek to become the #1 college in this continent, and he may also control the situation on the continent. And that God is the one who created you, and the reason why he created you. It's to get in touch with you, YUHAO. Before HUO YUHAO finished speaking, Wang Dong'er softly told her this very cold fact. HUO YUHAO looked at Wang Dong'er, and at this moment, the girl's originally stiff face finally moved. Wang Dong'er looked up at HUO YUHAO, and then revealed a sad smile. "Only gods can create a copy like me, and gods obviously created me for a purpose. In this world, I think the only reason why a god can painstakingly create me is you, YUHAO. YUHAO, you are such a genius that even the gods will plot against you." Wang Dong'er walked gently to the lake and took a hand of water. "It's just that the god didn't expect YUHAO that you could be so genius, nor did you expect YUHAO that you could see through my identity. Sorry, I actually hated you back then. Why did you tell me this so much? Cruel thing, but after a month, I figured it out." Wang Dong'er looked at the face reflected in the lake water in the palm of her hand, then clenched her palm tightly. "I'm not hating you, I'm just hating my ignorance. The only thing I hate, is that God." P.S. The Shrek line is basically coming to an end, and after a few characters are introduced, YUHAO has no reason to stay in Shrek Academy. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. HUO YUHAO froze for a moment. Wang Dong'er's words of hating that God made HUO YUHAO a little unexpected. "I already guessed his identity. But I can't do anything." Wang Dong'er looked at the lake in front of her and said softly, "I am just a little soul master now, to hate a god? This kind of hatred seems too insignificant. That's why I have to work hard to cultivate. I want to achieve the divine path. I want to reach the same level as that person, I want to surpass my original body, and then hate him. Tell him personally that what he created with his own hands is only the child who can live is the bitter fruit that he personally forged. I want to live a good life, longer than the original body. I want to live happier than the original body." After Wang Dong'er said this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if she really understood her future goals. The melancholy between her brows also disappeared at this moment, replaced by an extremely earnest, gritty grit. HUO YUHAO was slightly surprised when he saw Wang Dong'er's transformation, and then a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. It's really nice of her to figure this out. HUO YUHAO felt emotional in his heart, but suddenly, HUO YUHAO turned his head to look at the lake, and his brows frowned suddenly, because Huo Yuhao sensed a fiery red figure rushing out of the inner courtyard violently. What happened? Seeing Huo Yuhao's frown suddenly frowned, Wang Dong'er asked, while Huo Yuhao turned on his mental detection for a moment, sweeping his mental power towards the big lake in front of him. Soon Huo Yuhao saw the fiery red figure deep in the lake, and at the same time, Huo Yuhao also sensed her abnormal state at the moment. The loss of Yungan and heart meridians of foot K and hand Sheyin led to the sudden rise of demons, which attacked the brain along the two meridians. Now the Lingtai is controlled by demons, causing great chaos. Huo Yuhao raised his brows. The cultivation seems to be at the level of a soul emperor. The flames on his body are impure, but they are relatively powerful. It seems that this soul master can't control his own martial soul. It's really interesting. Huo Yuhao was also a little surprised. He could feel that the martial spirit in that person's body actually had a certain degree of self-awareness, but this kind of situation should be extremely rare. But does there still exist such cases in Shrek Academy? But curiosity is nothing but curiosity. Huo Yuhao thought that someone who went mad should be taken care of, so he just started the mental detection. Huo Yuhao turned and walked behind. Let's go quickly, Wang Dong. Someone in the inner courtyard has gone crazy and rushed towards us. This place will not be easy to stay in. Huo Yuhao left quickly, while Wang Dong'er glanced at the quiet lake surface. She didn't see any figure, but since Huo Yuhao had spoken, Wang Dong'er quickly followed Huo Yuhao and left this place. When he got to a safe place, Huo Yuhao expanded the scope of his mental detection again at this moment, and found that the crazy figure on the lake was approaching the lake at this moment, and the intense heat on her body had already set the trees by the lake on fire. It seems that this lunatic really wants to rush into the outer courtyard. Huo Yuhao frowned. The consequences of the outer courtyard are unimaginable. Wait, where are the Shrek people? Don't Shrek Academy take care of this obsessed guy? What about those in the academy, the dignified so-called no academy in the world, since no one has discovered this crazy guy? Huo Yuhao frowned. At this moment, he stretched his mental strength and looked at the door of the freshman dormitory. After he didn't find the old man basking in the sun, Huo Yuhao immediately clicked his tongue. At this moment, a hot wind was blowing towards his face, and Huo Yuhao suddenly felt seems to be locked in. After this guy went crazy, he actually found himself by relying on his instinctive reaction and with the help of his spiritual power of mental detection. Huo Yuhao frowned even more. Time was running out, so Huo Yuhao made a quick decision to stop this guy here, otherwise other students might be injured. It seems that I have to make a move. Tisk, why do I feel that I came to the lake today on a whim just to meet this guy? What's the situation? Go back and do a divination. Wang Dong, you go first, I'll be back soon. After Huo Yuhao greeted Wang Dong'er, he entered the Sea of Flames, and Wang Dong'er did not talk nonsense, retreated to a safe distance, and then watched Huo Yuhao rush into the Sea of Flames in front of him. Regarding Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong'er did not have any worries, because she completely believed in Huo Yuhao with the golden light on. Huo Yuhao saw the masked guy going crazy after he entered the Sea of Flames. There are 6 soul skills struggling to flap on her body. The martial soul is extremely unstable. She seems to be struggling by the lake. Huo Yuhao seemed to be able to see the shadow of a fire phoenix walking up and struggling on her body. It was indeed the evil thoughts carried by his martial soul, the so-called inner demons, that occupied the spiritual platform. It seemed that he was rushing to achieve success while practicing, which led to the loss of the Zhuqian Gan and Hand Sheyin heart meridians, and the Wuhan lost control. At this time, another gust of hot wind came. Huo Yuhao took a look at his golden light that seemed to be melting, and made some judgments about this guy's strength. Almost the strongest level Soul Emperor. It looked like she was still a woman, but considering that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, Huo Yuhao didn't have any intention of feeling sorry for her. The opening of the soul eye and martial soul directly gave the most powerful mental shock to this crazy guy. Boom, as if the brain had been hit by a heavy hammer, the red figure stopped immediately, and then, YUHAO raised his finger, and at the same time contacted Tianmeng in the spiritual world. Tianmeng, help me, use the trick I taught you. Good Le. Naturally, Tianmeng nodded, appearing to be meditating, and then recited the heart purification mantra that YUHAO had taught him earlier, and at the same time helped to activate the unawakened ice attribute martial soul in YUHAO's body. In the next moment, pure cold white light surged from YUHAO's fingertips, and the cold breath dispelled the heat from YUHAO's body. At the same time, YUHAO recited another spell in his heart at this moment. Tai Shang Xing, the strain will not stop. Exorcise evil spirits, protect the body. P.S. The character Ma Xiao Tao seems to have been given benefits in the early stage in the original work, wrong, but he is still an important figure and is the key to the introduction of the Holy Spirit cult. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 YUHAO One Finger. Chapter 42. This is the purifying mantra, the first of the 8 divine mantras. As the name suggests, it is a mantra used by monks to purify the body and mind, eliminate distracting thoughts, and calm the mind when doing morning and evening homework and learning talismans. It is the most suitable method to solve the problem of obsession. Roar. The person who was trapped in the inner demon seemed to have discovered YUHAO's threat, and suddenly rushed towards YUHAO. In response, looking at the person controlled by the inner demon, YUHAO's eyes were filled with deep calm, and he held it also condensed into an ordinary white Tao sword. YUHAO's current cultivation cannot stop the Soul Emperor. But it doesn't mean that YUHAO can't kill the Soul Emperor. Come on, little phoenix. YUHAO pointed at that person with his fingers, and the purifying mantra were condensed on his fingertips. With the other hand, he lightly held the hilt of the sword, and looked at the woman in front of him with a calm and icy expression. If this blow doesn't wake you up, it means that your life is doomed to doom like mine. The figure let out a low growl, and YUHAO lightly pointed his finger. A white light rushed out from YUHAO's fingertips, and the Tianmeng iceworm also stimulated the ice attribute power in YUHAO's body. The mad woman just wanted to resist, but was directly and forcibly interrupted by a terrifying mental shock from YUHAO. The white light rushed into the center of her eyebrows, dispelling her martial soul in an instant and letting her fall to the ground. Solved. A spirit body suddenly protruded from YUHAO's shoulder. It was exactly the appearance of the Tianmeng iceworm. YUHAO nodded. Feeling the state of the spirit body of the Tianmeng iceworm, YUHAO couldn't help smiling. Tianmeng, it seems that you have achieved a little success in cultivation. Hehe, I just got some superficial training, it will be great if I can help you HUO. Tianmeng iceworm also smiled. As a spiritual beast with spiritual apertures, he has unique advantages in some spells. Compared with human thoughts that are complex and changeable, Tianmeng iceworm's thoughts and spiritual platform are as pure as jade. Naturally, things are moving forward with each passing day. YUHAO sheathed his sword and stood, looking at the waves of fire that appeared around him. The billowing smoke also rose at this moment. The people in the college were finally alerted, and a figure suddenly exploded from outside the college. YUHAO sensed that figure, which was Yan Shaiji, the head of the martial soul department. Since he appeared, YUHAO felt that this place was over, so he calmly walked out of the sea of flames. It should be fine, let's go somewhere else. After YUHAO finished speaking, Yan Shaiji came to the sea of flames in an instant. He saw YUHAO walking out of the sea of flames, but he seemed to be very anxious, and rushed into the sea of flames burning by the lake like lightning. The lake water doused the imminent fire. And Wang Dong'er nodded as she saw the flames extinguished in the distance. Since someone took care of it, there was nothing wrong with it. After venting out the depression that had accumulated for a month, Wang Dong'er was in a pretty good mood now. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal and then go back to practice. Wang Dong'er smiled slightly, finally breaking the iceberg. YUHAO also nodded, and the two of them walked away. But at this moment, Yan Shaiji brought the red-clothed figure who had gone crazy before into the secret room, and then took off her white mask, revealing a mature and charming face. And looking at the woman in red in front of him, Yan Shaiji also sighed with hatred. Xiao Tao, you almost caused a catastrophe. Today, the elders in the inner courtyard are either absent, or they are practicing in seclusion. The guards are also negligent. No one noticed your abnormality, and the teacher took Bai Bei to other places. Even I went out to deal with things for a while. If no one had stopped you, you would have gone crazy and rushed into the outer courtyard to hurt people. The consequences would be disastrous. Yan Shaiji sighed. The girl in front of him was his disciple, possessed the evil fire phoenix martial soul, and was very powerful in life, but the evil fire in her body was a big problem. It will interfere with the soul master's mind. Although in the process of fighting against the evil fire, it can also exercise the soul master's mental power and make the soul master's cultivation improve rapidly. Once the evil fire is not controlled, things like before will occur. Tendency to run away. Fortunately, the worst thing didn't happen. Yan Shaiji wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Ever since Mr. Mu's injury recovered, the academy has revived a kind of vitality. Mr. Mu's wrist is very strong. If there is something that damages the reputation of the school at this time, even if Xiao Tao is his disciple, the grandson of Mr. Mu, then call. Yan Shaiji sighed, and then let go of these bad thoughts in his mind. After all, this thing didn't happen, did it? And now that the elders of the college are all in good health, the college doesn't really need too many strong people to sit in charge. Maybe I can take Xiao Tao to the mainland to find a solution to the evil fire in Xiao Tao. Although this solution has not been found in these years. But the mainland is so big, there will always be a chance. Yan Shaiji transported pure light power into her body, preparing to use his powerful soul power to forcibly suppress his disciple's evil fire. But at this moment, Yan Shaiji was slightly stunned. Because of his the light force did not feel the presence of any evil fire. What's going on? The spiritual platform is clear, and the soul power is stable. The martial soul in the body has been completely controlled. What is the situation? The evil fire on Xiao Tao's body has been completely eliminated. What is the situation? Yan Shaiji was stunned. The evil fire problem on Xiao Tao's body could not be solved by the entire Lake Academy, but now it has completely settled down. This contrast made it hard for him to believe it, but the facts were right in front of him. Suddenly, Yan Shaiji recalled the figure that had just walked out of the flames. Concerned about it, Yan Shaiji didn't think of YUHAO at the first moment, but now that he came to his senses, Yan Shaiji's heart had already caused an uproar. Wait. Could it be because of YUHAO? Yan Shaiji suddenly took a deep breath. Although the previous battle between YUHAO and Zhou Yi only made Yan Shaiji a little surprised by YUHAO, but at this moment he really couldn't see through that boy. I can't see through what kind of secrets he has. No wonder the teacher told everyone not to provoke YUHAO and the disciples behind him. Wait, YUHAO can solve the evil fire problem on Xiao Tao. Then if the two of them can. An idea suddenly popped up in Yan Shaiji's mind. But after following Wang Dong'er around and returning to the dormitory, YUHAO took out the copper coin and the tortoise shell again, threw them casually, and then looked at the result of the pounce in front of him, and YUHAO's face became a little weird. My destiny is to commit suicide? I, a little brat, am I to commit suicide? P.S. Ask for favorites. Recommend tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Every support from you is the motivation for the author to explode. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 2 months, Freshman Assessment. Chapter 43 2 months, Freshman Assessment. Time for study and practice is always boring. YUHAO, the criminal peach blossom who was revealed by divination before, didn't pay attention. Now that I am a primary school student, a student should look like a student. I am 12 years old and I don't understand love and love. Now, I have been in Shrek for almost 2 months. Isn't this nothing? Wang Dong'er, who had untied her heart knot, was not in a hurry to obtain the third soul ring during this period of time, so the soul power cannot be broken through, but the power accumulated in cultivation will not be wasted. Although it is said that the soul power has not been broken through without obtaining the soul ring, but the final result of cultivation will be reflected at the moment of absorbing the soul ring. As far as the current situation is concerned, Wang Dong'er's current soul power cultivation is already the first in the school in the first grade. But even so, people all know that the real strongest newborn is not Wang Dong, but Wang Dong's roommate, the legendary figure who defeated the powerful Soul Emperor at the level of a great Soul Master, YUHAO. But legends also have their own troubles. And YUHAO's trouble now is that he can't improve his cultivation. It has been almost 3 months since I came to the academy. Although I can feel the bottleneck loosening through my practice in the world, I practice diligently every day, but my life cultivation has never improved. The realm of the golden light curse has stagnated, and Lefa has been upset recently, and there are even signs of regression. It seems that I am upset. YUHAO opened his eyes, and breathed out in the playground. Having just finished a set of Wudang Tai Chi, YUHAO felt the hot air flowing inside his body, but it was like a balloon that was about to burst but had been inflated a little more, but it had not yet burst. The anxious expectations in his heart were once again disappointed. YUHAO could only shake his head as his cultivation still couldn't break through. These days, YUHAO searched through the books in the Tianqi mansion stored in his memory, but YUHAO was following what was said in the book. But even so, YUHAO still couldn't find a way to solve his failure to improve his cultivation. It seems that there are only 2 ways to go before YUHAO, that is to continue practicing, and when the cultivation level is reached, he will naturally be able to break through. The second way is to switch to other things, such as practicing the swordsmanship that YUHAO experienced in his previous life. Road. YUHAO's attainments in killing swordsmanship are definitely among the top 3 in Longhu Mountain, but this will waste his life and practice, which YUHAO doesn't want to see. In YUHAO's eyes, cultivating martial soul is no different from practicing swordsmanship. Martial soul is just a part of his body, and if his life is improved, his soul power will naturally increase. Therefore, even if his life cultivation has been unable to improve, YUHAO will not give up the basics. When the road is difficult, it is the time to practice. YUHAO exhaled another breath to calm down. In recent months, YUHAO has practiced Taijiquan. This boxing method itself can actually achieve life-saving cultivation, and it does not conflict with the golden light curse of the Tianqi mansion. And this can be regarded as one of YUHAO's attempts to find a breakthrough in his life cultivation. YUHAO had read all the books on Longhu Mountain, and copied all the records about cultivation, but he still couldn't make a breakthrough, so YUHAO wanted to find some breakthrough in Wudang Mountain's Kung Fu. After all, this is the boxing technique that YUHAO learned in Wudang Mountain during the exchange and study. It is not used in vain, but Tai Chi is also the unique skill of Wudang Mountain. In terms of the degree of inscrutability, it is not inferior to the complete 5 Thunder Genfa. YUHAO has been practicing the Golden Light Curse for several months now, and he has only scratched the surface of it. You can't chew off more than you can chew, so it's no wonder that many senior brothers only devote themselves to practicing one kind of Kung Fu. The only thing to be happy about is that the cultivation of talismans has already been completed, and I just need to wait for myself to do the ceremony of adding talismans, and then I can advance. My cultivation is not improving. Could it be that I am throwing everything at the bottom, or is it too easy to exercise your body? Is it possible to put a little burden on yourself, and use a stupid method to see if you can break through that bottleneck? YUHAO felt emotional in his heart, looked at the sun in the sky, and let out another breath of foul air. At this time, Wang Dong'er had finished his practice and came to YUHAO. Today is actually a special day, because the Academy's student assessment is about to begin. Those who do not meet the standards in this assessment will be eliminated. It can be said that this is Shrek's true standard selection process. It is conducted uniformly for the entire grade. There are more than groups of freshmen participating. This ranking is based on the points in the battle competition. The competition will be drawn. Each group of students will have to compete in at least 10 battles. Finally, they will be ranked according to the wins. Students with far average scores will be eliminated. In the past, in the assessment of freshmen, Wei will be eliminated half of the students in the first assessment. Once eliminated, you can only go back and choose the next level college. Just like digging for gold through a sieve, YUHAO has no unnecessary emotions about this model. In fact, from a rational point of view, it is actually in line with Shrek's teaching model. If you want to learn something in Shrek, you need a good teacher. Through this method, a large number of students will be screened out, and the pressure on the teacher will be much less, and the teacher will have more energy to take care of the students. This is a very helpless thing, just like the teacher who took over the first class of freshmen has been busy for the past few months, preparing for the examination method in advance, grouping the students, and arranging tactics. Sometimes he is so busy that he even has hair on his head. A lot of them are lost. Because there are so many things to consider. For example, students from the food department and assistance department need to find suitable teammates for them, and each person's martial soul combination and matching must be taken into consideration. Moreover, many people like to combine strong forces, and some weak ones, but students with potential are often overlooked. As a responsible teacher, you must weigh these, and today is the time to announce the grouping, because today is also the time when the exam questions come out. The 3-on-3 match was exactly what the head teacher expected, so the class was divided into groups very quickly. After the teacher announced the grouping, there was only 1 day left to run in. For an ordinary class teacher, he has done his best to arrange everything. For some students, he is a little worried, but he is full of confidence in the results that his class can achieve. Because he assigned YUHAO, Wang Donger, and a girl named Xiao Xiao to a group, and the teacher is obviously full of confidence in YUHAO's team, and even bluntly said in the office that number 1 is already in the pocket of the team. And the other teachers couldn't help feeling emotional when they saw the luxurious lineup of this group. They had already seen YUHAO's fierce reputation, and Wang Dong in their eyes was an out-and-out super genius. This kind of speed of cultivation was unheard of, and her foundation was extremely solid. It wasn't from taking drugs at all, it was real kung fu. These 2 people alone can crush everyone, some teachers from other classes lamented, but the head teacher of the freshman class had a smile in his heart. Although he also believed in the strength of YUHAO and Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, who was arranged for them, was not a vase. Just wait, that little girl should also become a blockbuster. P.S. Ask for favorites, recommend tickets, ask for monthly tickets, end of this chapter. Chapter 44 Xiao Xiao. Chapter 44 Xiao Xiao. The freshman assessment will start soon, and there is still 1 day left. This day is naturally reserved for everyone to adjust and prepare. However, in fact, the preparation and running in work was almost completed in the first 3 months. Everyone actually started 3-on-3 and 7-on-7 combat training early. Now it is just time to test the results. Brother HUO. Come on. Get a number 1. If we meet, you must not let go. Hey, hey. How many catties and tails are you? You still want Brother HUO not to let go of the water? Are you qualified enough? According to me, Brother HUO, you have a lot of adults, so you must let go of the water, at least let us show what we have learned in cultivation. Please show your score higher. After the students chattered and chatted, they each made their final preparations. YUHAO also met the little girl named Xiao Xiao that the teacher had arranged for him in his group. She looks like a very ordinary girl with a very childish face, but her beautiful face is very attractive, and the girl is naturally very excited about being assigned to the group of HUO YUHAO and Wang Dong'er. The two strongest freshmen are both in her team. For others, the plan can be easily won, but Xiao Xiao secretly cheers for herself. Following HUO YUHAO, Wang Dong'er, and the others to leave the teaching building, Xiao Xiao took a sneak peek at HUO YUHAO's calm face, as if he mustered up his courage, and then suddenly said to HUO YUHAO, "YUHAO, can I talk to you?" "Talk? Okay, let's go have dinner together." HUO YUHAO didn't feel anything unusual when he heard Xiao Xiao's words all of a sudden, but Wang Dong'er gave HUO YUHAO a weird look, then looked at Xiao Xiao, who lowered her head for a moment. Her face was a little flushed, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitched slightly. "Then let's go eat, I don't bother, I'm leaving." Wang Dong'er disappeared in an instant. HUO YUHAO was a little puzzled, and Xiao Xiao felt relieved, and then looked at HUO YUHAO, who was beside him and alone with him with starry eyes. The freshmen are actually very young, but soul masters develop faster than normal people, so at this age, they already have some vague affection for each other. This kind of goodwill generally comes from appearance, but for soul masters, strength is also the key to affect goodwill. HUO YUHAO's appearance has been perfect since he started practicing life, and HUO YUHAO's strength is obvious to all. In the girls' group among them, the focus of discussion is almost all HUO YUHAO. Xiao Xiao is naturally one of them, but under normal circumstances HUO YUHAO is very busy, training, studying, never sloppy for a moment, so many times they want to chat with HUO YUHAO but have no chance. And now, taking advantage of this assessment opportunity, he can eat and chat with HUO YUHAO, which makes Xiao Xiao feel very excited. The two walked side by side to some small restaurants in the college. After the classmates who recognized HUO YUHAO saw Xiao Xiao beside HUO YUHAO, the boys showed surprise and emotion, while some girls showed envy. Look! After all, HUO YUHAO never seemed to have a girl around him, but now he suddenly walks side by side with a girl, which would obviously surprise everyone. But HUO YUHAO didn't think in that direction at all. He just took Xiao Xiao to the restaurant and ordered a few side dishes. HUO YUHAO looked at Xiao Xiao, who was sitting upright, and smiled helplessly. "Don't you want to chat with me? Why haven't you talked all the way?" HUO YUHAO said after eating the food. After hearing these words, Xiao Xiao also took a deep breath, blushed, and raised her head to look at HUO YUHAO. Although she was a little shy, the girl still looked at HUO YUHAO bravely. "I want to consult with you, YUHAO, on how to use my martial soul." "How to use the martial soul?" "I remember that in the training class, the martial soul you displayed seemed to be a tripod, right?" HUO YUHAO raised his brows, and Xiao Xiao also beamed with joy when he heard that HUO YUHAO had an impression of his own martial soul. "Yes. My martial soul is the soul-suppressing cauldron, which is rare among weapon martial arts. The teacher said that my martial soul can be regarded as a top-notch weapon soul, but they said that the main function of this soul-suppressing tripod is to assist." But Xiao Xiao glanced at HUO YUHAO, and said softly, "Actually, my soul-suppressing cauldron is different from ordinary soul-suppressing cauldrons. Mine is actually a mutated soul-suppressing cauldron. I call it the Sansheng Zhenhunding. It seems that my martial soul actually has only one tripod, but in fact it can be divided into three, and the Trinity. This martial soul is rare in history." I asked teacher. The teacher has never seen a martial soul like mine before, but he just told me that the martial soul should only choose one path to go on. My situation is rather special. Xiao Xiao explained. But I heard that YUHAO is very knowledgeable and insists on going to the library every day, so I want to ask YUHAO what you think about how to cultivate my martial soul. After saying these words, Xiao Xiao's expression was obviously relaxed, while HUO YUHAO nodded thoughtfully. Sansheng Soul Suppressing Cauldron sounds like a good name indeed. And the martial soul, like the tripod, is actually very special, because the difference between the up and down of the tripod is also very large. HUO YUHAO touched his chin. Martial souls in this world have said that they are actually innate talents. Weapon souls are like accompanying spirit treasures, and spirit treasures are naturally strong and weak, just like other people's hammer spirits and Wang Donger's clear sky hammer. Compare. That Haoshan hammer can be said to be an excellent companion spirit treasure. It is born with a very penetrating shock force. After the golden light of his soul sect receives a blow from the great soul master Wang Donger, his palms will feel numb. If her cultivation base is higher, then she doesn't dare to resist. And what will happen to Xiao Xiao's Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron martial soul? Huo Yuhao also became a little curious. Ordinarily speaking, a tripod is an ancient cooking utensil. To put it bluntly, it is a pot with 2 ears and 3 legs, and there is nothing worthy of attention. But the key point is, ding can also be used as a sacrificial vessel, and it can be cast and used in large quantities in large-scale national sacrificial activities. The meaning of the tripod in the Douluo continent and the world of cultivating immortals is similar. Both are a symbol of don't go up and down, distinguish the noble and the humble, and both are an important ritual vessel to mark the status level. In the world of cultivating immortals, when the country was destroyed, the tripod was moved, the Xia dynasty was destroyed, the Shang dynasty prospered, and the Juding moved to Boang, the capital of Shang. The establishment of a dynasty is called ding ding. Ding is regarded as a national treasure, a symbol of state and power, and the word ding is also endowed with extended meanings such as prominent, noble, and grand. And since Xiao Xiao's martial soul is the 3-in-1 Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron, it is not something that is used to hold food for cooking just by looking at the effect. Huo Yuhao thought for a while. At this time, all the dishes were served. Huo Yuhao let go of his thoughts and asked Xiao Xiao to eat first. After eating, they went to the training room to find out. P.S. Ask for favorites, recommend tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Be sure to turn to the last page. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Actual Sparring, 2 versus 1. Chapter 45 The training ground. Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao were already 30 meters apart. At this moment, beside Xiao Xiao, Wang Donger, who was called out from the dormitory by Huo Yuhao after eating, stood there, with a look of reluctance in her eyes, and she was also looking at Huo Yuhao and Huo Yuhao, who were talking and laughing with a cold face. Xiao Xiao, 2 people. That's why the 2 of you study martial arts, so why bother me? This will disturb my cultivation. Huo Yuhao, do you know that my time is precious? Wang Donger said with a cold snort. Practical combat is also part of cultivation. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly, looked at Xiao Xiao and said, I won't take the initiative to attack you next time. Let's see how far you 2 can push me if you work together. You won't take the initiative to attack. Of course, I won't attack you proactively. Huo Yuhao said with a smile. That Wang Donger became excited after hearing this, and then she saw the soul power surge in Huo Yuhao's body, his spiritual eyes opened, he put on a boxing posture and looked at Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao in front of him. Come on, Wang Dong, let's see if you have improved in the past few months. Xiao Xiao, you can use your martial soul to attack me normally, practice will always be the fastest to know the truth, let's see what your martial soul is capable of. Huo Yuhao hooked his hand, and Wang Donger unfolded his martial spirit without saying a word. The goddess of light spread out, and this time the butterfly wings on Wang Donger's back became much bigger, and the power of light was so strong that Wang Donger's hair seemed to turn golden. In the past 3 months, Wang Donger's cultivation level has risen to Soul Master. Which of the exercises Huo Yuhao gave her was based on the method of training supernatural powers. After being improved, she practiced it for 3 months, and the effect was very obvious. That was Wang Donger's. The power of the goddess of light, butterfly, is being purified and strengthened. And beside Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao just summoned a big black cauldron with a diameter of about 1 meter, 3 legs and 2 ears, without any excessive aura, just suspended solemnly above Xiao Xiao's head, and 2 yellow soul rings also surrounded Xiao Xiao's feet. Xiao Xiao's expression became serious. Although she envied Wang Donger's bright goddess butterfly, she would not belittle herself or belittle her 3-life soul-suppressing cauldron, Both of them were ready to fight, looking at HUO YUHAO, and at this moment, Wang Dong'er snorted coldly when she saw the posture HUO YUHAO was putting on at this moment. Don't even open the golden light. It's too contemptuous of people. Wang Dong'er shouted low, rushed towards HUO YUHAO, then raised his hand, and his 1,000-year ring lit up. The golden light patterns on her butterfly wings also moved in an instant, and small light groups rushed towards HUO YUHAO. Don't underestimate this light group. As a 1,000-year soul skill, these small light groups will explode, and the power of the explosion is based on Wang Dong'er's current level of soul power, and some low-level soul masters will also change their expressions, let alone it can be said that there are so many small light clusters that almost completely cover the entire field, and there is no chance of dodging at all. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw this scene. Wang Dong'er showed a fighting momentum far beyond her imagination in the first hand. The powerful soul power in her body was agitating. Was this the level of soul skill bombing? Xiao Xiao asked himself that under this level of attack, he could only protect himself with the soul-suppressing cauldron with all his strength, but such a strong attack might not even be able to withstand all the defenses of the soul-suppressing cauldron, right? How would YUHAO respond? Xiao Xiao looked at HUO YUHAO worriedly, but at this moment, she saw a shocking scene. HUO YUHAO's hand made a slight circle in the air, and the two golden silk threads quickly flew into the sky, restraining all the spots of light thrown by Wang Dong'er in an instant, and flung them to a safe open space. There was a violent explosion, and HUO YUHAO's brows suddenly jumped. Hey, the power of this move is not bad, but it's a pity that you didn't control it properly. You guys have become stronger again. Wang Dong'er felt a little itchy when she saw her 1,000-year soul skill being resolved so easily, while HUO YUHAO smiled helplessly. HUO YUHAO's cultivation base has not improved, so HUO YUHAO can only think about controlling the golden light to create some variance. In simple terms, this is skill, which is the so-called technique, and this kind of technique is very powerful for HUO YUHAO's powerful mental power. Learning to use these things is still very easy. The golden rope is a commonly used move by the veterans of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and HUO YUHAO is naturally fascinated by it. Stop talking. Xiao Xiao. Don't be stunned. Let's greet this guy together. Wang Dong'er seemed to have energy in her heart. She folded her butterfly wings and rushed towards HUO YUHAO quickly. At this moment, Xiao Xiao also restrained her mind after hearing Wang Dong'er's words. With a quick movement of her fingers, the Sans Hung Zhen Hun above her head, the cauldron landed on HUO YUHAO's left, right and rear in an instant. A strange fluctuation came from the big cauldron. HUO YUHAO felt that it was also a shaking feeling, but it also had a spiritual power, and HUO YUHAO tapped a big cauldron lightly, but it was removed by 3 big cauldrons together. The trinity is indeed a bit strange, but I don't know how many kilograms this tripod weighs. HUO YUHAO thought so in his heart, but at this time Wang Dong'er had already rushed towards him quickly, and compared with the attack a few months ago, this time Wang Dong'er's wings were like waves, irregularly and slightly twisted towards HUO YUHAO. Come and chop. In the past 3 months, Wang Dong'er's cultivation and her combat effectiveness have greatly improved. The shaking of the butterfly wings can make it difficult for HUO YUHAO to catch it, and it is as destructive as a meat grinder. Wang Dong had indeed grown a lot. HUO YUHAO raised his eyebrows, and then suddenly turned over with the help of the cauldron behind him to avoid this attack. But at this moment, Xiao Xiao's first soul skill also suddenly lit up. HUO YUHAO suddenly felt a black light from the cauldron relaying under him, there was a loud bang, and the air within about 1 square meter was twisted under the violent shock, and HUO YUHAO happened to be in it. I only felt a strong sense of shock, and it was not only aimed at the body, but also aimed at the soul. No wonder it is called soul-suppressing cauldron. HUO YUHAO nodded slightly. This is Xiao Xiao's first soul skill, Cauldron's Shock, which can stun the enemy with concussion, but unfortunately, HUO YUHAO's current level of life cultivation cannot be shaken by Xiao Xiao, a great soul master. What's more, HUO YUHAO already had a solution to this kind of vibration. The golden light was released, but it didn't become as strong as armor, but became like water flowing on HUO YUHAO's body. After the shock was transmitted to the golden light, all the golden light began to sway with the shock, but it absorbed all the shock and did not transmit it to HUO YUHAO at all. He borrowed strength from the cauldron without hindrance, and then jumped backwards. How is this possible? Xiao Xiao was taken aback. She never thought that her first soul skill would have no effect on HUO YUHAO. A master said, "Be like water." HUO YUHAO looked at Wang Dong'er, who was attacking him relentlessly, and the posture of his hands changed slightly. A dignified golden halo shone slightly in his pupils. But I don't mind being a tsunami either. P.S. Ask for favorites, recommend tickets, ask for monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 The True Appearance of the 3-Year-Old Soul-Suppressing Cauldron. Chapter 46 The True Face of the Sansheng Soul-Suppressing Cauldron. Rise. HUO YUHAO grabbed the ears and feet of the Sansheng Soul-Suppressing Cauldron in front of him, and HUO YUHAO lifted the huge cauldron forcefully. Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded by this situation. He knew how heavy his cauldron was, but HUO YUHAO was not a body-strengthening soul master, so he could lift the cauldron so easily, but while Xiao Xiao was surprised, HUO YUHAO was a little disappointed with the weight of the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron he lifted, which was about 100 pounds. It may be because the soul power is too low. The weight of Xiao Xiao's Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron is much lighter than HUO YUHAO imagined. But since it was much lighter, he could do some other things. HUO YUHAO carried the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron. The golden light shone brightly, and he saw the giant cauldron rolling like a ball in HUO YUHAO's hand. With his horse steady, HUO YUHAO slightly threw the giant cauldron, then struck the lion with its mouth open, thrust forward with both palms at the same time, and directly hit the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron towards Wang Dong'er. The cauldron, which was more than 1 meter high, hit him, which immediately slowed down Wang Dong'er's momentum. Hey, hey! Don't you say you don't attack. I mean I don't attack, but this is Xiao Xiao's martial spirit. HUO YUHAO smiled, but at this moment Xiao Xiao's face was solemn. The 3 cauldrons that were originally scattered merged into one in an instant. As her soul power increased, the movement stopped when the huge cauldron was thrown out mid-air. Wang Dong, I will assist you. Xiao Xiao threw his 3 live soul-suppressing cauldron towards HUO YUHAO. HUO YUHAO raised his hand to catch it, and raised his eyebrows immediately, because at this moment, the weight of Xiao Xiao's 3 live soul-suppressing cauldron unexpectedly became 300 caddies. Trinity, but can it reach 300 caddies after fusion? Does it mean that it is 300 caddies but can be divided into 3 parts? HUO YUHAO thought about it. Don't think this question is useless. You must know that this is a matter of determining the upper limit and lower limit. The former means that each of the 3 tripods can be practiced separately, but the latter means there is no such change. HUO YUHAO glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was concentrating on controlling the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron in the distance, and after HUO YUHAO caught the cauldron again, Xiao Xiao immediately used his second soul skill. Tripod swing. The giant cauldron emits a black light and slams into HUO YUHAO. This move can not only produce the lethality of the collision, but can also knock the opponent away and stun him at the same time. This move seemed somewhat similar to the first soul skill, but the second soul skill had an extra black halo trying to cover HUO YUHAO's body. It was also a shocking force that could throw others away, but it was also absorbed by HUO YUHAO's golden light. But this time was different from the last time. As Xiao Xiao's soul power surged, HUO YUHAO suddenly felt a sense of suppression from the giant cauldron in his hand. He seemed to be slightly out of touch with this world, and what separated him was the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron in his hand. After experiencing this, HUO YUHAO was a little surprised. But it's no wonder that the cauldron, as an important weapon of the country, can even suppress a country's destiny. However, HUO YUHAO did not expect that the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron is so strange. Since it can have the power of suppression even if it does not reach the realm of a great soul master, it will be difficult to practice in the future. Will not the force of the stock become stronger and stronger? Things like tripods also occupy a huge weight in some magic circles of Taoism. If she can rely on the successful Xiao Xiao when she returns to the world of cultivation in the future, and let her use the martial soul capable of suppressing mountains and rivers as the eye of the formation, then the possibility of going back through the formation will be very great. This idea is highly feasible. Huo Yuhao was thinking in his heart at this moment, and he became more concerned about Xiao Xiao. At this time, Wang Dong'er had already attacked from the flank, and Huo Yuhao also withdrew his thoughts, starting from the ground, and directly threw the giant cauldron towards Wang Dong again. But at this moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly yelled, "Wang Dong, fly up!" Hearing this, Wang Dong'er rushed upwards without hesitation, and at this moment, Huo Yuhao saw the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron that had just left his arm turn into 3 again. At this moment, the black halo on their bodies was extremely dignified, but after they separated, they didn't hit Huo Yuhao. Instead, they instantly moved toward the center and collided with each other. This is... Huo Yuhao raised his brows slightly. The 3 live soul-suppressing cauldron unexpectedly collided with each other, and at this moment, the 2 soul rings attached to the 3 live soul-suppressing cauldron on Xiao Xiao's body also lit up at the same time. Almost all soul skills of a soul master can be used in conjunction with each other. Except for auxiliary and food types, most martial souls are not unable to use another soul skill while using one soul skill. Soul skills can be used in conjunction with each other. Shrek Academy taught a little about using 2 soul skills at the same time in the 1st grade, but the extent to which the soul skills and soul skills can be coordinated depends on the soul skills. The strength of the master's own martial soul, as well as the coordination of the soul skills produced after adding soul rings. Facing Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao took out his strongest method. The heavy weapon of the country, the shock of the tripod. The moment the 3 tripods collided, there was a violent roar, and at the same time they merged together, and a giant tripod twice the size of any previous tripod was born out of nowhere. On the giant cauldron, strange runes appeared faintly, and an indescribable majesty burst out with that loud noise. Huo Yuhao's body was stuck instantly, and the powerful suppressing force made Huo Yuhao immobile on the ground for a while. Circles of black halos continuously invaded the golden light on Huo Yuhao's body. Interesting, then this makes perfect sense. Xiao Xiao's martial spirit is a powerful trinity of martial spirits. The output of the 2 soul skills is actually to let Xiao Xiao pour as much soul power into the 3 cauldrons as possible, so that they will become more powerful after fusion, and it shows the official appearance of its martial spirit. Huo Yuhao naturally saw the strange runes on the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron. According to Huo Yuhao's semi-immortal eyesight, the meaning of those runes on Xiao Xiao's big cauldron was also clear at a glance. They represent mountains and rivers. Xiao Xiao's martial soul should be called the 3 lives Zhongshan cauldron. Suppressing the soul is just a small effect. This is the true appearance of the martial soul that accompanied Xiao Xiao to this world. It should be a heavy weapon to suppress mountains and rivers, used to calm the soul. It's a cannon to fight mosquitoes. If Xiao Xiao's martial soul can continue to be developed in the future, the 3 tripods will be divided into 9 tripods. With the power and layout of the 9 cauldrons, Huo Yuhao even felt that he could directly move mountains to make something, open rivers to make lines, and use the entire Douluo continent as a magic circle. In this way, why not return to the world of cultivating immortals? Huo Yuhao immediately looked at Xiao Xiao in the distance in great surprise, and Xiao Xiao was concentrating on releasing his soul power at this moment, and after seeing Huo Yuhao's surprised gaze, a sense of joy of being recognized emerged. Xiao Xiao was also very happy in his heart, and his face twitched. There was a charming smile on his face. The 2 looked at each other. Huo Yuhao nodded seriously. Xiao Xiao only felt a blush on his face, and lowered his head a little shyly. Huo Yuhao was a little bit emotional that the little girl's family is thin-skinned, but at this moment, a loud shout came from above Huo Yuhao's head. "Bastard Huo Yuhao! Take the attack. Butterfly wing slash with a radius of 15 meters. PS, I think, the harem will still be open. Although it has been practiced for 100 years, but now the mind, lust, and the like are all the wrong teeth of the monkey head of the mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. Do you want to become stronger? Chapter 47. Do you want to become stronger? Huo Yuhao looked up and saw Wang Donger's 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, lighting up at the same time as she rushed into the sky. Also at this moment, circles of golden halos began to appear on the dazzling blue wings behind her, and both arms were raised at the same time to fit the front wings. After reaching a certain height, Wang Donger's wings had completely turned into a brilliant golden color. With the golden light rising, he spread himself out like a butterfly on fire, and the golden beam of light turned into a golden light at the same time as his body rose. It had to be bent, and it turned into terrifying huge crescent-shaped light blades surrounding Wang Donger. The goddess butterfly of light is actually a butterfly bathing in fire in the light. It is said that after the god of light dies, the body turns into a butterfly goddess of light. As long as the control over the Wuhan is strong enough, Wang Donger can make her goddess butterfly of light release the shackles and enter the realm of the butterfly on fire. This move used to be Wang Donger's final stunt and required more than 10 seconds of preparation time. However, now that Wang Donger has practiced that technique, the power of Wuhan has been gradually released and developed, and the connection between Wuhan and spirit has become closer. Opening up butterfly on fire mode has become a breeze, and when Wang Donger fully mobilized her martial soul to enter the butterfly in fire mode, it was equivalent to giving up the tenacity of the butterfly wings, completely liberating her own light power and turning it into flames, and the butterfly wings burned. Attack with all your strength. Very good, a lot of progress. Huo Yuhao nodded when he saw Wang Donger's state at the moment. Although he didn't know that Wang Donger suddenly looked a little angry, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao's state at the moment was indeed attacking with all their strength. Then, he already felt that Xiao Xiao's martial spirit was almost the same, and after he had a good understanding of Wang Donger's cultivation progress, Huo Yuhao also felt that the competition was almost over. It's just that the current situation is a bit troublesome. Wang Donger's all-out attack on her own golden light curse can no longer be completely blocked, and with the influence of Xiao Xiao's cauldron shock, pure golden light can no longer quickly end the fighting power. As for the mental shock, it's not good to be hit by this thing, and since they use their best to deal with themselves, then I should pay them back a little bit. Suddenly, a flash of thunder flickered in Huo Yuhao's hand. And then, the light of thunder brightened in the training room. Xiao Xiao only felt his eyes go white, and then his body was out of control. His martial spirit was instantly released, and he sat on the ground blankly. Wang Dong in the sky was also in the same situation. It's just that compared to Xiao Xiao, the bright blade beside her was torn apart by thunder, and then fell down and was caught by Huo Yuhao. However, paying attention to the fact that the other party was a girl, Huo Yuhao immediately put her down after catching her, leaving Wang Donger who was originally there. The curse words on his lips were probably suppressed. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but cough a few times, knowing that he was in the wrong, and then he hurriedly said that he would treat the guests to dinner. It's really not good to hit people with thunder. Especially the 5 Thunder Genfa. You must know that although the 5 Thunder Genfa is only half of it, it is essentially the same as the Tianli Genfa. The brothers of the Heavenly Court Thunder Department all use this skill to chop people, so the Taoist priests of Tianxi Mansion are generally in sparring. Lightning techniques are not used to split each other, but if you want to take down the 2 of them in an instant without hurting them, thunder techniques are the best solution. Master, don't blame me. Huo Yuhao prayed secretly in his heart. But unfortunately, Huo Yuhao may have mistaken why Wang Donger was angry. Let's go, Xiao Xiao. Huo Yuhao also invited Xiao Xiao. I felt your martial spirit at close range, and I found a lot of things, which probably will subvert your understanding of your own martial spirit. As for the details, let's chat slowly while eating. Then I won't bother you, let's talk slowly. After Wang Dong'er heard that Huo Yuhao had also invited Xiao Xiao, the slightly relaxed expression on his face changed again, and then he left directly on his own, leaving Huo Yuhao with a dazed face and Xiao Xiao with a thankful face. Is this guy taking gunpowder? Huo Yuhao couldn't understand what was happening. I guess I feel bad about losing again. Huo Yuhao sighed with emotion and didn't pay much attention to it, and then greeted Xiao Xiao, then let's talk while walking. Xiao Xiao nodded, feeling excited for a while, but just after listening to what Huo Yuhao said while walking. But while listening, Xiao Xiao's expression turned into surprise, and this surprise became more and more intense. Yuhao, are you saying that my martial soul is not one tripod but 3 tripods? And as long as I can cultivate these 3 tripods at the same time, each of my tripods will be able to evolve to the size of my tripod. What does Ding look like? Listening to Huo Yuhao's discoveries, Xiao Xiao couldn't help covering her mouth and exclaiming. Originally, she just wanted to continue studying Wuhan and stay with Huo Yuhao for a while, but she didn't expect that Huo Yuhao really saw through herself through a battle. There are so many things in Wuhan. That's right. You can't see it now just because your previous cultivation method was too low level, and you couldn't train these 3 great cauldrons at all. It's like 3 mouths that haven't had enough to eat. Only you are using your full strength. The first and second soul skills of yours fully convey your soul power, and when the 3 tripods unite, you can satisfy your mouth and let your martial soul reveal your true body. Xiao Xiao was taken aback, and Huo Yuhao raised his hand to draw 2 runes in the air with golden light. Xiao Xiao knew that this was a pattern on his martial soul, and then words that surprised her even more came from Huo Yuhao's mouth. This rune actually represents a mountain peak and a river. After you release your martial spirit with all your strength, these runes will be all over the cauldron, which is equivalent to all the mountains and rivers in the world being engraved on it. For things like the tripod, this actually has a great symbolic meaning. Your soul-suppressing tripod should actually be called Zhongshan tripod, and I think that since your martial soul can be 3 in 1, one can transform into 3, then as long as you cultivate to the right level. Huo Yuhao stopped slightly. Xiao Xiao, your martial spirit should be the 9 tripods. What is the 9 tripods? It is an artifact capable of suppressing a country, so if your martial soul has been cultivated to the highest level, I think it can be called the Zhuhong Zhongshan tripod. This is the real important weapon of the country. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Xiao solemnly, then stretched out his hand and said solemnly, Xiao Xiao, do you want to become stronger? I may need your help with something in the future. Huo Yuhao looked at Xiao Xiao with a smile, but at this moment Xiao Xiao looked at Huo Yuhao's eyes in a daze. She didn't know what mood she was in at the moment, but the girl knew very well at this moment that Huo Yuhao's words kept echoing in her heart. Even after many years, she could still clearly recall the point of this scene. Bit by bit. P.S. The heroine depends on the follow-up arrangements, but the protagonist is not yet 12 years old, so it is obviously too early to say this now. Please collect it, recommend it, and give it a monthly pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Xiao Xiao's Thoughts. Chapter 48 Xiao Xiao's Thoughts. You still have a martial soul? It's okay, this method of cultivation should be universal. It's too precious? There aren't many precious ones. Just be able to help me in the future. Come, follow me to circulate the heavens, and I will use my spiritual power to pass on the cultivation methods to you. Feeling the secret of the skill that suddenly appeared in his mind, Xiao Xiao returned to his dormitory in a daze, then lay on the bed, wrapped himself in a quilt, and then recalled every bit of what had just happened. Just now, I just nodded subconsciously and was taught a profound cultivation technique. I heard Yuhao say. This technique is an evolved version of weapon refining. It is something he has researched and can help Xiao Xiao strengthen to the greatest extent his own martial spirit. That skill is really too precious, but it's so amazing that Yuhao can research this thing. Xiao Xiao thought about it, and then couldn't help covering her head with the quilt. Xiao Xiao is a child born in a civilian family. His parents run some small businesses. His virtuous mother cultivated Xiao Xiao's gentle, considerate, and calm temperament, while his business father taught Xiao Xiao a kind of resilience in his bones. Xiao Xiao looks like she won't fight, but in fact she is a very proud girl in her heart. Her natural twin martial souls allow her to enter Shrek Academy unimpeded. Her parents are naturally surprised that he can come to this academy to study. Happy. But for Xiao Xiao, who was less than 12 years old and came to Shrek Academy in an unfamiliar place. As a child who is still in the period of mental development, all the people and things around her will have a great impact on her. Huge. She could feel that most of the classmates around him didn't seem to be in the same world as him at all. For example, they could spend the gold soul coins they had on hand lavishly, and the clothes in their closets were different every day, but the other thing is to be frugal and try not to worry too much about your family. For several months, in school, Xiao Xiao always felt that he was a little different from the people around him, and this feeling made Xiao Xiao very confused. Xiao Xiao still remembers that when she asked her parents why she was asked to study in Shrek, her parents only answered, because Xiao Xiao is a very talented soul master, and there is a high probability that she will meet the right person in her life if she goes to Shrek Academy. People. And now, when she was attracted to someone and mustered up the courage to take the first step, the experience and effects she gained had greatly exceeded Xiao Xiao's expectations. In bed, Xiao Xiao's face was a little red, but thinking of what Huo Yuhao said before, and thinking that Huo Yuhao said that she might need her help in the future, Xiao Xiao felt a surge of energy in her heart, and immediately broke away from the state of the silkworm baby, and then began to follow Huo Yuhao's instructions. Practice according to the cultivation methods passed down to her. Xiao Xiao visualized his own martial spirit in his heart. 3 big cauldrons and a beautiful long Xiao Xiao appeared. It was Xiao Xiao's second martial spirit, 9 Phoenix Lei Xiao. Compared with the future growth potential of the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron, Zhifeng Lei Xiao does not seem to need to show much powerful feeling, but the characteristics of the twin martial spirits show that there is absolutely no distinction between the 2 martial spirits. Huo Yuhao just told Xiao Xiao let's practice together first, but don't add soul rings to Zhifeng Lei Xiao. After completing the visualization, Xiao Xiao was full of energy. You must practice well so that you can help Yuhao in the future. With such thoughts in mind, Xiao Xiao began to integrate his qi package into his martial soul. The martial souls flickered slightly, and the outside world made Xiao Xiao's aura around him extremely majestic. Xiao Xiao's roommate came back and found that Xiao Xiao couldn't help being a little surprised at this completely different cultivation posture from before. The next day, the assessment started as expected. For most people, this assessment is very stressful, but for some talented beings, this assessment is a good opportunity for them to show their strength. Some guys who are extremely confident in themselves are even a little provocative. Looked at Huo Yuhao. But for Huo Yuhao, this level of provocation was too childish. Following the instructions, Huo Yuhao and others came to the third area of number 30. The other students who were waiting here had obvious expressions on their faces after seeing Huo Yuhao. Some changes occurred in an instant. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Huo Yuhao raised his eyebrows slightly. Brother Huo. You are in the same examination room as us. Isn't it? Brother Huo. Fuck. Huo. After exclaiming, Huo Yuhao saw his acquaintances from class, Zhao Hokan from Chicken Leg Martial Arts, Ouyang Junyi, and the others. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and those from class began to ask Huo Yuhao to show off to them later. Chance. Huo Yuhao nodded with a smile, but other than the acquaintances, the others were a little restless when they saw it. They were all 11 or 12-year-old children, and they couldn't hide things in their hearts. When they looked at each other, they showed very clear hostility after seeing Huo Yuhao. He just couldn't help showing fear. After all, only half of them may be able to stay, and although there are as many as 10 competitions in the assessment, each one is equivalent to related to their future. At least for ordinary people, graduating from Shrek and being in the graduation from other advanced Soul Master academies is completely different. And at this moment, a teacher who looked about 40 years old walked over quickly. He looked very ordinary, and he didn't have any overbearing aura. He had a smile on his face and looked very kind. The teacher's eyes rested on HUO YUHAO for a moment, then he counted the number of people and nodded with a smile. Very good, we have a total of 6 groups of students here for the assessment, and they have all arrived. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Wang Yan, and I will be your assessment teacher for the next 2 days. Hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Yan chuckled and said, you don't need to be so polite. My coaching habit has always been to treat everyone as friends. This time the soul fighting is just to allow everyone to show their true talents and knowledge. As long as they use what they have gained through serious cultivation, it's okay to show things, but I also want to remind everyone that I don't want to see anyone get hurt. Everyone nodded, and Wang Yan also smiled slightly. Then let's start early. While talking, he took out a folder and opened it, glanced at it and raised his head and said, the first assessment of the first round, the first class of freshmen, HUO YUHAO, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, the third class of freshmen, Ouyang Junyi, Chen Junfan, Zhao Hokan. You can enter the arena now, each in a corner. I said that you can release your martial spirits after the competition starts. Enter the arena. End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Do you dare to make gestures with me? Chapter 49. Do you dare to make gestures with me? Brother HUO. Please advise. Brother Yu. Please advise. Brother Hao. Please enlighten me. After Zhao Hokan, Ouyang Junyi, and others came on stage, they immediately clasped their hands in fists. HUO YUHAO was a little helpless. In fact, he also wanted to remind them that there was no need to act like he was ready to die. What kind of cultivation was he? It's not like we have to compete with them or decide life and death, but when facing acquaintances, HUO YUHAO will naturally be humble and won't make any more moves. But the methods of Wang Dong'er and Xiao Xiao are much more brutal. I saw a flash of golden light, and after Wang Dong'er's martial soul possessed her body, one person directly pressed down on the 2 opposite people. Even though they had Zhao Hokan's food-type martial soul chicken legs as a blessing, in front of Wang Dong'er's cultivation, such resistance really seemed some pale. Booga! ×3. The trio from the 3rd class were all thrown away by Wang Dong'er alone, and when the golden butterfly was flashing across the audience, at this moment, people discovered that in the first class of freshmen, there was no one except HUO YUHAO. And there is such a powerful person. And after receiving such compliments, Wang Dong'er's expression didn't change at all. She turned around and left the venue, while HUO YUHAO and Xiao Xiao went to comfort those in class 3 before leaving with her. But at this moment, Wang Yan, who saw the whole process of Wang Dong'er's attack, showed emotion. This little guy's martial spirit, tisk tisk tisk, he is indeed a genius. Although there is no 3rd soul ring attached, Wang Dong'er's soul power strength should already be the highest in the new generation, but now she has not absorbed the soul ring, so talking about talent is not enough. As long as a suitable soul ring is absorbed, the accumulated soul power will spurt out, directly raising the cultivation level instantly. There are indeed some people in the outer courtyard who have reached the soul master, but in Wang Yan's perception, they and Wang Dong are there is a very significant gap. The martial soul is evolving, and its adaptability to itself is getting higher and higher. It's really surprising. Obviously, in my research, most soul masters' martial souls are after the soul king, even if this situation can occur. But can Wang Dong'er be able to connect himself so closely with the martial soul in the realm of the soul master? Wang Dong'er probably didn't expect that this change could be seen by a teacher he didn't know, but for Wang Yan, he had long been paying attention to some top students among the freshmen. Wang Dong'er has changed the most. In 3 months, the butterfly wings of the original goddess of light could barely cover her back, but after 3 months, it was as if the Wuhan had grown up with the body, and the butterfly wings became bigger enough to protect her body. The whole body, the light power on the body is strong, the reason is unknown, it may be a breakthrough in cultivation, or it may be some kind of secret method of the section. After Wang Donger finished playing a game, Wang Yan began to quickly record his findings in a small book with a pen. During the rest time, he looked at HUO YUHAO and others who were leaving. In fact, he is most concerned about HUO YUHAO. After all, HUO YUHAO's martial soul is a rare body martial soul, and his recent subject is related to the body martial soul. I can only endure it. But the days will be long, won't they? This is what Wang Yan thought. This time he came to take part in the assessment just to observe HUO YUHAO's true martial spirit up close, but the result left him disappointed. There are a total of 10 games in the freshman assessment, but HUO YUHAO hardly made any moves in the games. The reason is very simple. HUO YUHAO's current cultivation base is too crushing among his peers, so huge that HUO YUHAO feels that he can knock them out with half a bucket of Tai Chi Kung Fu without opening a golden light. So HUO YUHAO didn't make many moves, but Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao were extremely brave along the way. In the past few days, they were very successful. The two of them suppressed the 3 people on the opposite side and fought. Later, some people even began to doubt what HUO YUHAO was. Is it really that kind of real material? Until the knockout round of the top 16. HUO YUHAO saw a guy who was at least 1.7 meters tall, at least a head taller than HUO YUHAO and the other 3. More importantly, his waist circumference was probably close to 1.7 meters. The fact that this system can be met in the assessment shows that she is about the same age as HUO YUHAO. But this fucking 12 years old. HUO YUHAO also had a weird expression on his face. In the book, Wuhan can indeed greatly affect the soul master's appearance, but this guy standing there is like a small mountain of meat. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look healthy. Look. And the other 2 beside him, compared with him, are called slender. Not only is it much shorter by a head, but even a little skinny. These 2 people are a bit like, they seem to be brothers, but they are not twins. What stands out is that their arms are particularly slender. Common names for both parties. Get ready to play. The invigilator said in a deep voice. The boy who looked like a mountain of meat slapped his chest fiercely, causing his fat body to tremble. My name is Xie Huanyu, Freshman Class 2. Freshman Class 2, Luo Tian Long. Freshman Class 2, Luo Tian Ba. The 3 of them, HUO YUHAO, also shared their first names. After the invigilator announced the start of the competition, the competition officially began. Wang Donger's huge butterfly wings spread out again, and Xiao Xiao's giant cauldron also appeared at this moment. HUO YUHAO stood behind him doing nothing, with only a golden halo flashing in his eyes. But at this moment, the second-class freshman student named Xie Huanyu suddenly stared at HUO YUHAO behind him, and then shouted, HUO YUHAO! Do you dare to gesticulate with me? What? The expressions of HUO YUHAO, Wang Donger, and Xiao Xiao also became strange. Only Xie Huanyu looked confident, thinking that HUO YUHAO was not as scary as anyone thought. It was just spread by everyone and the 3 of them became a tiger. Back then, Xie Huanyu didn't squeeze in front to watch the fight between HUO YUHAO and that old lady Zhou because of her size, but no matter how you think about it, it's impossible for a great soul master to beat a soul emperor, right? Moreover, as a highly conceited genius and a top-notch soul master in the 3rd class, Xie Huanyu can often hear people comparing herself with HUO YUHAO, but in the end, she is always behind HUO YUHAO. This is quite a humiliation for some geniuses, so on the surface, HUO YUHAO is very popular in the academy, but in fact, among the real geniuses in the academy, they all hold back their energy and want to take HUO YUHAO away. Myths broken, or step on his head and become the new legend of the academy. Do you want to fight me? HUO YUHAO also walked up with interest. Of course. Xie Huanyu shouted loudly, 3 soul rings appeared on her body, not only the best equipment with 2 yellows and 1 purple, moreover, because it was moving on his fat body, it became more and more clear. At the same time as the soul ring was released, his body actually expanded again, from 1.7 meters to more than 1.9 meters. His skin instantly turned dark, and he punched his chest hard with both fists, making a muffled sound of bang, bang. He rushed towards YUHAO with big strides. The sound was very loud, like a giant elephant trampling towards him. But unfortunately, my little friend, you are walking on a narrow road. YUHAO raised his cloud hand. At this moment, Wang Yan, who was watching the battle, also stared at YUHAO intently. When he saw this special move of his, Wang Yan's eyes also flashed with surprise. What kind of boxing is this? End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Lian Jiazi beats Layman. Chapter 50, Lian Jiazi beats Layman. Seeing that YUHAO was about to make a move, Wang Dong'er and Xiao Xiao obediently stayed behind. But it's not like staying still. Wang Dong'er looked at Xie Huanyu's 2 teammates, while Xiao Xiao focused on YUHAO, and the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron was ready to make a move at any time. YUHAO stood directly in front, with the golden light emerging from his body. Xie Huanyu roared and stamped his left foot heavily on the ground, but this time, the bang, bang sound did not appear again, and at this moment, his first soul ring was also here. A moment of light. This Wuhan is interesting. YUHAO raised his eyebrows. No wonder this guy was so fat. At this moment, after the martial soul possessed him and used his first soul skill, his body underwent a basic change. The bloated fat on his body suddenly became tighter. It tightened up and turned into a strange rubber-like substance. Moreover, this kind of rubber is extremely elastic. After this heavy step, Xie Huanyu's body soared into the sky like a soul tool shell, jumping 10 meters high. And after jumping up, his body curled up like a huge meatball, and smashed fiercely towards YUHAO below. It seemed that he had already figured out a way to use his own martial soul. It looks so fat, but after Santei's martial spirit possesses his body, the fat has become an excellent barrier. You can also give it great mobility. The path still looks right. YUHAO was a little surprised, but in addition to being surprised, Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba, who are obviously brothers, also activated at the same time. The 2 of them were quite fast. Both of them had 2 yellow spirit rings. At the same time, their forearms turned silvery white, and a huge mantis knife grew out from one side. Not only is it fast, but it also looks extremely light. It seems to be a martial spirit of the mantis family. This kind of martial spirit is always good at speed and attack power, and the 2 of them are obviously eyeing YUHAO. At this moment, YUHAO was also about to collide with the evil moon falling from the sky. Seeing that the evil moon in the sky had turned into a huge meatball with a diameter of more than 2 meters, and the attacking Luo Tianlong, the 2 brothers, Luo Tianba and YUHAO finally moved. The golden light rose slightly from the body, and he took a step back, but after the heel touched down, the strength of the whole body tilted backward. At this moment, the strength quickly moved to the rear leg with the center of gravity, and then the strength surged until the whole foot was firmly planted. YUHAO's waist and legs also stretched like a long bow, and his whole body seemed to be making an arc-shaped movement to accumulate energy. The force was transmitted to the heart of the fist. YUHAO raised one hand over his head at this moment, pointed down with the other. His fists were slightly raised inward like the mouth of a tiger, and then brazenly met the huge meatball that was thrown towards the sky like himself. Bow and shoot the tiger. This move can be said to be one of the most powerful killing moves in Tai Chi because of its full circled arms. The 2 fists swing together, like Wusong hitting a tiger, and like an Arhat crouching on a tiger. The method is solemn, and the tiger and tiger generate power, hence the name. With strength all over his body, YUHAO's fist force fiercely hit the flesh ball formed by Xie Huanyu. At this moment, countless waves generated by the strength of the fist appeared on the surface of Xie Huanyu's black flesh ball. The originally smashed posture was forcefully knocked outward. I rely on Xie Huanya was at a loss. He only felt that all the flesh in his body was shaking crazily, and his brain began to tremble. In an instant, he lost control of his body, but this is actually because his rubber body is passively relieving HUO YUHAO's strength, but it is also because HUO YUHAO's punch is so amazing that almost his entire body is forced to participate in the state of relieving power. This guy Xie Huanya was beaten away. After he activated the martial soul, he was a man who weighed almost 700 catties. The footsteps of Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba were also slightly disturbed. They looked at the meatball that flew out and was shaking in disbelief. Xie Huanyu's martial spirit is called Pipi Elephant, a rare and powerful beast spirit, and Xie Huanyu's martial spirit is also very compatible with him, and his plump body can perfectly display the spirit of Pipi Elephant. Ability. His first soul skill, the elephant body, gave him an extremely powerful natural defense. With his weight advantage, Xie Huanya was almost invincible in Shrek Academy. He was considered to be a guy with higher soul power than him. I didn't dare to really confront myself head-on, but the result. Boom, dong dong. Xie Huanyu's body was knocked out like a ball, and then bounced on the ground a few times. At this moment, he hurriedly used his soul power to control his body shape, so that he did not let himself be punched directly outside the flying field. Even so, he felt dizzy, and a feeling of terror suddenly arose in his heart. HUO YUHAO. Why is HUO YUHAO so strong? Fear had already appeared in Xie Huanyu's heart, but the two brothers Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba didn't know that they were scared to death at this moment. When they looked back and saw that Xie Huanya was not out, they breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the voice suddenly appeared beside them. What are you looking at? This is a competition. HUO YUHAO's figure had arrived beside the two brothers at some point. Luo Tianlong was the closest to HUO YUHAO, so he was the first to suffer. He only felt that his footsteps were the first to stop, as if when he lifted his leg, he suddenly bumped into some iron wall. When he looked down, he realized that HUO YUHAO's foot had blocked his gradual progress. At this moment, HUO YUHAO had already approached him. HUO YUHAO seemed to reach out and wanted to perform some action, but at this moment Luo Tianlong, the ultra-high dynamic capture ability and reaction ability given to him by the mantis martial spirit came into play at this moment, making Luo Tianlong almost subconsciously hold the mantis knife in his hand. Attack HUO YUHAO. Can actually react. HUO YUHAO frowned, but it is normal for the mantis martial soul to have such high agility. The two brothers might be able to practice mantis boxing like ducks in water, but unfortunately, the world does not have that kind of profound boxing. Just throwing punches randomly. And throwing punches randomly in front of HUO YUHAO's systematic punching method is really full of loopholes. Lian Jiazi beats a layman, one hit and one accurate. The sharp edge of the mantis blade came, but HUO YUHAO's reaction ability was much faster than him. At this moment, the hand has become an eagle's claw, and it brazenly grabbed the connection between Luo Tianlong's palm and arm. The thumb, middle finger, and index finger also grasped Luo Tianlong like a goshawk, and then lifted him up forcefully. Lift your wrist and take it backwards. In a broad sense, it is one of the hand that divides tendons and bones. It uses the lever principle of the body to achieve the effect of capturing Luo Tianlong. After capturing Luo Tianlong, HUO YUHAO's other hand suddenly moved to the side of his head. Then he grabbed his hair and slammed his head forward. The path forward under his feet had been blocked by HUO YUHAO, and the sudden tilt of his head forward caused Luo Tianlong's body to lose balance in an instant, and he fell solidly. Stumbling, hooking, and throwing is an extremely common move in traditional martial arts in the world of immortality. It highlights the classic concept of burying the roots and taking root in traditional martial arts. When placed in Tai Chi, this move can also be called the wild horse parting the temples. HUO YUHAO originally wanted to use this move to knock Luo Tianlong down directly, but he didn't expect that his mantis martial spirit would allow him to react, which made HUO YUHAO spend more effort. But it wasn't much different. After all, these actions were completed in a short period of time. Luo Tianlong was thrown to the ground and lost all movement in an instant. At this moment, his brother Luo Tianba found that his brother was thrown to the ground and was unconscious. He also attacked HUO YUHAO angrily. At that time, the first and second soul rings on his body also began to light up. At this moment, Xie Huanyu, who was blown away in the distance, also roared, and the third soul ring on his body, the 1000-year soul ring, began to flash with light. P.S. Ask for collection, please collect, ask for monthly pass. End of this chapter.